Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My clock actually says 12:01, so let's go ahead and I'll call this a regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees to order. And before we do anything other than the call to order, we have some ceremonial business that we want to take care of, and we're going to swear in our newly appointed member of the Board of Trustees, Mr. Adam Mayberry. So I'll meet you at the podium, sir. Okay. It's okay to clap for that, by the way. Please raise your right hand. Okay. There we go. All right. I, please state your name.
I, Adam Mayberry,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
protect, and defend
protect, and defend
the Constitution and government
the Constitution and government
of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and the Constitution and government
and the Constitution and government
of the state of Nevada
of the State of Nevada
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
allegiance, and loyalty
allegiance, and loyalty
to the same,
to the same,
any ordinance,
any ordinance,
resolution, or law
resolution, or law
of any state
of any state
notwithstanding,
notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform
and that I will and faithfully perform
there we go, all the duties of the office
all the duties of the office
of school trustee
of school trustee,
on which I am about to enter,
of which I am about to enter.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Let me ceremonially welcome you once again, Trustee Mayberry. Okay. All right. Are you available for a picture? You're okay. Come on. Or do we need to call your people? You okay? We can call your people. Let's get a picture. No, that's okay. Go. JJ's gonna get a picture. That way. Oh, Charles, get an even better picture. Just go under for sure. Okay, awesome. Let me get your oath. I can give it to you. Charles, let me get his oath for him. But I've yet to sign. Oh, that's lovely. Adam, you need to sign this too. Let's get you. You are official.
Outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Madam President, trustees, Superintendent McNeil, Council Lombardo. I really appreciate the confidence, the vote of confidence from the board a few weeks ago, and I'm really looking forward to working with you. I know we have a lot of work to do. I just want to introduce my daughters, Aiden and Reagan. Believe it or not, they're twins, and they're freshmen at Spanish Springs High School. In fact, Reagan insisted on wearing her sports medicine shirt. She's in one of the signature.
All right.
She's in one of the signature programs there, and my daughter Aiden is in the graphics arts program there. And we have a wonderful life together, and they are probably the most kindest little women I know. So
yeah. Awesome.
I'm really proud of them, and I also invited a few folks of my extended family that I just want to briefly introduce. I work for, my day job is with the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. There's the City of Reno Fire Department, City of Sparks Fire Department. Truckee Meadows is essentially the county's, the unincorporated county's fire department. So we respond to a lot of medical emergencies and fires and incidents. in unincorporated Washoe County outside the cities in the rural areas. Think Washoe Valley areas as diverse as Sun Valley, Arrow Creek, Palomino Valley, Spanish Springs. Those are all areas that Truckee Metals responds to. And so I have with me Deputy Chief Dale Way. Chief Way and I actually, ironically, grew up together in Las Vegas and graduated the same year of high school, and we're reunited up here in the better part of the state, northern Nevada. And now we're working together, and it's just such a blessing to be working with Chief Way. And his wife, Janice, is with us. She is a former school teacher in Clark County, and their daughter Jill is with us. Another important person in my life is Captain Brittany Lemon. Brittany and I started our tenure with Truckee Metals about the same time, kind of grew up there. And her husband, Sean, is also with us. He's a firefighter and captain for the Sacramento Fire Department. So fire service is very tight-knit, very family-focused. And it's, again, for me, it's a real blessing to be part of that and to have my daughters here. And I appreciate the members of the public and the families and the teachers, our students, really excited to work alongside with all of you. So thank you, Madam President.
You're very welcome. Thank you. All right, for those of you who are, first of all, thank you for everyone who attended, and for those of you who just wanted to be here for the ceremonial swearing in, as we jump into our meeting, I'm going to give you the get out while the getting's good, because we're about to jump in it, so we'll give you an opportunity. Like they said, we're gone, we're out. Thank you so much for being here in support of our new colleague. All righty. Fantastic. Welcome once again. Okay, we're going to go to our roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Jeff Church.
Here.
Adam Mayberry.
Yes.
Ellen Minetto.
Here.
Diane Nicolette here. Joe Rodriguez. Not here. Beth Smith.
Here.
Angela Taylor.
I am here.
And student Victoria Gomez. She's working hard in class.
Thank you very much. And we do have a quorum, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. We know Trustee Rodriguez will not be joining us today. And I know in advance, I'll just go ahead and state this as well, that Trustee Mayberry may have to leave before the end of the meeting, about 6:30 or so. But thank you for making room, because you weren't on the board when those things were arranged, so we appreciate that. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and go with our Pledge of Allegiance, and of course, our new trustee, Trustee Mayberry, I'll ask you if you wouldn't mind leading us in the pledge, sir.
Please join me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, sir. You'll also note that several of your colleagues took pictures to get another side of it as well, so they'll be sending some shots. So thank you for the colleagues that jumped in to do that. Already sent them, and Trustee Church, I think you got some shots as well. And Jay did it as well. That way you can have that captured. And, of course, Charles did as well. Okay, we're going to go to Agenda Item 2.01. These are consent agenda items. And what I'd like to share is we're going to begin to do this just a little bit differently. We will, first of all, let me make this very, very clear. We will have public comment on the consent agenda. So that is not going to change. We need to have public comment on the consent agenda. And I know several of you probably showed up to share some public comments. I know we've gotten quite a few of them in the mail, in particular about the agenda item concerning Incline Village. If you want to hear those agenda items. What we're going to do, however, we've gotten plenty of concerns, myself specifically, from my colleagues, pretty much everybody on the dais here, in particular members of the public, about the length of our meetings. So what we're going to do is this for consent agenda items. Anybody can pull a consent agenda item. That certainly will not change. The difference will be this: if the board has already deliberated that item as a board, right, and then it just takes two trustees, just like it does to get the items on the agenda, or just like it does in parliamentary procedure to reconsider an item. This is to keep us from going in circles. We're not very disciplined, and I'm saying we because all of us, we're not very disciplined. We will go in circles. So this will hopefully prevent us from doing that. But again, only if that's an item that we have already deliberated in public, right? Public meeting. And then certainly I'm going to ask my colleagues, I've done this already in writing, And I want to state for the record, and then encourage you, members of the public, please, for items that you're interested in, please make sure you read the staff report. So many questions are asked and come up that are already shared with us in the staff report. That is public record. So we want to encourage, it's not because I'm thinking there's something there that you need to go get right. That's not, this is an overall statement, okay? Please make sure and read that, because I'm asking my colleagues that we do a better job of limiting ourselves to ask questions that have not already been put on the record. And again, if it's a part of our staff report, it's already been put on the record. And I want to just encourage you to please do that. We want you to know it. It's not to hide it, because it's there, it's on the record. But I know so many, our packets are so big, sometimes it's hard to get to that stuff that's really important. So just zero in on that item or those items that you specifically want more detail, and then dive in. And then we welcome you. Then again, ask us to just be a little more disciplined. We want to get as many things done as we can before we lose our colleague. And we want to make sure that the public can continue to fully participate in our full meeting. And I think with our disciplining ourselves around those things, we can go forward. But again, we want to make it really clear. You can pull anything you want to, colleagues, with that criteria. And even if we have already deliberated, if 2 trustees want to pull it, it's pulled. No problem. It's pulled, meaning it's pulled from the consent agenda, and we'll have a full discussion about it. So I just, again, want to make that very clear. So as we get into the consent agenda, that being said, if there's something on the consent agenda, I'm going to ask our colleagues, based upon those, if you would let me know if there's any item that you want to pull based upon that criteria, or if there are 2 of you that said, hey, I know we've talked about it, but we still want to go a little bit deeper. I'm going to leave that open at this time. And Trustee Church, you've already informed me that there are some items that you would like to have pulled.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'm a bit taken aback. I just found out about this change 20 minutes ago. So I had previously put out to my constituents in Incline that this would be heard. So based on past practice, that was my thought. I'm shocked and dismayed that this is not necessarily the case. I do want to pull, before I get into that, 215 regarding the superintendent payout. I definitely want to pull that. That's been in the news, and that has not been deliberated. And then 219 held with 221. I'd like those heard together. I don't think it would take too long, but those have never been deliberated by the board. And then I had approximately 6 items to pull. In view of that discussion, I've narrowed it down to 1 more.
Okay.
I would ask that at least one of my colleagues would concur. That's the ratification of the Incline Village property sale. We have people here that have come to speak. I have many, many questions. And by the way, most of them are not under public comments. They're under board report or board members at Washoe Schools.
Board member emails.
Yes, emails. I would say well over 100 emails, well over. 2 in favor, many opposed, and many stating they didn't know about the last meeting. This, while we discussed it last time, it's a slightly different contract. Some of these people raised some serious legal issues that I think I need to ask counsel rather than just voting on it again until we address those. So I'm begging that at least one other colleague concur in pulling that, 2.14.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Church. And I will again make it very, very clear that anybody who's come to make public comment on any of these consent agenda items, you will absolutely, we're actually going to take public comment in just a moment on any items that are on the consent agenda. So that will not change. That's the appropriate thing to do at any rate. So. Okay, hearing no concurrence on that, we are going to pull, as requested, a consent agenda item 2.15. These are when we say pull, I mean for individual consideration, right? Not take it off of the agenda. That's 2.15. And then additionally, your request, Trustee Church, is to consider 2.19 as well as 2.21 together?
Yes.
Okay, we'll also do that as well.
And then can we ask the trustees if they concur on 2.14?
I think you have. I think you have asked that. And I haven't seen anyone to jump in on that, sir. Okay, so it will remain on the consent agenda. However, as I said before, it will be, and I want to clarify something as well. What's on the consent agenda is to correct the typo, is not to redeliberate. That's why that's in there, just as that there was a typo. That typo has been clarified. And so that's what really, it's the approval of that typo. Again, this is for the sale of the property, not for the usage of the property. We don't control that. But I do want to have at this time public. You had a comment, trustee?
One quick question. If I want to
Yes, sir.
make public comment, do I need to go to the podium or do I make it from here?
I think typically you make public, I don't know, is there a rule, I think just if you fill out the public comment card, you can do that from your seat. Okay? All right, so we'll do that as well, but why don't we take any other public comment, and then JJ, if there are other, I know there's plenty of other public comments that came in, we're going to read those names as well. Again, just as a review, any public comment that was submitted via email will be made a part of the permanent record for the meeting. So it will be now, it won't get up tomorrow, right, because it takes a minute to get all of that done, but it will be made a part of the permanent record for the meeting, any of those emails that we have received on not just this item, because I know that's of a high amount of interest, but on any item. And then just to make sure, then those names will be read into the record that we receive public comment from those folks, and then the full comment will be available when the official record of the meeting is posted, so that's available for everybody to review as well. Please, JJ.
Jamie Golden for item 2.14.
Welcome, Ms. Golden.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I know you have a busy day ahead of you. My name is Jamie Golden. My sister Christy Thorderson and I have been residents of Incline Village for 49 years and attended Incline Elementary, Middle, and High School. We've been selling real estate in Incline for 30 years and fortunate to be able to raise our families in Incline. Our children also went through the Incline school system as well. We, along with countless local residents, do not feel the purchase of the old elementary school site for a transit hub is the highest and best use for that property. It will only increase traffic congestion coming into Incline and the Tahoe Basin. A majority of summer visitors coming up from the surrounding areas for the day are going to the lake or hiking trails. Once they arrive at the old elementary school site, then what? All 3 beaches in Incline are private, deed restricted, and they will not be within walking distance to any hiking trails. Visitors will have no choice but to get on a bus in order to get to the east shore for public access to the lake and hiking trails, creating a park and ride situation, which TTD said they would not do. This is not a solution to the current traffic congestion issue and will only create more congestion in Incline. The old elementary school site is adjacent to the original village center, high-density residential housing, and single-family homes. There are cars currently parked on the sides of the street on Southwood and Oriole, which is very hazardous. A child was struck by a car this summer and hospitalized. Adding more congestion with vehicles and buses will only make matters worse and negatively impact the community. Have any of the school board trustees visited this site other than Trustee Church, who was the only vote against the sale of TTD? Has TTD completed their due diligence? Has TTD identified other locations for the transit hub as they said they would do? Selling the old elementary school site, a 6.4 acre parcel for $2,350,000 is well below fair market value and not in the best interest of the taxpayers and local residents. Real estate market values have significantly increased over the past several years. There was a recent sale this month of a 2.2 acre commercial parcel at 1054 Tahoe Boulevard, formerly Spitz and Lumber, that sold for $8,250,000. This same property sold earlier this year in February for $6.25. So definitely increase in values. The old elementary school site is adjacent to the original town center of Incline Village that was constructed in 1967. Incline is in desperate need of a new town center which would spur development of the surrounding areas that has been long overdue. We ask that you please reconsider the sale of the old elementary school site and rescind the offer to TTD. This process needs to be more transparent. Please let the residents
I'm
of
sorry, Ms.
Incline
Golden,
be a part.
I'm sorry, your time is up, ma'am. But your
Thank you.
sister's there, if you can, she can finish that.
We ask you to reconsider the sale of the old elementary school site and rescind the offer to TTD. This process needs to be more transparent. Please let the residents of Incline Village be a part of the process in developing the center of our town into something positive for our community that benefits all of Incline residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And I'll just ask if you wouldn't mind filling out a public comment card as well, so we have them both on. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Jean Zambic.
Stanbic, Ms. Stanbic?
And this is for item 2.14.
Okay, Ms. Stanbic? Just pull the mic down a little bit. We can hear you a little better.
Okay.
Awesome. Great. Thank you, ma'am.
I support everything that Mrs. Golden said. And I've also lived there for 40-something years. And I live on Oriole, and I've seen so many things happen. So it's just I support everything that you said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanbic.
Aaron Vanderpool for item 2.14.
JJ, I think you're kind of put all the 2.14s together. Is that the we can? Awesome. Vanderpool, welcome, Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you. All right, I'm here. I haven't prepared this. I've written comments for over a year to everybody. This shouldn't be a surprise that there's so many problems. I've lived in Incline 40 years. I went to that school. This isn't a sentimental thing to me. This is being oppressed at the poorest level of the town. And this is not, I mean, I don't know what to say. I've written as much as I can. I'm just going to stand here for 3 minutes because that's all they give me. I feel like you guys talk to the Tahoe Transportation District a lot, and you talk to the people that are dealing with this, but nobody has talked to the residents. I mean, I'd invite you over to explain all the numerous problems we're faced with, that this just piles on more. I'm here taking time off of work as I do for these things because this is really important. This is affecting me. I mean, I see the problems here every day outside my bedroom windows. I mean, it's in the pictures and stuff I sent you guys, which are just, I took a picture last weekend of what's going on. I'm here to represent the people that can't be here. I mean, we have, like 1,700 people or more on our petition, and I find it really offensive that they say that a lot of those names were fake. I signed it. People I know and work with signed it. And somebody out there we're telling that the petition doesn't matter, and that really hurts me. I support the comments about the prices. I mean, I feel this hurts the school district. It hurts our town. It hurts the county. This isn't for the county even. It's for Incline Village. It's haphazard development. We're having all kinds of people. I mean, I should be having a prepared presentation to really dig into the details of what's going on here. I've worked at the Hyatt for 8 years. There's so many other opportunities to support tourism in town. This is not it. This is affecting the lowest income area of town. We have zoning. This is why we have zoning and planning of public communities, because we have tourist districts, we have commercial districts, we have residents. This brings tourist business all into the lowest income areas. It doesn't make sense to me. I find it amazing that we're at this point, that we're still talking about this. If you just sit down with the communities there and see what's going on, there's overwhelming opposition against this, and we're still going forward with it. So I don't know what more to say. I'm just going to, I mean, you're here as the school board to protect and care about future generations. Well, this is a decision that's not going to be good for future generations, not good for current generations. It's pushing people like me out of the area, creating more commuters, because workforce is being pushed out.
Mr. Vanderpool,
are coming in. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
Judith Miller for item 2.14.
Ms. Miller? Maybe she's up to it. We can come back.
Eric Sesma for item 2.14.
Is that right, sir? Sesna?
Sesma. S-E-S-M-A.
Sesma. Sir, I'm sorry. You'll have to keep your mask on while you speak, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to echo the sentiments of the people that have spoken before me in regards to this matter. I, too, am here to represent my family. My brother and I live adjacent to the property as well. My other family has been in town there for 30-plus years, business owners, and in an effort to help our community by making these decisions in almost the dead of night, 3 days ahead of time, having a in-person meeting today at noon on a holiday weekend, holiday week, seems preposterous, and it doesn't shock me that there's only maybe a handful of us here to speak on this matter. With that said, I'd like to speak towards the cost of the land, reiterate what the Goldens had said, and for a school district that typically is short of funds, it's very surprising that you're only selling it for that amount. In addition, what we know about transportation hubs, bus stops, items like these, it creates more crime. We've already have an influx of people. We already have an influx of crime. Just recently, we've had a bank robbery and a holdup right next door to this property. In addition, as far as the crime, drug trafficking, human trafficking, just to name a few. And for here in Reno, you guys know about that very well, knowing that the 80 interstate is a corridor for that. So really, the last place a transportation hub should be is in a residential area or neighborhood, and that's pretty much smack dab in the middle, as close as you can get, where you guys are proposing to sell this property to TTD. Because of the influx, the increase in prices, seems like housing for local workforce is a better use of this land and this property. So I just would like to reiterate that I strongly disagree with the ratification of this sale, and thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Sesma.
John Eppolito for item 2.14.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I was a little bit surprised that Trustee Nicolette didn't stick with Trustee Church on that. You're supposed to be representing us, Trustee Nicolette, people that live in Incline Village. I know last time the board voted on it, you never said one word. Makes me think you're really not representing us. What Jamie Golden said, I pretty much agree with everything that she said. Mr. I think it's Vanderpool, he almost said it. The location of this transportation hub, we have exactly one apartment complex in Incline Village. This proposed transportation hub is right across the street from the only apartment complex we have. This is probably one of the worst places to put it if you're concerned about kids getting hit by buses or they don't have a place to play as it is. The price is very low. You guys talked about that last time, and I believe it was President Taylor wasn't too concerned about selling it for under market. That property would sell for a lot more. I also am a real estate broker in Incline Village. I did not have time to do a market analysis of it, but it's worth a lot more than what you're selling it for. Is Carl Hasty here from the TTD? Carl Hasty? Oh, good, because I don't want to talk behind your back. I'm glad you're here. Last meeting, Trustee Church asked Carl Hasty what the people in Incline Village thought about it, and Carl made it sound like he had no idea. He didn't know if people were against it or not. That is not true, and Carl knows it. He knows it just as sure as he's sitting there. I'm glad he's here right now. Here's the petition. 1,800 people signed the petition. Carl knows about this. He basically misled you people, so I think you need to start over with this. That's one of the worst places to put this transportation hub in town. It should be right on the highway. I probably have a little more, but I don't know. I didn't write anything down. This is the petition, and some of the people who signed it, one of the people who signed it is a developer. He'll pay more for it, he says right in here, than the 2.35. You guys are making a lot of mistakes, and you really should be speaking up, Trustee Nicolette. I'm disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
You're welcome.
Jeff Church.
Thank you. I'll make my comments from here if that's okay.
Please.
Yeah, I'm disappointed this is not an item for discussion, but I have in front of me the petition. Every time I hit reload, it has more. We're up to 2,075 people that are opposed to this sale. That's a lot for Incline Village, 2075. But our issue is not to discuss whether the hub's a good thing or not. We're discussing selling valuable school district property that we could use for future purposes, such as teacher housing, staff housing. What with growth, if we need another educational facility up there or overflow, we're giving it away. And probably really importantly, if this was a discussion item, we had a lengthy email from one person. I don't know if they're an attorney. They cited a number of Nevada revised statutes. They cited Nevada revised statute 381, 512, as well as others. They allege that we need a current appraisal. The appraisal was April of 2019. I don't want to get us sued. I'm trying to avoid litigation. But without a current appraisal, we may or may not be in violation of that Nevada revised statute or others. They also stated that in the contract, we stated we had no knowledge of any issues on the property when in fact we've been noticed about asbestos, possibly an underground tank. And if we put in the contract and we sign it, we don't know about any problems. No, there's no problems there. And in fact, there are. I think that would be a serious legal issue, and I'm trying to avoid that. The future use of that property is so valuable. And number one, if we sold it, we could get much more. But even if it goes to TTD, I'd like to see us pull back for a minute, renegotiate that we might keep some acreage on there for staff housing. How do you get down the hill when it's snowing and you're a teacher? What if you want to stay late for a football game and now it's midnight and you have to drive down the hill and be back the next morning? There's so many uses for that property. I've talked to the principals up there. We're losing staff because they can't afford to live there and they just hate that commute. When I lived at Incline, I had days I had to go through Truckee to get back to Reno because 431 was closed. I couldn't even go through Carson. But either way, you're adding hours to the trip. It's almost impossible. Once this is gone, it's gone. I realize this is consent, but those Nevada revised statute, those legal issues should be paramount. And so I've said what I can say, and I sincerely apologize to the people that came here that I told this was not going to be on the consent. I just found out about the change about a half hour ago. Thank you very much, and again, I apologize.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Something I do think I would like to do is I want to correct your record just on a couple of things. When this item has been, it was properly noticed. It was implied that the first time when this was voted on, actually this was approved 2 weeks ago. The notice, it was properly noticed. So I want to make sure it's very clear. There's no open meeting law violation. It was absolutely properly noticed. And I think that as Trustee Church and many of you have said, it's this item that the board approved 2 weeks ago and is being asked to correct the typo, which is actually pointed out by Trustee Church at the last meeting, I believe. I believe that's when it's brought to our attention. At the last meeting, I believe, is a decision to correct the typo. Again, this is about the sale, not about the usage. Finally, I would say that TDT has made it clear that they're still deliberating on what their decision is and how to use the property. And, we certainly expect to continue to be involved in those conversations. Again, just wanted to correct those items on the record for our trustees and then bring it back here. That's all of the public comment we have. We do have more public. That's just all we have on this item.
Nope, we have more.
Oh, we have more. I'm sorry. I just assumed because I knew he put his card in last. My mistake. Please, we want to hear from everyone.
Stephen Bach for item 2.14.
Bach. Welcome, Mr. Bach.
Close enough. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry if I messed it up. Son.
No, that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Steve Bauck. I've been a resident of Incline for about a decade now. And I would ask the board to reconsider the approval of 2.14. I think that, as a board, you have a responsibility to do what is best for the school district and for the taxpayers. I do not think that selling the property at under market value is in the best interests of either. And so I concur with many of the comments that the Goldens made. I also personally believe it's a very poor location for the facility that's proposed. And I am a signer of the petition. I have emailed the board, and I think that the board should really consider what its responsibilities are to its stakeholders. So that's it, short and brief, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Balk.
Jessica Schoenkleinst.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to help me with your last name, ma'am.
No problem. Jessica Shaindienst.
I'm sorry.
So good morning
Good
or
morning.
good afternoon,
Good
I
afternoon.
should say.
Welcome.
I also live in Incline Village. I'm here in support of the sale of 771 Southwood to the Tahoe Transportation District. This blighted property has sat vacant in Incline Village for over a decade. And I'm excited to see another public agency propose something in Incline Village for this piece of property when it has sat vacant for so long. So my friends and I would like to see that this parcel is redeveloped for public use, creating an opportunity for a mobility hub or something else in Incline Village for the benefits of locals and visitors alike, those locals and visitors that Lake Tahoe relies on. While the future of the mobility hub is not certain, the old elementary school is an excellent location with good access to roads and high-density housing. Please ratify this purchase. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to say Miss Jessica because I couldn't get there on your last name. I'm sorry.
Carl Hasty for item 2.14.
Welcome, Mr. Hastings.
Good afternoon. Carl Hasty, I'm a district manager for the Tahoe Transportation District. So just wanted to take a few moments to make the commenters aware of some information that may be useful to you. There's a website, inclinevillagemobilityhub.org. It has a series of over 80 questions that we got out of the town halls, the virtual town halls we did earlier in the year. So there's a lot of information there available to you. I'd also like to stress to the board and to the commenters a lot of passion, a lot of interest, which is a good thing in terms of engaging a community. This is the beginning of a process, not the end. We don't have a project yet. We're going to be very engaged with the community about the project. That includes the site assessment for this location as well as other potential locations in the Incline Village area, and also engaging the community about kind of a co-location concept. What does the community need? As I mentioned to you last time I was here, Washoe County itself, community development, is starting a planning process there, a more detailed planning process, looking at the mobility needs of Incline Village, and we'll be working closely with them to integrate any solutions there and work together on that. So I just wanted to share that with you and the commenters today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Hastings.
Mike Barnes for agenda item 2.17.
So that's it on 2.14 then? JJ, okay. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Barnes.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy that Board Policy 5105 will remain consistent with Administrative Regulation 5106 in regards to uniform cost. Once the administration regulation is changed to not allow the sale of uniforms for fundraising opportunities, all uniforms, including regular uniforms, band uniforms, athletic uniforms, and PE uniforms, will be sold at the actual cost, and profiting from the sale of uniforms will not be tolerated. So thank you. Speaking of PE uniforms, I would like to commend Reed High School for selling PE uniforms, including a shirt and shorts, for only $10. If any grant writers helped offset the cost of these PE uniforms, great job. The same goes for North Valley's High School, Galena High School, and Spanish Springs High School. These schools, and possibly Hug Sparks and Wooster, I'm not sure, are prioritizing families over profits. I can't say the same for a few schools in Clark County. For example, Chaparral High School sells PE uniforms for $25 each. The general standard seems to be $20, and almost all high schools in both Washoe County and Clark County use the same distributor for their uniforms, a company called Team Express, through a web store organized by another company called Active Network. Why is Chaparral, a school which received $832,000 of Title I funds last year, selling their uniforms at a profit? No other high school using Team Express sells uniforms at this price. The Nevada State Board of Education should make a rule not allowing schools to profit on mandatory school supplies, especially Title I schools like Chaparral. If anybody in this room has any connections to Chaparral High School whatsoever, please let them know what is happening so this issue can be addressed and rectified immediately. Is the Washoe County School District going to fight for families, including staff families like Reed High School, or fight for money like Chaparral High School? On another note, I began dealing with Board Policy 5105 on August 18th, 2017. Exactly 51 months and 5 days later is today, November 23rd, 2021. And if you Google 5105 number meaning, it says, things will begin to make sense soon. Trust in divine timing. So that is what I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
The board also received emails from Mary Ann Drescher for item 2.14, Deborah Nichols for 2.14, and Valerie Fianacca for 2.12, 2.16, and 2.18.
Thank you very much. That's all of our public comments. So I'll bring it back here to the board. And just as a reminder, the board is considering consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.14, 2.16 through 2.18, 2.2 and 2.20. Yeah, that's it. And 2.20. That's what we're considering because the other items, 2.15, 2.19, and 2.21 have been pulled for individual consideration.
Hi.
Yes, Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. Just to double check, 2.08 is not pulled, or is that?
It has not been
It
pulled.
has not been pulled. And in seeing that it has not been pulled, I have a disclosure to read on that one.
Okay, please.
Would I do that now?
That would be the appropriate.
Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So I am disclosing that as a part of the Nevada Association of School Board meetings, Don Echeverry, a Story County WEA member, was assigned as my mentor. Under NRS 281A4203, I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would be affected by this commitment in a private capacity. So I am therefore disclosing this commitment in a private capacity, but I do plan on voting.
Thank you very much, Trustee Smith. It's appropriate for that disclosure. Any other comments on those, again, considering the consent agenda items as read, and we'll go back and take those individual items as requested. Okay, seeing none, looking for a motion if that is the pleasure of the board. I see you leaning in, Trustee. No, okay. Vice President Manetto?
All right. I move that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda items 202 through 214, 216, hang on, through 218, and 2.20. Did I get that?
Okay, there's a, yes, I'm following on. Yes, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I see you leaning in, Trustee Mayberry. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show that we're down one, so it is 5-1. And I would just again thank all of the citizens from Incline Village who came down and shared your concerns. We all heard a commitment from TTD here, and let's all continue to stay involved. Okay? All right, moving forward, looking for now 2.15. We're going to ask staff who is here for that item to go ahead and come forward and ask Trustee Church. I know you have some questions on this that you'd like to ask of staff. Well, let's wait for staff to get into position at this point. 2.15, who is that? Oh, I think that, is that, I might be staff on that, huh? Oh, I'm not staff, but yeah. Let's have a discussion. Actually, you want to just go right to questions in Trustee Church?
Sure. My understanding.
I'm sorry. It's about the superintendent's contract. That's why it comes back to the board. Please go ahead.
So this is a, if I read it right, $80,000 payout to the superintendent upon her planned departure for unused sick time, which we don't know exactly what that unused sick time will be in a few months, but I guess it's an estimate. If I read the contract, and I think my question's mainly for legal, the contract would seem to supersede any kind of employee handbook. I don't know if the trustees ever voted on the employee handbook, if the discussion made clear that the employee handbook didn't apply to the superintendent. I don't really care about past practice. What I care about is compliance with the contract. And unless legal can say that we have a legal obligation to pay this, I just don't see giving away taxpayer money that's not in the contract. So I think that pretty well sums up my position.
What's that question for legal, please, sir?
Are we legally obligated to pay the $80,000 based on any legal issues?
I think I can take that one. You emailed that question to me, and I responded and said, no, it is not a legal obligation. I can certainly say that. What I will say, just because, again, this is a board item, what I will say is that typical of a state employee is when you leave, you get a sick leave payout. I think everybody at this table who's been a state employee, and if I may, Trustee Church, yourself, myself, Trustee Nicolette, Trustee Minetto, and well, you haven't left yet, right? And Trustee Mayberry have all been state employees, and that's so it's not unusual from that standpoint. I would also say that in conversations regarding this, when you have a history of 30 years, you're going to have a lot of sick days. Really, I mean that's when you look at it, there's a lot of sick days to be developed. Now, granted, we want to encourage our staff members to take time off because that's important for them to do that. However, a buyout, and I would guess any former state employee not get a buyout for their unused sick leave?
I didn't get a dime.
Okay, well, I think for the majority of us, it did. That was bad union play, I would guess.
I did not get sick leave, but annual leave.
Annual leave, right, annual leave. Okay, I guess I should say sick or annual, right, because that's what I got was annual as well. And that's typical. I would say, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trustee Church, you brought up the manual, right, which the contract absolutely supersedes all of that. The manual is a manual for standard operating procedures for the leadership team. And I think it's important because in the past, there have been times when the superintendent has had benefits or whatnot that have been beyond that of leadership team members, and providing this and putting together this contract, agreeing upon this contract as trustees, and actually, and really to give the superintendent some kudos, was very adamant about some things being consistent with leadership team members as opposed to being beyond that of what leadership team members are entitled to. And leadership team members at this point are entitled to 25% payout. The final thing I will say is the only reason this is here, it is typically in the superintendent's contract, by the way. The only reason that it is here is that there was a change so that if the superintendent leaves under less than desirable circumstances, then the board doesn't have to do that payout. But in this case, of course, there's a retirement. And that is not the case. Otherwise, it has been, and I know you said you don't care about past practice. I do think precedent is important, especially as is in alignment with what has been done in the past. So that's the background information that might be helpful for those, because I think myself and Ellen were only trustees who were here when Superintendent McNeil was hired and signed the contract. Trustee Church?
Yeah. So I do clarification, and this could sway my vote.
Okay.
When the superintendent took over, she'd been an employee of the school district for some 28 years.
20-some years,
And she do we know how much sick leave she'd accumulated? And she never got paid for that, so that rolled over into her current superintendent? Is that the way I understand it?
That is. When you remain an employee of the system, your sick leave, it goes with you.
And had she not become superintendent, had she remained in her previous position, under contract, she would be entitled to all of that sick time.
25%.
25%.
Based upon the manual that you mentioned. Yes, because she was a leadership team member, has been for quite some time, and leadership team members are entitled to 25%.
Oh, so that is an important thing that was in my brain and I forgot to bring it up. So she earned that time
Over the 30 years.
Over the 30 years. Had she remained in her position, she would have continued to earn it and been eligible for the 25% buyout. Only because of volunteering to take the superintendent position did that not occur.
Correct.
But, yeah,
If
thank
I
you.
hear your question correctly.
Yeah,
that's
I think
correct.
I've got it. Thank you. And just for the audience, too, to understand.
Okay. Other questions? I mean, this is an important item, so other questions, we certainly want to answer them. Okay, I do think it's important, those last questions that you pointed out, Trustee Church. And others, any other questions? Important, yes, Trustee Smith?
I just have one thing to add for the public feedback we've gotten. I really appreciate this conversation as well, too. It's very enlightening. It's not necessarily related to the sick time, but it is related to the commitment that Superintendent McNeil has shown this district from classroom all the way up to the CEO of our district. And I do also want to point out that in her first year when she was hired as the superintendent, she actually gave back $30,000 of her salary to cover district revenue shortfalls. So I do feel that in the larger picture of this, that type of dedication to our district should be pointed out.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. I will also note she doesn't do this with a lot of fanfare, but she is giving back $30,000 every year.
That I did not know, and thank
Yeah,
you so much for sharing that.
Yeah, that's been, and since she's been in, so that's, I guess that should be that. So that's important to know as well. She does it with little to no fanfare. I mean,
Very little fanfare because I would have mentioned that, so thank you so much.
that was
I
a
appreciate
year,
that.
right, of that you continue to,
It was the 1 year when I became.
when you became the, yep.
Superintendent.
And
I would give back
there wouldn't be, right.
30,000.
And there's not another year. But you also made this last year, too. To Ben, so. Anyway, she does it without fanfare, bottom line. So we do have some public comment, so let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, we have other.
Well, I was going to say, on that note, I was going to make a motion, but if we need public
Okay,
comment
let's hear
first,
public comment first on that, and then I'll turn right back to you, Trustee Mayberry, for the motion.
The board received emails from Joe Morabito and Valerie Fianacca on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves a payout of 25% of Dr. Kristen McNeil's unused sick days upon retirement, consistent with the Leadership Team Handbook and contract payoff procedures for other leadership team members, as well as previous superintendents. Is that appropriate?
Thank you very much. Trustee Mayberry, there's a motion on the floor, so you're allowed on
Second.
Trustee Smith, second. Okay, we've had all discussion. We've done public comment. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous, which is 6-0. Then we're going to jump down to, we're going to take these together as your request, right, Trustee Church? 2.19 and 2.21? Yes. Okay, we're going to consider consent agenda items 2.19 and 2.21. These are, this is preliminary approval of policies. Just as a reminder, should these two policies get approved today by the board, they will go off for a 13-day public comment period and then come back to the board for final approval. So, Trustee Church, you have questions, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Let's get your mic on, too.
Trying to pull up my notes here, but I can pretty well do it from memory. Under these have not been heard before by the board. They were heard by the policy committee, and I did vote no on 2.20, I believe, 2.19 rather, the drug policy, controlled substance. Under the 2.19, and this is why I wanted to hear them together, towards the end it talks about substance abuse being one of the major factors involved in suicides. Very, very serious matter that almost everybody probably knows somebody that's been impacted by that sometime in their life. And because of the seriousness of the scourge of drug abuse as well as suicide, that's why I wanted to put these up for discussion. And my discussion focuses mainly on 2.19, as I won't beat a dead horse, but as reiterated in the policy meeting, nothing in that policy discusses drug testing. I'm a fan of some form of voluntary, probable cause, reasonable cause drug testing. You know, with parent consent, something. It needs to be in the policy. We manage from the 30,000 foot level, but without having that in the policy, it shows, in my opinion, our lack of commitment to drug testing. Now, that degree of drug testing might be in a regulation, but I feel strongly that the issue of drug testing should be discussed and included in 2.19. I can't say it. I'm beating a dead horse. I think I've said it enough, but I just feel very, very strongly about this, and I appreciate you folks taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith?
Oh, I was just saying that, thank you very much, President Taylor. Trustee Church, you definitely have my attention on that. I know we've got staff in front of us. Is there a specific suggestion about where we would put that, just so that I can, like, dial into, because you definitely have my attention with that point. I'm wondering where you would put it, or maybe staff will offer some insight on that. I don't want to assume, but I was just wondering, where would you see that here?
I think logically, again, I'm not an expert on writing policy. It would probably be a new section because it's a whole different thing than a definition or just saying we're opposed to it. It would probably be a entirely new section in the policy.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. I guess I'll look to staff for your thoughts on that, and then we'll bring it back. If there's a motion on the floor, we can go ahead and move it forward. Oh, we do. Oh, I'm sorry. Before you do, staff, we do have public comment, so why don't we take that?
The board received an email from Valerie Fianacca.
Thank you very much.
President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, thank you very much. Chief Strategy Officer Paul LaMarca for the record. I will defer to Catherine Loudon, our counseling coordinator, and I will make some comments myself as appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you.
President Taylor and Superintendent McNeil and members of the Board of Trustees. For the record, my name is Catherine Loudon, and I coordinate our school counseling and social work program. Under that is also substance misuse, and I will let you all know that I did watch the board policy meeting and was able to see Eric Olson and Dr. LaMarca present on this, so I am aware of what was in that policy meeting. As you pointed out, Mr. Trustee Church, in that meeting, Washoe County School District works together with Join Together Northern Nevada on the Comprehensive Community Prevention Plan, similar to how we work with the State of Nevada Office of Suicide Prevention on our suicide plan. In that plan, there are identified risk and protective factors, and yes, there are often a relationship between risk and protective factors and lots of other things that we as a community come together and identify. And there are multiple law enforcement agencies and hospitals and youth serving organizations that help develop the Comprehensive Community Prevention Plan. And they use data such as the Youth Risk Behavioral Survey, which was the CDC and State of Nevada survey, but in conjunction with other surveys to come up with that information. And the strategies that we as a district are using to address substance misuse, what was clear to me from watching the policy meeting is that maybe as trustees you're not aware of all of those things or all of the programs or all of the relationships or what we have, what's already in place. So student drug testing is something that they talk about across the nation as a peer pressure refusal strategy, as well as some way to engage in early identification and referral of students who have substance misuse issues. In our community, we do partner with parents through school police to provide them with information if parents want to engage in student drug testing. But as the Comprehensive Community Prevention Plan mentions, it's important to address the assessment, capacity, planning, implementation, and evaluation of an item. And our district at this time is working on the identified risk and protective factors in that plan. And one of the things that we're doing is collaborating with our community on exploring screening, brief intervention, referral, and treatment so that we can actually, or an SBIRT program, so that we can actually help our students connect to resources rather than identify them. And so that's the reason why our staff and the stakeholders that we collaborated with on the development and revision of this policy did not include drug testing in it. For all of those reasons that I mentioned to you just now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Loudon. Trustee Church?
Sure. I heard what you said, but I didn't hear any reason why we wouldn't put that in the policy. I am looking at a Washoe County chart that was given out, and I think it's via that JTNN group, but it lists marijuana use, just marijuana use, 2019, and I'm trying to pull it up. Give me a second here. I'm having a hard time. Well, my mouse doesn't want to work. Almost. 27.4% of high school students admitted to marijuana use in the last 30 days. That's admitted. I speculate it's probably double that, or at least 30% more than that. There's also a chart from the Washoe County School District survey of teachers in high school that over 50% say that drug use is a moderate or major problem in the Washoe County School District. Over 50% of staff responding. Are you familiar? And am I correct on that chart? I'll make sure I'm not. If you're familiar with that, or if I'm wrong, stop me. And the previous chart, the 27.4, that's marijuana. So now you throw in methamphetamine, heroin, cocaine, opioids, which are a major, major problem, and it's even more than that. So again, I can't emphasize enough that we put this in the policy to enable, not require, but to enable the superintendent and staff to implement drug testing if it becomes, if it is an issue that we feel we should, rather than just ignoring it.
One thing I will say, thank you, Trustee Church, and one thing I think is really important to note for the record is that 27% over the 30 days is marijuana use. I don't think it's fair to say, hey, it's probably double that. I think that's conjecture. I really think that's going out there. That there's no, and it's important for us from this dais to deal with what we know to be true. So I'm concerned about that. And then we did have some commentary on 50% of teachers say that they're concerned, and I think that's certainly valid. I think that certainly we should all be concerned about that as well. But what's important for me, I think for us as trustees, all of us, right? Certainly to express our concerns. I think they're valid concerns, Trustee Church. I think we're all concerned about that of our students. But for us to do conjecture and say the numbers at least doubled and so on, I don't think that's fair to do. I don't think that's accurate to do. But I do think it's important to say, hey, this is a concern, and I certainly think we all share that. Vice President Manetto?
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I have a question for you, Trustee Church. So if we test a kid, he tests positive, then what? I mean, to what end is my question? We then refer to the parents, which we're already doing, right? I mean, I don't know where this is. Show me.
That's a great question. I love it. That would be a question that would be addressed in regulation, but the whole idea is to help the kids, not to arrest them or anything like that, is to get help for substance abuse. And first of all, if a kid knows that they may get tested, that may be the incentive they need to not do drugs. We know when you're on opioids or marijuana, you can't study, your brain doesn't function right. And so the purpose would be to get help. And that's exactly what Ms. Loudon talked about, was all the different avenues of getting help within the community. But if we don't put it in there to enable the staff and superintendent to enact regulations, if appropriate, then we've given up that option.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. LaMarca?
Thank you for the opportunity. Building on the last comment Trustee Church said, I don't think that drug testing should be described in policy. I think if we're provided direction through the superintendent to explore this as a remedy, to explore this as a screening tool, we will do that work and we can bring it back to you. And perhaps it does find its way into a regulation. I'd have lots of questions. I'd want to know what we do with the information. I don't have expert knowledge, but I do think I am aware that different drugs stay in your system for different periods of time. So if a student tested positive for THC, was that 30 days ago, or was it 12 days ago, or was it this morning before they came in and took the test? And how would we know, and what would we do about it? As we did indicate last meeting, and I think these policies are tied together, I appreciate that. Oftentimes, substance use is a coping strategy, and we do need to address it. Ms. Loudon talked about Esprit, which is a screening tool. that could be used at the high school level, similar to how we screen for suicide at the middle school level. And again, this would be toward the end I think Trustee Church is seeking, and that is support for students who are showing signs of substance use. But we would need to know who's paying. We would need to know where this fits sort of in our in kind of our quiver of tools. And so I think it would be premature to put it into policy at this juncture. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. Ms. Loud, and then we'll go to Dr. Nicolette.
Yes, again, for the record, this is Catherine Loudon. I would agree with Dr. Lamarca. I think that, and you know, our district does have some experience with random student drug testing with athletes. I was in a similar role in Washoe County School District at that time, so I have some experience with that, and it's pretty extensive. Student drug testing, like student screening, whether we're talking about suicide or substance misuse, requires active parent permission. And so we would need active parent permission to engage in any student screening for drug testing or for substance misuse. And so given the nature of the SBIRT and the goals of the SBIRT, we could promote SBIRT in a similar way that we promote the Signs of Suicide screening tool for active parent permission to yield the level of results that I know that you, Trustee Church, and the remainder of the trustees are hoping to see with our students. So I would just like to echo what Dr. Lamarca says in that vein.
Thank you, Ms. Loudon. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. Dr. Lamarca, what you said makes sense to me. That really spoke to me because I was kind of going back and forth there. I do believe that we need to do more work on if we have something in a policy, what that would mean. And this is just a thought. It's not even a request. It's because it's not up to me. We have what I think to be a very seasoned and hardworking Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. Maybe they could look into this because we do have data. You do have data and experience, and it might be a mechanism for moving the thoughts forward.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Just for the record, I found that chart. It's described as Figure 50, teachers and staff that perceive substance use among high school students to be moderately or very common, Washoe County, 2014 to 2020, and it ticks just over 50% for 2020, and it's a very significant uptick from previous. That said, it does say Washoe County. We had some discussion. I don't know if that meant strictly Washoe County School District or if that includes charter schools. I'll have to be undecided on that. That said, I think we've had some great discussion, and I might just throw out, and this is not a motion, this is just discussion, that this does go out and it comes back to us, that in addition to sending it out, we might ask the superintendent to research the issue of drug testing as a possibility, and then come back to us so that we can have a further discussion, because we've had, I'm seeing the legal light on.
Right.
That's not.
That's outside of the.
Yeah.
That's outside of the scope of the, like asking the superintendent. That's what I'm getting.
If you want to bring so a single trustee cannot make a request, so you need to put it on the agenda. This item does not contemplate directing the superintendent to go do research on this. This is merely about the policy. Whatever the number is.
Right. It doesn't mention drug testing, and it needs to be clear.
So he's saying the board could not make that?
Not at this point. I mean, it could come back as an agenda item, but this agenda item doesn't say the board's going to consider drug testing. Am I paraphrasing that in a way?
So the board
okay.
So this item we either have to send out or not send out. We can't amend it to ask for research on drug testing before it comes back. Is that what I'm hearing?
I guess what I'm hearing is drug testing as an option was not included in this. It doesn't mean that couldn't come back, but it has to come up as its own agenda item.
Again, not that we would put drug testing in here, but that we would, because this is the first time the board's heard this.
Yeah, yep, it hasn't gone out for public comment yet.
That we would ask for research. And again, the board may not even approve that, but we couldn't even motion that?
What I'm hearing is no. It's on that because it's not included it's not spelled out in the agenda item that's something that could happen. And the agenda items need to make it clear to the public that this is what the board is going to be deliberating and considering. That's what I'm getting, correct? Okay.
Thank you,
Trustee
President.
Smith? Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. So just a point of clarification, newer trustee, not the newest, but newer. I like Clerk Nicolette's observation about the safe and healthy schools. I understand the process of 2 trustees, an agendized item. I've got all that. But I like this idea. So would it also be a similar back-end administrative request if we requested of the safe and healthy schools to at some point in their committee work to explore this? I know that's different than being agendized because this is one of the reasons why we have these committees. So I am curious, is the board able to provide direction through to committees for them to explore certain topics?
Let's look to legal for that.
Not without an agenda item.
That too will require an agenda item. Which makes sense. That will be consistent.
Okay, thank you.
We do have some public comment on this, so why don't we get it at this point, and then we'll bring it back to the board. Oh, please, let's right before you call that, Council.
It should be noted that.
Can you get in the mic?
It should be noted that it's a small minority in the country that do random drug testing of all students, and it creates huge civil rights issues. So this is not something to be taken lightly. It can be done, but it's not something that can be done overnight. And so I would just caution not approving a policy. This is something that's going to take significant legal research to get it correct. You have issues on who decides what's reasonable cause, who decides what's probable cause, which is a criminal term, so that can only be a law enforcement officer. You have to decide what's the discipline, if there's discipline. Is it confidential? Is it not confidential? Is it a FERPA record? Is it a student, which means is it a student record and therefore FERPA applies? This is huge. This is not something to be taken lightly.
Thank you, Council.
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, welcome back, sir.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. And on the suicide testing, I heard a little bit. What I didn't hear, which is probably more relevant, the suicide testing that third-party vendors do in school without parental consent, like Kahoot a few years ago. That suicide test that was out there on this app that was used in our schools, it was an overseas app, and they were selling the data to somebody else. So there was a 3-question test on Kahoot titled, "Should I Kill Myself?" We have no idea how many Washoe County School District students took that test, and we have no idea who that data was sold to. To me, that's the kind of thing we should be trying to find out. It's always like the most important stuff is left off. One kid took that test while at school and killed himself the next day. Now, that was a Bishop Minogue student. After that suicide, it took a year for you guys, whoever was here at the time, to get Kahoot out of our schools. That's the kind of stuff we should be talking about, and it always gets ignored.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. That's all on public comment. Okay. All right, so we'll bring this once again back to the Trustee Church.
It's almost humorous. I'm one of the veterans. I've been on 11 months, and I don't quite understand open meeting law as it relates to some of the narrowly focused things. If we send this out to public comment, which is, I guess, what the action item's about, and then the public comment comes back, and let's say we say, yeah, boy, there's a lot of comments about drug testing. We need to review this. How does that happen within the framework of open meeting law?
Thank you, Trustee Church. Let's ask counsel.
It's not an open meeting law issue. It's not an open meeting law issue.
So it wouldn't be, so if the comments come back, that and let's just say get straight. How do we respond to something that the comeback on the comments that's not included in the agenda item? That's what you're asking, correct?
It could be something as simple as grammar.
Just anything, something that's not included in the agenda item is your question. Yes.
Well, those comments would be specific to the policy itself. If it's not relevant to the policy, then you couldn't consider it, and when the item came back the second time around, you as a board could take action to reconsider the entire policy, to recognize what the public comments were, and then you'd have to go back to board policy committee. That's written in our board policy, and I can't remember if it's 9100 or 9070. It's one of the two.
But that makes sense.
Right.
So it would be, the board could then say, and Trustee Church, in answer to your question, the board could say, oh, hey, we got these comments, we need to consider this, let's send it back to policy. Okay, paraphrase, and that got us there. Okay, all right, so now bringing it right back here, we're looking at consent agenda items 2.19 and 2.21. Trustee Smith?
I'd like to make a motion
Okay,
that
please.
the board accept 2.19 and 2.21 as written and move both to the public comment period.
Thank you very much. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice President Manetto. We've had discussion. All those in favor? Well, we're on discussion. Would you like more? Your mic's off.
I'm going to vote yes, but with the understanding that public comment.
Okay, which is what the motion is. So, all right. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much, staff. Thank you for being here. We're going to get into agenda item 3. Why don't we take a quick 10-minute break, because this is a pretty heavy agenda item, and we can do that because we're looking at firms to consider our superintendent search. So 10 minutes and we'll be back. Method?
Nope, I will stick to the schedule that we have in place, and then we'll get that gentleman to his plane on time.
Okay, that works. Everybody that works here, we have people. Okay.
Awesome.
Let's
Thank
go
you
ahead and
very
do it.
much.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Taylor,
Mhm.
and Board of Trustees. I'm Katie DeLone, Human Resource Manager of Talent.
Sorry, jumping just, each of us, we did get some notes before us, just as a reminder for everyone. We all got some notes so we can write comments on and whatnot for this.
Perfect.
And then remember, everything we take notes on, this can also be public record, so we have one set for each of the 4.
We've done
Okay,
this before.
please go right ahead. Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
Dr. Taylor.
You're welcome.
Katie DeLone, Human Resource Manager, Talent Acquisition, pinch hitting for Emily Ellison, my Chief of HR. However, she is on the phone with me or can be reached out to if needed. So just a little bit of a recap of where we are in this process so far. NRS 332.115 that allows the district to procure professional services without the use of a formal competitive bidding process that is required with other types of commodities. And at the October 25th meeting, the trustees took action to approve a solicitation to be utilized to generate proposals for the completion of the superintendent search work. 35 vendors were contacted, and those vendors were identified as being potential providers of this service based on Google searches and previous superintendent searches. From those 35, 4 proposals were received. All of those firms wish to support the entire superintendent search process in its entirety. The proposals are included in the board materials. 3 of the 4 providers submitted proposals at the last superintendent search, and since that previous search, there does not appear to be any major changes since the last review of their references. We are working through the process of verifying the new proposer, and that is GR Recruiting. I know Emily's working on verifying those references. And then so far, no red flags in any of the provided references for the proposers have been identified. We also did online searches regarding those references and reviews. So expected results, more good than bad. However, the larger the firm, the more likely there was a chance that they had a negative review. However, the negative reports were 8 to 10 years ago, and that those that did have a negative report, several of those proposers did submit those districts as a reference as well. So Just a little bit of what to expect today. We are a bit on a time crunch with one of our presenters needing to catch a plane. We have a mix of in-person and virtual presentations. As you probably remember, the timeline for the search is quite tight, so presenters didn't have a whole lot of turnaround time for travel plans, but our amazing Liz, JJ, and John are working to get folks all scheduled and ready to present on time. After their presentation time, each presenter will go back into either the physical waiting room or the virtual waiting room so that they can be available for any follow-up questions at the end of the presentations. And again, because we're on a very tight timeline, we will be setting the presentation timer, so presenters and trustees are asked to remain mindful of the allotted time. I'll also help to monitor and keep us on track. Again, we've provided that note taker that is not required to use. However, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, any notes that you do take will need to be collected at the end of the presentations for the search records. And also on that note taker, you don't have to ask every question that's listed. It's just items to keep in mind as the presenters are going through their information. Each presenter's been allotted 30 minutes for the presentation and questions. Given those time limitations, they've been encouraged to provide an overview of the service and then leave time at the end of their presentation for Q&A. And again, this item is to determine whether or not the board would like to move forward in utilizing one or more firms in support of the superintendent search work and authorize staff to negotiate a contract or contracts accordingly. Information available from the Council of Great City Schools and in reports from other recent superintendent searches around the country indicate that the average superintendent search process costs between $60,000 and $120,000. With this information in mind, there was some variation in cost structures between the proposers. So the approach we took to setting the contract maximum for this item was cost plus expenses for the highest proposed amount, and that is by no means an indication that the district is obligated to spend that maximum amount. Based on whatever decision is made here today, Emily will work closely with purchasing to negotiate a contract amount and favorable terms with the board's parameters. So that being said, if any questions or I can present, we can start with our first presenters.
I think we do have a couple of questions.
Oh,
Dr.
yes, sure.
Nicolette
Dr.
and then
Nicolette.
Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. And to be clear, the notes that we take on this will be collected.
Absolutely.
I understand that. What I would like is to also have a copy so I can remember what I was writing.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, we
All
could
right.
definitely do that. And again, if you choose not to use the note takers, whatever format you do choose to use, that would also need to be collected, again, for the public record of the superintendent search.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you. You may have already said this, and I apologize. 3 of the search firms were part of the process last time.
Yes, sir.
Was there one that we wound up using?
Oh, gosh. I apologize, Trustee.
I don't believe so.
I do not believe
Okay.
so.
I don't believe so.
I wasn't here. I apologize. I don't have that answer, but I can definitely get who we did use for the last
I'm about
search.
90% sure it was not.
Okay.
That firm has not submitted.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
But I could be wrong. So we'll find out for sure.
If there aren't any other questions, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the Bryan Group, and that is our first presenters, and they are in person here with us. And so that is Bill Bryan, Sharon Fenwick, and Nora Behrens.
Welcome to each of you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry, Mr. Bryan. Let's get your microphones on. You'll see a little picture of. All right, there you are. And then sometimes if too many are on at the same time, they interfere with each other. But JJ will take care of turning that off if that's the case. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we really want to thank you for offering us the opportunity to do this work. And I can also thank you for one of the very first times I haven't had to fly someplace because we are all Washoe residents. So we're very happy to be here. And we are invested in two ways. One, that we like to do this type of work and think we do it very well. And as residents, really want to see the county get the best leader that you can. Before I introduce myself per se, I'm going to ask my two colleagues to do a very short introduction. So Sharon?
Well, yeah, I'll go first.
Okay.
I'm Nora Behrens. I am a Washoe County School District parent. I have a 17-year-old in Incline High School. He's attended Incline School since he was 3 years old. He receives special education services, is working towards an adaptive diploma, an alternative diploma to be exact. And I have a passion for special education, supporting students, parents, and IEP teams, especially our students with severe multiple disabilities and who are augmentative and alternative communication users. I've been working with Dr. Bryan for a number of years and really look forward to being hopefully part of this process to get the best leader for our district. Very obviously personally invested.
Yeah, our district, you're right. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Dr. Sharon Fennick, and I have been an educator for 52 years and enjoyed most of it.
That's honest.
I have worked with pre-K special ed through teacher preparation on faculties of education in 4 different countries. I have a passion for children, and my reason for working with my training colleagues was to ensure that children get the best instruction and appropriate instruction for them, for each of them. I'm a math science specialist and a 22-year owner of property in this county, in Washoe County, and very pleased to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to you too, Dr. Finley.
Thank you.
I'm Bill Bryan, the CEO of the Bryan Group. I have had multiple careers, starting as a military officer and then a clinical psychologist in private practice with kids. I'm the staff of a psychiatric hospital for kids, so I understand students pretty well. I moved from the clinical role into a consultant role, and I'm going to give you a little background on that because it really impacts on what we're going to be talking about, how very unique we are today in terms of doing search work. There is no other firm in the country that does it the way that we do. I moved from the clinical role into a business consulting role when I was hired by a fellow by the name of David McClellan, who was the head of the sociology, psychology, anthropology departments at Harvard. He was one of the world's top competency and motivation researchers, and I cut my teeth on competency research with leaders in particular. And for the past 40 years, on a yearly basis, I have done, in addition to the consulting work, actual empirical work determining what's the difference between top leaders versus average and poor leaders, and making it very measurable. That's what we get hired for. From that, have had also been part of multiple startups, getting organizations off the ground, structuring them, leading them. I've worked for a dozen different Fortune 500 companies, helping them with their talent management processes, teaching them how to do competency-based search work, and that kind of brings us up to today. Started the Bryan Group 2 years ago after spending 15 years with a group I co-founded called the Center for Secondary School Redesign, which we have gone all over the country doing personalization work, leader development work, selection work, and so forth. So we're pretty well steeped in education and certainly in talent management and performance management. The search work we do is a specialty. Moved into it because I feel as though we're not getting the best leaders that we need in education. If you saw the plan for the state, you probably saw this, the Nevada State Plan, 73 pages, not one word on leadership. Not one word on leadership. Your bridge plan didn't have a word on leadership. in these 50 years of consulting work, I've been called in, have been defined as a fixer. At least 95% of the time, the issue has been a leadership issue. Without a doubt. So you need someone to move things forward. We know in our district here that you'd like to see things move forward. We've been put back by COVID, obviously, as has all the education institutions. I'm petrified about the fact that we're going to have $8 or $9 billion heading our way. That's wonderful. And I look at the plan, and yes, those are necessary things, but they're not sufficient. As taxpayers, you may have realized that in the last 10 years or so, we spent out of our pockets $12 to $15 billion on school improvement grants, Race to the Top, innovation grants. And do you know what the studies have shown for all the impact of that $15 billion? Zero. Negligible impact. So bringing a new leader here under our conditions is essential, but they've got to be able to lead and understand what it means to use funds and resources in a way that make a difference, because they haven't made a difference so far. Can get into that on another plane because our time is flying by. So let me talk about whoops, that's the right one. Yeah, okay, there we go. What top leaders do. Everybody would agree with these. The issue is that, as they're stated here, and you will see in other search firms, none of this stuff is measurable. It's not measurable. Setting clear performance expectations, if that's a skill, how do you measure it? And how do you measure it within our district? You have to have behavioral indicators. So it's fine to have these sort of global things. Really quick thing. We were hired in the last 6 months to come in and sort of clean up a search done by a very reputable national firm where the board was not happy with the level of rigor. I came in, I rewrote all of their performance criteria because they had things like we need initiative, we need community engagement, but no definition. No way of measuring whether the person has accomplished that in the past. The only thing that predicts future performance is past performance. And so how do you get to it? First of all, you create the right criteria, and then you use something called guided storytelling. Traditional interviews, behavioral interviews are not good enough. You have to use guided storytelling, and we're the only firm in the country that does that. And that comes out of the Harvard work. Okay, I'm going to jump over this only to say that one of the things we see all the time is that the districts we work with are over-goaled. And there's just a tremendous amount of good intentions going awry. Get a grant for this, get a grant for that. But nobody is managing it. In this one, we were asked by the Nellie Mae Foundation to go in and assess all their urban districts that they were funding with tens of millions of dollars. And the question that we had to answer for them is, was it being spent well? And what we were doing is looking at the leadership. So what we found was in one district, which is this little note up here, is that they had 150 initiatives and programs beyond teachers doing their work, beyond administrators doing their work, to try to get student performance up. Guess what? All of those initiatives were operating at an F, D, or C level. And when this was posed to the superintendent, there was no movement. They couldn't take anything off the plate. That's leadership. Make the hard decisions. Focus on what's most important. What we want to do here is to give you the right criteria that you can measure based on input from the community that gets us where we need to go. Well, this is no surprise. Well, we extracted, and you have a copy of our proposal, we extracted just a few things to talk about that differentiate what we do. Identifying district needs and goals, I think that's pretty straightforward. There's no magic in that other than making sure that you've got representation of the stakeholders we need to talk with to hear their voice, and then use that. Usually when we create criteria, it's going to be a combination of what we've heard from the population in my 40 years of research studying what superstars do versus average. So it's kind of a combination of good research plus the current population. Creating valid, detailed, measurable performance criteria is absolutely essential. We're the only firm that does that in a measurable fashion. If you look at pages 9 and 10, I believe, in our proposal, you will see what we mean by measurable. And the other critical thing here is that what we're talking about are 4 types of measures. Roles, in other words, what hats must the superintendent wear and wear well? And how do we measure proficiency when they're wearing that hat? As a leader, as a negotiator, as a moderator, as an instructional leader, whatever the case may be. Then the next thing we're measuring are competencies. And I'm going to jump over this, just time-wise. So we're talking about roles, and you've got examples on pages 9 and 10. Competencies, the knowledge, skills, talents, and dispositions, and the behavioral indicators. Those are what, in fact, support the demonstration of the roles. There is real science here, but it's behavioral science, and that's what it's based on. We're the only firm that uses behavioral science. And then also leadership styles. Here's a sample of roles from a recent search. And another thing I will say is every search that I've done, and take it back 40 years into the business realm, military and otherwise, not one has been the same. One set of criteria has been the same. The reason for that is every district, every organization is different. It has a different culture. Yeah, there's some things that a leader should do, but you've really got to grab the culture, the sensitivities of those people in that district, and find out what's important to them, and can you find a person that can address those needs in the right priority fashion. So this is just, we have 70, research shows us we've got 70 roles. Somebody can come up with a new one. But what's different on the roles when they're picked by the search committee or the board is that the indicators are very different. This was just once again, and we usually get 5 to 7 roles and 10 to 12 competencies. These were the competencies that supported the role for this district, everyone having a definition and measurable behavioral indicators. Once again, on pages 9 and 10, you have an example of what that would look like. This is really important. The constellation of particular behaviors, knowledge, skills, talents, and so forth, they come in constellations that define a style. And in certain cases, somebody has to walk into a situation not knowing just what a competence is, but also what a style is. And you have to use that style at the right time under the right conditions to get the output that you're looking for. We come up with style measures, and what we always are interested in is what is the style that is most necessary when that new superintendent, he or she, walks in the door. If these are the critical issues and challenges that they're facing, what style do they have to use? What hats do they have to wear? And what skills to back it up, the competencies? I know I'm kind of flying here. This is normally an hour-long presentation because behavioral science is complex. But I know we're supposed to wait to the end, but do you have any questions so far? Because I'm giving you the fire hose, I know that.
I think we do have one, Dr. Brian Schmidt. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. Hello, Trustee Smith for the record. Very interested in the screening and the criteria, the breakdown of roles and competencies. What I'm wondering if you can express is how do you gauge these from the candidates? Is this a psychological profile? How is it that you are actually gleaning this about the candidates?
Well, there's some stuff in the background around motivational profiles that support the demonstration of this, and there's real brain science, because what you will find, and you'll see on pages 9 and 10, is that for every competency, we put a trainability measure to it, and that goes directly to brain function. And so if something is high level of effort, to train or to acquire or enhance, that's something that you're not going to say we can do without that competency. Unless, and one of the things we do is we assess the sitting leadership team as a whole against the 4 set of criteria, roles, competencies, and so forth, so that we can say if that person is missing a particular criteria, can it be made up for in the team they sit in? And nobody's got all the right stuff. Now, the measurement of it is with the guided storytelling. And that's very, very different. And Nora's going to tell you about that when we get to it in another minute or two. Other questions?
Trustee Church, thank you, sir.
I have a few. Now, feel free not to answer them now. It's just I don't want to run out your clock, and I want you to be prepared. This reflects my own personal opinion, not the board's opinion, but I'm not, in my brain, limited to an educational background. I won't hold it against you that you were an Army officer and I was an Air Force officer, because my dad was an Army officer.
Okay, good.
But I would love to see a general apply and be considered, or an admiral, as well as a COO of an organization, as well as a city or county manager that had that organizational experience that meets your criteria. So at some point you might opine on that. And the second thing is, and I've had constituents bring this to my attention, this selection will probably be made, I'm guessing in May, I think it is, 2022. In June, we have a primary election with 4 board members up, and then the general in November. So there could be a change in some of the philosophies of some of the trustees.
Yeah.
How do we make, or should we make the applicant aware of that? And, in other words, they have to be able to adapt to the board that's subject to change. So is it somebody that can follow direction of the board regardless of their personal biases?
Yeah. Yes, people should be aware. And we are always looking at when there's turnover on the board. But usually our criteria are so tight and there's so much consensus on the board that when the person comes in and the sitting board members bring them up to speed, we haven't had a problem because of the rigor that goes behind it. And it's common sense. It's not common sense how we do it, perhaps, because most people are not familiar, but it's common sense with the results that you get. Yeah.
And then your comments on the type of personality, education versus COO, general, city manager.
Yeah, well, what this allows you to do, if you take this approach, is you're not picking people based on paper. You're picking people based on competence and demonstrated competence. The question is, within your district or the state, does someone have to, unless there's an alternative, administrator certification, are they required to go through certain hoops? But from my perspective, I have certainly seen situations where the people in a certain area with the right competence were considered. Yeah.
If I can, maybe I can address some of that. Not your question, because he addressed that, but there are some criteria in the state, and so the superintendent or someone else in the district is required to have the administrative licensure. So what that would require is that someone else on the leadership team would have to be designated, for lack of a better, as your head or lead or whatever. I'm not sure what this means. Yeah. I hadn't gotten that part yet. Yes, thank you. Academic person. So they would have the superintendent will have about 3 years.
Yeah.
I believe is what it says, and you're reminding me to get that certification.
Okay. Yeah. That's good.
And so should we go into a point, and I'm going to agree with Trustee Church, and I want to leave it open, right? So should we land on a candidate that does not have the academic background, the educational background, then certainly we want them to know that.
Yeah, yeah. We feel as though this approach, and I can give you examples, but don't have time, levels the playing field and reduces significant bias and conflict within the committee, whether it's a search committee or the board itself, because of the process that we go through to end up with the criteria that we're talking about. The other criteria that is unique, and this is all measurable, is we have derailers. You can have somebody that's got the right role proficiencies, the right competencies, the right leadership styles, but they're a jerk, okay? Or there's some other trait that gets in the way, and that one thing, that derailer, will make them unsuitable for the job. And we researched that as part of what has gone on in the past in the district. Who, as a leader, has failed and for what reasons? That criteria becomes essential along with the positive criteria. Okay. The qualified candidates, I'll just turn it over to Nora for a second, just real quick.
Yeah, this will be real quick. This is the recruiting portion of the program. Obviously, we need to get folks through the door before we get a chance to evaluate them. And right now, obviously, we have a challenge in the entire country about fewer qualified candidates than we'd like to see. So we need to be even more discerning when we've got folks to make sure we've got the right one, to get as many through the door who are interested as possible, and so then we can start our selection. The vehicles and the mechanics of recruiting are the more straightforward of what we're going to talk about today and are common to most firms. We'll post on all the job boards. We'll get the word out in the same way as anyone else will. We're starting a little later in the year than perhaps is typical, so we've really got to hit it hard in terms of getting the word out to all sorts of different communities, including the more diverse, right? So that is something that is of focus. And as we've talked about, our process gives diverse candidates more of a level playing field. And I'll just use that to go right into a little bit more about the guided storytelling interview and how it does that. So the guided storytelling interview is more accurate than a traditional interview or a behavioral interview. Research has shown that past performance is the only valid and reliable predictor of future performance. With the guided storytelling interview, candidates tell us about up stories, they tell us about down stories, experiences that they've had. Dr. Bryan developed this method, I'm trained in this method. It's a drilling down to the granular details, the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors a person has during these episodes. It's based on critical incident interviewing, which is an old military technique. It's a critical incident interview.
Can I just
sure,
for a second? For example, what we do is we ask people, and this is like a 3.5 to 4 hour interview in the final interview. And you may be saying, oh my goodness, I don't want to sit through something like that. But everybody that's ever done it has been amazed by it, the interest that you get when you're looking at these 1, 2, 3, 4 finalists, however many that you have. But you get them to tell stories from their career, up stories and down stories. The science, again, is that anything that has been something really positive or negative gets remembered in high detail. And because our criteria are so refined in terms of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, the only way that you can match the person's skills, role proficiencies, otherwise, is get them to tell stories where they're reflecting their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. And for example, so Dr. Taylor wants to go to the public and say, we need another $100 million for these programs. And she's going before the bodies that be, the authorities. And so I say to her, oh, you're walking into the room, your hand's on the doorknob. What were you thinking? You opened the door. What did you see? What did you do next? Recreate the conversation for me between you and the governor. And it's that level of detail, and only in telling stories of that detail can you match it to behavioral
because people
criteria.
Share their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. You can match them up to the behavioral indicators that we've already set out in our criteria. So this is where the playing field gets leveled. We're not looking at feelings and impressions, looking at just a list of experience or charisma, which is very, pulls you, right? It pulls you away from facts and data and what's behind the person, and whether they have more or they have less, that it influences all of us. That's a natural bias that we have. When you tell the story, you see the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, and you can match them up with criteria that's already been determined, that's a data-based method. That levels a playing field from somebody who's more of an introvert versus an extrovert that everybody says, oh, I'd want to go have a beer with them.
Yeah, or has been disadvantaged for language purposes. This levels the playing field. It has not been unusual to when it gets to the end of the board making a decision that the board has flipped. That there was an internal candidate they loved, and when it came down to looking at the data, It was, nope, not the person we need.
And it also helps with board harmony in that everyone can see. They're comparing apples to apples. This person demonstrated this many times versus the other candidate. So less like, I like this guy, I like this girl.
Yeah.
You know.
So to summarize, in terms of once again, the fire hose here, the benefits of the performance is, significant, giving plenty of examples of bias reduction, leveling the playing field, true picture of candidate capabilities and trainability, and what's really critical is scalability. What if you're looking at someone who looks like they've got the right stuff, but could they do it in a district the size of Washoe? They've only been in a district, a third the size or something like that. This methodology gives you information on scalability. Can they up their game? Can they take it forward? And we talked about the brain science of the trainability issues too before. We can say whether this person either has it or they don't. For example, if you were hiring a salesperson and they didn't have initiative, would you hire them even if they had 20 other competencies? Absolutely not. Those are the types of decisions we can give you information to make, a rational or reasonable determination of whether the person should be in the job or not. So we're always looking at fit, assessment of fit, confidence in the ranking and final selection. I will guarantee you your confidence will be higher. You will not have what we call a selection remorse, like buyer's remorse. That 3 months later you're sitting in the cafeteria saying, how did we not see that? That does not happen. The flip side of that, however, is that no candidate will look as good as you want them to, because we really let you know what they've got and what they don't. And can they meet, can we make up with it with a leadership team or not? So that's, just count on that. And let me see what else we got. I think I'm going to just jump to this real quick. In conversations with Ms. Ellison, and she's talking about the open meeting laws, we here in Nevada, it's much more restrictive than other states, much more. And so it makes the search process harder, because how do you protect candidates' identity? At the same time, we feel as though either your full participation in different screening activities, or having, if you've got a representative search committee, is really essential, because the search firm is not you. It's a technology, it's a way of doing things, but they don't have the heart, soul, the chemistry that you have of understanding the needs. So, yeah, could we, if you just hired us to do it from soup to nuts and give you candidates at the end, we're probably 80 to 90% accurate. But from our perspective, that's not good enough. And as Washoe residents, that's certainly not good enough. So there are ways, we think we can get around it. We'd want to talk to, in-house counsel. But for example, one of the things that we could do is when somebody sends us applications, we redact identifying information and score them and show you the ones we think should go forward without names.
I'm not sure that we'll get it, but that's okay. We'll have to deal with that when we get to that. But
we'll work on the details.
Yeah, exactly. Your acknowledgement of that and that being difficult. Yeah. I know we're running out of time, and I want to make sure I have opportunity. No, I want you to get to that bottom point that you want us to get to, right? Because I want to make sure there are times. I know I have a couple of questions. I've had some colleagues ask some. I want to make sure we have an opportunity to ask some questions as well.
Okay.
So you want to give us your closer?
Okay.
I don't want to cut you off from being able to do that.
Okay. Let's just go to the punchline here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay, punchline, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do the punchline.
Nora, you're the closer.
Yes, I'm the closer. I got
All
this.
right.
Washoe County's motto, every child by name and face to graduation. Our motto for Washoe County, every candidate by competence and accomplishment to district success.
Saw that on your first slide. I thought that was clever. I did. Well, thank you very much. Again, I just want to be respectful as close as we can. I want to see any of our colleagues. I'll start. I have a couple of questions, and others, please jump in, because I think that's an important part of this too, for us to be able to ask.
Absolutely, especially with our process being a little different than some.
Yeah,
you
so
may
that's
have
why
seen.
I wanted to jump in. I said I think this is important that we get a chance to do that. Okay. Couple questions. From what other? I know that, and I read all your stuff. What other searches are you involved in right now?
We've got 6 searches going, all in New Hampshire.
Okay, you do a lot of work with them and that
Yeah,
system?
because the school board there picked us as their...
Right, you're almost sole source for them.
Sole provider.
Yes, I saw that in
Yeah.
your materials, yeah.
Right.
Yep, they really like what we do.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're
And,
all
and some potentials in Connecticut, but...
have some other things out there. Okay,
Yeah.
I saw most of your things were there, so I wanted to ask that question. Let's see, have you ever, and a couple of the other firms mentioned this, and you didn't, or I missed it. Do you receive fees from candidates that you place?
Say again?
Do you receive fees from candidates
No,
that
not
you
at all.
place? Okay. Thank you very much. And then let's talk about equity. That you mentioned that, and anyone that looks up the district knows that that's something that we speak to a lot. And I just want from your firm standpoint, and for you, what is equity in education? What does that mean? I mean, sometimes there's been a little bit of a lightning rod. I think there's a lot of different things floating. I want to make sure.
Yeah. Well, from my perspective, and ask my partners to jump in here.
Okay.
It's access. It's access for students, for teachers, for parents, to the available resources that would allow them to grow. In the search process, it's access to a fair and equitable selection process. Recently did one in Connecticut where the black candidate, it was an all-white Connecticut board, and it was obvious when it started they weren't going to pick him. When it was done, they did. So we really want to make sure that there's the sense of, and the people that go through our process often compliment us on it, even if they don't get the job. And it's because of the equitable way of going at it. But equity for us is very important.
Yeah.
It was for the last 15 years in the Center for Secondary School Redesign.
And personally, too, as you know, special education is important to me. And that's all about equity and access as well, right? So we know that our students with disabilities may look different, speak different, communicate different, all that, but it's our job to provide the access so that they can access the education, they can access the opportunities that their peers have. So I think it's about available opportunities and being able to show who you are and what you have from a candidate perspective, a student perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. Doctor, did you want to add anything, or you're good?
I'm good.
You're good, okay. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go to my colleagues, Dr. Nicolette, and then I see Trustee Mayberry.
Yes, thank you, and welcome.
Thank you.
And you are up in a beautiful part of the country, aren't you, in Klein Village?
Yes,
We're not concerned about candidates wanting to move to Washoe County. That's not something that we're concerned about, and we're certainly happy to talk to that point.
Well, thank you.
As residents.
On your packet here,
Yeah.
page 4.
Our
When
packet, page
I would like you, if you could just simply tell me, you have search history, number 1, and you say all national in scope and successful. What does that mean, successful?
Okay. Interesting you asked. I asked the head of the New Hampshire School Board Association and the Connecticut CES, who we train them now. They do searches like they've never done them before. They do searches like us. And successful is that the people are in there, they're best fit, they're there. None of the people we've placed in the last, well, actually started in 2018.
I was going to say, wow.
You look really good. Really good. Has left their position. There are other people. I got a note from the head of the New Hampshire School Board Association who said, I just heard from somebody who is a new superintendent, or not new, a standing superintendent who was looking at all the placements in the state and saying, boy, did you hit it. And those are the sorts of things that make sense. I will be speaking with him again in January about how do we formally measure all the performance in New Hampshire. And I've been asked by him to come up with a program for all his 100-plus members in New Hampshire on superintendent evaluation. So, we do a lot of OD work as well as the search work in terms of leader development, talent management.
Okay.
I don't know, did I answer your question?
You did, and it's complex. I could go on and on about give me more, but I will move on because
Okay.
that's a complex.
And
I
we're
know
happy
it
to
was.
provide more references and encourage you to contact our references.
I was kind of thinking
You know?
about data, superintendents, and have they raise the academic performance
Yeah,
and things
yeah,
like
it hasn't, COVID is making that difficult. And most
sure.
of the stuff we've done as a new firm has been the last 2 years.
I understand.
Yeah.
And TITE thinking.
Ah,
Just
yes.
give me a little
I
bit
meant
of
to
that.
ask about that. I saw that too. Dang it, I saw that, yes.
With this 40 years of literally empirically studying the difference between top leaders, average and poor. And one of the things was, well, you can have lists of competencies, role proficiencies, but is there just sort of an essence that kind of bubbles up? And the essence that bubbles up is tight thinking. And what that stands for is think influence, think energy. Because your top performers are always have an influence mindset. And they always have an energy mindset. What do I mean by that? That's just not resource management of how do we use the dollars of the people or whatever. Whenever they're going to set a goal, they assess the energy available for people to do it. Because you can have skill and will, but if you don't have the energy...
It's like bandwidth.
Yeah, it's like bandwidth. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
not going to happen. So people with tight thinking are always much better planners because they're not looking at just the technical side. They're looking at the side of when can people accomplish things. Doesn't mean people don't get pushed if need be, but there's that real accurate assessment. And it took me a while to get my arms around it and come up with that phrase because your tight thinkers are the most practical leaders. They really understand what can be done and what not and where you can push and where you have to pull back.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Nicolette, you're good? Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, President Taylor. Welcome. Thank you for your time.
Oh, you're welcome.
Pleasure.
I've learned a great deal from you already. I have 3 questions. 2 are fairly brief, and then one, I'd like you to get into the weeds a little bit. Do you, sort of piggybacking on what President Taylor asked about fees for candidates and recruitments, do you have, I know some firms have sort of a Rolodex, kind of a list of potential candidates that they reach out to, or they start kind of very organically. What approach do you use?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, we have our own mailing list that I put together as part of the Center for Secondary School Redesign for the last 15 years of over 2,500 educators at the state, federal, other levels that we send out postings so that we have that. Then we have networks with people we've just worked with over the years and contact them to see, these are the requirements. We try to make, like we put together a very nice brochure that really defines what we're looking for. And we circulate that, we send it out. And at the same time, the parallel, you've got your internet and otherwise.
Sure.
And the only thing that you run into, which is possible, we haven't had to do it, is whether you have to do actual headhunting. And on occasion, if we knew somebody we think is ready to move to a different job, we'd call them up. But 85% of the people who are most qualified for the jobs you're looking for are not looking for a job.
Okay.
They're passive candidates, not active candidates.
That's the answer I was looking for.
Yeah.
What do you think our timeline is attainable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And finally, can you just tell us a little bit about the process for stakeholder input and engagement, and who you think the stakeholders would be?
Oh, we would want to ask Sharon to jump in on this at any point. We would actually confer with you on that.
Okay.
In terms of, and what are the cultural difference populations. When we do surveys, we would obviously want to do a Spanish survey, language survey, as well as English, and those are all things we would discuss that go into it. I think the unique piece would be we really push for student engagement, which is unusual, but we're happy with no extra fee to work with a group of students, and it can be an internship for them, an extended learning opportunity, or whatever the case may be. We teach them how to be data gatherers. We teach them to do an abbreviated form of the guided storytelling. when they're doing interviews and otherwise. There are some sensitive interviews you obviously wouldn't want kids to do. But you can really make them a partner in this. And the other thing that's neat about that is people respond to kids really well. They don't hold back. They're really ambassadors of the process. And what that does is also sell the search process that you're doing. There'll be more buy-in for the results at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. I actually saw that, the way that you mentioned students. I saw that in your materials and thought that was different to have such an emphasis on that. So thank you. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. I'll be brief. I have one question and then one point of clarification. My question is for the background screening. In this day and age, there are really no secrets around anyone. So my question about how far back and how deep do you go is not because we're looking for every little thing to disqualify someone, but rather that we go in eyes wide open. So with that said, can you describe the background screening and explain exactly how far back and how deep you actually go?
Okay. We hire a firm called Good Hire. That's what they do, background. And we can tell them, and based on what information we have, how far to go back. But they verify certifications, degrees, criminal record, all of those things that go. On the reference checks, I think how far back you go is, I always like to do the reference checking using the guided storytelling. So the only way you're going to get good data is if you use the storytelling in the reference checking, is their current, and not just the people they tell you who they have as references, but then you go 360 and you get more. And I like to go a job back behind that. So if they were in that district 3 years, who was the district before that? And I like to do some reference checking in the prior district.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And Trustee Mayberry was fantastic and had my question, so I'm going to have a point of clarification to his with the community involvement. Am I correct in saying that you are open to community involvement and also staff involvement as directed by the board through that process when we get to that point in the process? Thank you.
Yeah, we do not feel you get the quality of both the criteria and the final evaluations on people unless people who are invested in the community are part of this. Mm-hmm. Now, how you want to go ahead, we also pretty much insist that you have whether it's the board or the a representative search committee, that there's a communication function set up immediately that communicates, where in the process are we, takes questions from the public, does those things that make sure that you're always on track, there's no surprises.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Other questions from my colleagues? Okay, I think that's all of it. So thank you so much for driving down, for being a part of the process, for your interest. And I think Dr. Fenrick, you're one of the ones you reached out right away. I think it was right when this. I mean, it was. I think we were still outside having the press conference, and I got an email from you. But just really appreciate that. It's great to have the local interest. Yes.
I'm sorry, we have a vested interest as well.
Okay, just turn your mic on. I want to certainly hear from you.
Oh, turn your mic on. Oh, sorry.
Yes, that's okay. Go ahead.
We have a vested interest as well.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our home, and we want the best person, the most qualified person to lead the district.
Absolutely.
We'll drive down to Reno. It's okay. we'll save a bunch in travel costs.
Yes, you will. That's certainly
so
true.
There's that.
That's certainly true. Well, we really, truly, really appreciate it, and it's great to have the opportunity to stay close to home. So,
okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's get your mic on, Kate.
Not sure.
There we are. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor and the board. Again, Katie DeLone, HR manager. Our next group is coming right in, and this is GR recruiting. This is a mixture of 2 folks in person and then some online with us. In person, we have Gary Ray and Dr. Christine McDuffie, and our virtual presenters are Ryan Ray, Dr. Jim Hager, Carla Santorno, and Robert Alfaro. And Trustee Mayberry, as soon as I sat down after your last question, Emily responded and said that the last search firm that we used for our last superintendent search did not submit a proposal. I do have one other update. Our last group that was scheduled to present, and that is McPherson and Jacobson. They were going to be virtual presenters. Because of some other time conflicts they had to withdraw their interest in their being able to present today. So they wish us the best, so we do now have 3 proposals to consider.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Long. I appreciate, because this is a very busy time. Very busy time for superintendent searches. We recognize that, and we know our timeline is tight. So if someone doesn't have the time to do it, I certainly appreciate them saying, hey, we couldn't do it justice. So appreciate that. Please.
I'm not very tall anyway.
Mr. Ray, as I presume?
Yes.
Yes. Welcome, sir. Thank you for being
thank
here.
you so much. And Chris McDuffie is going to be making a presentation with me. Well, I do have virtually some associates with me, and I don't know, are they going to be on?
You've reached Ryan Ray. I'm not available.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like as we have it, we'll have the presentation up, and as long as the presentation's up, we won't see them, correct, JJ? Am I correct? Yes, okay.
Can we take that down so you can see that?
When necessary, when it's,
Will that
you
work?
just let her know. She's she's really good at bouncing back and forth.
Well, everybody's got to have somebody that can do this.
Hey, nobody has a JJ. I'm just going to say that on the
that's
record.
exactly.
Nobody has a JJ.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for allowing us, to be here and tell you a little bit about GR recruiting and the services that we can provide for your next superintendent search. And I'd like to introduce the team, and I'm going to try to stay, it's my understanding, we got roughly about 30 minutes, and I'm going to try to stay within that time frame. I assume you all have our detailed proposal, and you have our PowerPoint, and we'll certainly get ready for some of those questions. So I'm going to have the team, what I call our A-plus team, and I'm going to have them introduce themselves, because I think it's important for you to know what your team's like and who's going to be working with you. And we're not here just to sell the job, we're here to work the job. So I'm going to introduce first Carla.
Hi, I am so glad to be here. It's a pleasure to meet with you. I'm Carla Santorno. I am currently on special assignment with Tacoma Public Schools. I've worked in Denver Public Schools, Boulder Public Schools, and Seattle. And I'm so excited. I feel like I have access to a variety of top-notch executives who love to that need, are willing to use their talent and their skills and their knowledge to work with a school district that's certainly achieving and ready to go further. So good to meet you. Carla Santorno from Tacoma.
Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us.
Yes. Robert?
We don't have Robert on nor Ryan Ray. They have not been given access yet to and they're working on that.
Okay.
We'll get them on as soon as we can.
All right. Well,
no, there's Ryan. Ryan's on.
Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
Hi, my name is Ryan Ray. I'm the Vice President of GR Recruiting. Good to see you again. I was there the last time we presented with Dr. Jim Hager. So I know districts like you and similar in diversity and size. So happy to be here.
And now we have Robert.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Alfano. I am a retired educator, both from Texas and Nevada. Teacher, principal, superintendent in Nevada. I was a regional superintendent in Clark County for about 7 years. And I'm so happy that we get an opportunity to help you and help students in Washoe County.
And last but not least, virtually, is Jim Hager.
Good afternoon, everybody, and President Taylor, it's nice to see you again.
Good to see you too.
And I'm pleased to be here. I'll give you a very quick background that many of you probably already know. But I have 37 years of educational experiences in K-12 education. I've spent 15 years in higher education and 5 years in private sector. So I've got quite a wealth of experiences, both from the private sector through K-12 education. My last superintendency was the Washoe County School District, which I was honored to provide leadership, and was one of my best experiences ever. So it's delightful to be back with you this time to see if we might be able to provide services in your next educational leader.
Okay. Chris McDuffie.
Thank you. Chris McDuffie. I have 39 years experience in public education and serving in all the chairs that were previously mentioned as a teacher and principal and district leader, 17 years as a superintendent, and that would be a small, medium, and large school districts, and also serving in higher ed as well, teaching and training and supporting superintendent candidates for over 20 years. Thank you.
Well, welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, okay. I wanted to have the team to be introduced here because it's one that's got diversity, it's got a lot of experience. So in the superintendent search business, I want to tell you a little bit about GR recruiting and how GR recruiting came about. In my letter to Emily Ellison and the Board of Trustees, I indicated to you that I was president and founder of Ray & Associates for 40 years, which is true. So I have that experience. And I sold it 4 years ago. But unfortunately, at the encouragement of some of my associates, my old firm was not, in their opinion, was not as professionally, it wasn't going to conventions, wasn't doing some of the things that made us to be one of the top firms in the country. So they asked me to form a new company, which I did. I thought about it a long time. But I said if I was going to go back into the search business, I wanted to provide support to the people we place and the boards that hire us in order to continue the success of the new superintendent. And so as a result of that, 58 of my 62 associates, my former associates with Ray & Associates, moved over to GR recruiting. And so those 58 associates, some of them are on the screen, some of them are here today. They are working now for GR recruiting and did most of the searches during that time with me. Currently, we are doing searches in Fairfax County. We're doing Raytown, Missouri, which is in the Kansas City suburb area, Marysville, Washington. We have a contract with Dallas School District. Last year I placed the number 2 position for Michael Hinojosa as superintendent of Dallas. So Dallas has us doing some of those other administrative positions. Last year we did Springfield, Missouri, Shoreline, up in Washington. Did a lot of work for some county school districts in Florida, which was Marion and Hillsborough. So, and we have some other experiences with other school districts. I'm not going to list them all. You've got our proposal there. So since you have a copy of our proposal that covers the 12 questions and 12 different categories that you had there. Chris and I are going to cover some of the more significant points and be respectful of your time to get your questions. And so on the cover page of the PowerPoint, I had GR recruiting experience is key, because experience is key in this business, and networking. You have to have a lot of associates across the country. We have a very diverse, team in that regard. So this A team, you see on the second slide, nationwide search experience. I have, along with my associates with GR Recruiting, have worked in all the states, every one of them. And you can see that mission statement, based upon my earlier comments, is to committed to our clients by recruiting and supporting, and that key word, supporting outstanding education leaders, that we need to support the people. And that's really extremely important for our success and longevity. The candidate pool, this is a question I always get. Can you get us a deep pool of candidates? And I can tell you we can. We have the largest recruiting network in the country. Our large, diverse pool is based upon us recruiting candidates and do what I call candidate care, meaning that we maintain strong communication with candidates throughout the search process. And that's extremely important to build trust with candidates so that they will stay with you during the search. There's only going to be one person selected. But if you handle candidates properly, then they're more apt to look at other positions if they trust you. And that's how you build up your base. It's a different base every year of people. So that's important. Now our associates will be speaking, some of them on this presentation, along with myself, at the American Association of School Administrators Conference. We were contacted and asked to speak at that conference. That's a National Administrators Conference. Also, we have great relationships with other organizations. The National Alliance of Black Educators, NAPSE, is commonly referred to. Several of our associates just attended and helped organize that conference and have been officers in NAPSE, as well as ALIS. Robert and Ryan, who are here virtually, that's the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, have been working with their cohorts, and we're the only really organization that kind of works with them, so we know the rising stars from the Latino organization. So when I say your candidate pool is going to be deep and diverse, it will be. We at GR Recruiting, we come various backgrounds. We come from various backgrounds. But we do have men and women of color. And so we have a very diverse team here today. Now the process, I'm going to have Chris McDuffie talk to you about that. Our proposal kind of addressed that in great detail, but we're going to highlight some things in the process. But one of the things I want you to recognize is that our search is flexible, and it's going to be customized. Believe me, with all the years' experience that this team has, there's a lot of different ways to do a search. A lot of different ways. And one of the things that we're going to do is sit down with you and talk to you about the process. And so she's going to highlight some of the most important things about the process.
Thank you, Gary. As Gary mentioned, we do conduct a very thorough but flexible process, and it's all focused on transparency and engagement. And I wanted to just, again, maybe go into a little detail about the wheel and the steps along the journey and see, again, what questions you might have for us, but provide a few highlights. So obviously, the first and foremost is to get the direction from the trustees. What are you looking for? What's your comfort level with process steps and the proposed timeline that we would bring you? We did insert one sample in our proposal that would be a typical search, but there's a lot of flexibility in that as well. So trustee is certainly setting the course for this process. The profile development is really a critical stage, which is to listen to your constituents and to dig deep yourselves into what you believe are the critical characteristics of your next leader. And one important aspect of our firm that I think sets us apart also is our unique partnership with K-12 Insight. And this is a firm, if you're not familiar with them, a national firm that works with districts across the country. They specialize in communications and surveying and dealing with data disaggregation, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a survey that has been developed based on 28 research-based characteristics of highly effective superintendents and CEOs of school systems. So that is a critical element that kind of sets us apart. So in this phase where you're gathering feedback from your families, your students, your staff, your community at large, that's one critical piece would be this online survey. It's 15 questions. It just takes a few minutes. And it's a wonderful way for everyone to have access. So that's a critical one. And then you will be amazed at the report that comes from this company that will give you a lot of critical data about what your constituents are thinking right now. What's working well? Where would they recommend improvements? What are they looking for in leadership? And it is a guidepost, not only for the new superintendent, but also for the trustees moving forward. So this report that comes from this survey is just a wonderful resource. In addition, at this stage, I just wanted to mention that a wonderful commitment we make is that we are doing interviews, whether that's one-on-one or small group, and whether that's in person or via an online forum, we're flexible. But I think what's important is that we are making sure that we're reaching out and that everybody's voice is heard in this process. And so we are committed to making sure that we are scheduling those based on who you believe we should be reaching out to for that personal touch. Beyond a survey, this is that sit down with folks. So from all of that feedback that you get from both the survey and the online forums and the one-on-one interviews, that's where you'll have a rich data source for you to really refine that profile. And as Gary mentioned, we are aggressively out there recruiting. Again, really proud of our network. These 50 associates, 50 plus associates across the country, as well as all of our networks with our professional associations across the nation. I like to call it intergalactic, but maybe that's an overstatement. So from the recruitment, we're really bringing you a pool of highly qualified candidates. And there are two phases here typically. It would be a first phase of you selecting who those semifinalists are, right? And then there's a second phase, which would be the finalists. And we can go into more detail if there's time on how that looks. But we wanted to mention that what we're bringing you is not only just a list of names of these candidates who meet these qualifications, but also their full files, the background checks, very thorough background checks, and we think what's really unique and helpful for you is the chance to look at a video from the candidates. So that's been a really wonderful tool for trustees and boards of directors to use as a screener also. So we have that all set up as part of that process as well. So we help you finalize the contract, and we also, as Gary mentioned, are committed to the long haul. We are invested in making sure that this new leader is successful, and we can provide a variety of supports. You heard some of our backgrounds, just this team, and we have a whole host of other associates across the country, but we have a lot of experience in training and supporting superintendents and boards of directors, and are committed to helping you along the journey as well. So, overview of the process, and we'll be happy to answer any questions, but I'll turn it back over to Gary to address, so why GR recruiting?
Now, our survey, I might add, is in multiple languages. And we do have associates here that speak Spanish, and we do have associates speak other languages as if we go out into the community. And that's important for you to know, and she mentioned the videos, and that's extremely important as well. I want to talk to you a little bit about this GR recruiting, why we're a little unique. This was in our proposal, nothing new, but I want to kind of highlight a few on each slide a little bit. I'm not going to read it to you, but the first two are kind of important. Recruiting qualified candidates, that's one of our strengths in trademarks. Because the main things in the search firm, the way we look at it, what they can do is go out and reach out to your customers, your stakeholders. And we do that better than anybody else in the country, gathering the information, working with K-12, Insight, so that whatever information we get, we can help take that information and work with your superintendent, put it into an entry plan, and work with the board. And that's at no cost, to make sure that the information, how people feel about the school districts, the 28 leadership characteristics, put all that together as we're recruiting. But at the end of the process is important for you to know that we provide that. So recruiting candidates is a strength, and working with stakeholders. That's extremely important from our perspective. We do have associates here that are on this team that have experience with working with county school districts. County school districts are a little different than, inner city school districts, because they're spread out. It's a different way to often how you budget money. And so we have experienced that. Plus, we have 3 of us that's worked in this state. So we know this state. And I would like to point out that we're committed here to customize this search to your needs to this district. We're committed to that. This next slide that will come up is beyond the search. And that's what I meant a few minutes ago. We're going to be here to provide advice and mentor and support the new superintendent during the time that they're here. And that was important for me to, when I got back in this business, that we're not just going to recruit somebody and then go down to another job. We're going to be committed to this district and to that individual. And as Chris said, on the second point up there that we have a unique partnership with K-12 Insight that specializes in solutions for community engagement and online surveys and customer services for school communications. The reason why that's so important, schools are great on outbound, delivering our message to stakeholders and community people. But the inbound message, that's who we need to be listening to, and that's what we're going to do in this superintendent search process. Sometimes I call the voiceless. Give them a voice. So the next slide. There we are. Our next slide is our thorough background checks for candidates. That is extremely important for you as a board. Are there going to be any surprises on candidates? There's not going to be any surprises. I can tell you that. We do a professional background on all the candidates, not only in their current job and their previous jobs. But then we also have a private investigation company on verification of degrees, their financial background on candidates, criminal, civil litigation, DUIs, and so on. Because we're not going to have any surprises. These candidates will be who we say they are. And we aggressively recruit highly accomplished individuals who are going to match your criteria. Somebody can be an outstanding superintendent in one part of the country or one part of the state, but they're not going to fit here. They have to fit with this school board as well as with the community. The community and the stakeholders, they're not going anywhere. So we have to have somebody that's going to fit in there, and that's important. And so we're looking for people that are not really in the job market. There'll be some on the job market, but we'll get them. But we got to recruit these rising stars and people who are not reading the one ads. The best candidates are already doing a good job. So they're going to need to be recruited, and that's up to us to bring them to you. We've done all kinds of positions. We've done hybrid candidates, if that's something you want. We've done non-traditional candidates, and we've done traditional candidates. But it's all about those leadership characteristics that guides us for the roadmap to recruit candidates that's going to meet your expectations.
Mr. Ray, if I may interrupt for just a moment, what's a hybrid candidate?
A hybrid candidate is somebody that they're pretty popular in some parts of the country. They are a candidate that may have come from the private sector in some way, but have also experience in the public school system. Mm-hmm. So, and that way you get somebody that's from the business side of it, and also has got the education.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And your timing was good because I'm on my last slide here anyway.
All right. Well, good, because I want to make sure we have time for some questions here. I know that several of us have
and
some.
That's why I want to cut this off. I think we're within our timeline according to my timekeeper here.
Okay. Well, we appreciate it, Mr. Ray. Thank you to you and all of your colleagues who have been here. We'll certainly give you an opportunity to kind of give some closing statements as well, but I think it's important to allow time for the trustees to ask questions. So I look to the table, to our colleagues who, I have questions. I know some of you. Okay. I'm going to save you from going first, Trustee Church. I've been invited to go first, so I'll do it this time. But I reserve the right to make you go first next time. I shouldn't say, but you know what I mean. Okay, well, thank you again, and for being here and for kind of jumping back in, if you will, from our search several years back. Let's see. You mentioned there are some current superintendent searches that you're involved in. So it makes me, because I know a lot of superintendent openings right now, more than usual, and so I know that from a timing standpoint, we're getting into this a little bit late. But I'm selfish. I just care about our search.
You should.
Can you talk a little bit about those, about how many superintendent searches are you involved in, and a little something in terms of the bandwidth, if you will, to make sure this is prioritized?
Okay.
Because of course our job is the best job out there. So.
Well, no, that's a real good question. Right now, we the ones I mentioned in Fairfax County, and Marysville, and Raytown, and we're doing some sub positions for Dallas. You have to realize we got 58 associates. The people that are going to be involved in this search, that are on this team, will only be involved in one other search. Okay. And all these searches are at different times. So there are some that you're going to be concluding, and then some are just starting, and some are in the middle. And that's the case with all of these searches that we've got. We got a couple of them are halfway through the search process, and they'll be concluding. So we have a kind of an unwritten rule that no one works on any more than 2, maybe the maximum, which would be me, 3 searches at any one time. But they will be at different stages. And what they're looking at Fairfax County, maybe it's going to be different what Raytown's going to be looking for. So not every superintendent fits in the same hole. You know, they're all have different skills. And one of the things we're going to ask you folks are, what are the challenges and expectations of the community and the district? Because we've got to find those what those challenges might be. We have our own research, but we got to get out there and find out what those challenges and your expectations. So when we meet these candidates, the first question they ask of me and any of our associates, tell me about the board. They're going to say, I've read all the minutes and I've watched them, but tell me about it. And that's why those one-on-one meetings with you is really important, so we can answer that question. And then the second question they ask is, what are their expectations? What are they actually looking for? Will my skill set today match the skill set they're looking for? And that's extremely important, because they all the CEOs and all the superintendents, and that's what I call a superintendent CEO, because they're running a large organization. Their product is education. And so it's important for us to know what your expectations. Okay. And then they're going to ask about the confidentiality.
Which leads me to another question, and I'm doing this on purpose so I can kind of bring us around. As we mentioned a lot about some of the processes, and thank you for sharing that information. We have one of the most restrictive, if not the most restrictive, open meeting law in the country. That's not hyperbole. We actually do. And so that, and you said you've done a couple of searches in our state, so there may be a level of familiarity with it. But what that does is that prohibits us, in a way, right, from that creates some more challenges, I should say. So we know that there are candidates that are out there that don't want it to be known that they're out there, until they get to a certain point. And certainly we understand there's in sitting positions, superintendents and thereof, and maybe CEOs of companies, whoever we're looking for, right? How do you anticipate working? Are you familiar enough to talk a little bit about your comfort level with working around that? Because because we have that balance between transparency from our community, because they want to be involved. They want to know what's an important decision, right? This is the biggest enterprise in our community. Is this job, this position? But at the same time, we want to give ourselves a position to attract the best candidates that are out there.
Yeah,
and I think a former superintendent that's been a superintendent in the state of Nevada may be able to answer that for you the best. Jim, do you want to handle that?
Yeah, he may, but I'm going to jump in for a minute. Jim, you got to tell him it's not Nevada, it's Nevada. Jim,
I have told them that several times.
All right, I'm sure I got my pen out to work you off for that now.
Yeah, I know. All right. I should have.
Okay. Okay, please go right ahead.
Okay, this is Jim Hager responding to Ryan's request. Obviously, I've had quite a bit of experience with the open meeting law in a lot of states, but specifically for Nevada, and know the the ins and outs of the law. I've actually taught classes on the open meeting law for Nevada in graduate classes and seminars for districts within the state. So I do know it very well. We do know that it's your fundamental responsibility as a board of trustees to hire the person. That you can't give that responsibility away. You can get all kinds of feedback and you can get all kinds of input from a variety of people, but it's your ultimate obligation to do that. So we have no problems in reaching out through your guidance, through all of the profiles that we have developed with K-12 Insight that do, as both Chris and Gary said, it does ask you to identify 8 to 10 criteria of outstanding leaders, and we get that information. That becomes part of the profile that you would look at. The 15 open-ended questions about the school district, that also plays a part. So we believe that by gathering all that information, we can share that with you as a board. And also in the confidentiality nature of personalities and salary of coming together, and we can work all of those and stay within the law and the intent of the law, and get you some good people that will come forward and participate in the selection process, and still maintain some confidentiality and the transparency that's essential with it.
We can navigate through that, but it does take some navigation.
It does.
I've done more jobs than anybody in the state of Florida, and that is a way open sunshine, law there. Any little piece of information I get is open up to the public. And so we know how to navigate through that with working with outstanding candidates. But it does add to the challenge of the search process. But that's where our experience and being able to work with candidates is going to help in this process to get you some good people. You don't want just people that are just applying for jobs and get somebody's leftovers.
Mm-hmm.
We're not in the business of doing that. I will tell you, and Jim will tell you the same thing in any of the associates here. If we don't see a good pool of candidates, we're going to tell you that, and we're going to go out and fish again. Now, I haven't had to do that over the years, but from the bottom line is that we don't want you to hire somebody just to hire somebody. That's not what we're here about. I have a 2-year guarantee, and I don't want to use that 2-year guarantee.
I appreciate that, Mr. Ray. Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm moving. I'm moving. Let's see. I think I have one more question here. Okay, last question. And you spoke a lot about the diversity of your team, and spoke a little bit about equity. That's an important tenet for our board, and our community equity, I believe, is important as well. But I think it's important that we have a shared definition of what does that mean. So from your standpoint, equity in education, what does that mean to you?
Well, I have some of our people there. To me, it's.
I need you to speak.
Okay. I know he's doing the presentation, and JJ is over there. Hey, we got people watching online.
I'm used to having something up here where I can walk around. So
sorry about that.
This is all right for me. It's about opportunity. For us is to be able to understand. We're the only firm in the country that have developed 5 modules. And it's in our proposal, and you probably saw those modules. We developed with some of the top superintendents that were people of color across the country, all the way from Bill Haidt, from Philadelphia, to Cheryl Logan, who I placed was the first African American female in Omaha, and as well as Michael Hinojosa and a number of others, Mark Bedell in Kansas City. And we developed these modules based upon input, from them, and to secure those modules. And we're providing this along with K-12 Insight, so that since we have placed more women and people of color over the years, we felt obligation and an honor to put these programs together to work with school districts.
I appreciate that, Mr. Ray. Thank you very much. I'm going to yield to
It's inclusion.
whomever. It's inclusion. I understand. Thank you for your definition of that. I think that's important. I have two. I was going to say, whoever's light comes on, Trustee Church, I think they've moved in on you. So, okay, we're going to go to Dr. Nicolette, and then we'll go to Trustee Smith, and then we'll go to Trustee Church, and I'll swing over here to the right side of the table.
Hello and welcome, and hello, former Superintendent Hagar. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
I have several questions, but I'm going to go very quickly, so this can be just a nod.
Okay.
K-12 Insight.
I'm good at nodding.
Yeah, me too. K-12 Insight is part of the total search cost that we've been given?
Yes.
Thank you. And then when you mention, and this sounds very intriguing to me, beyond the search support, just give me a little more information, and is that an additional cost? Thank you.
Our mentoring of the candidates and working with the boards, that's not an extra cost. And helping put together the entry plan with the new superintendent board, that is not a cost at all.
Does that cover what you had, Dr. Nicolette? Trustee Smith, thank you.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Hello. Trustee
Hello.
Smith, for the record. Couple questions for you. One is that screening process for candidates. Do you do a psychological assessment? How is it that you really get down to what it is that the candidates are capable of, their strengths, their opportunities? Is that just based on their experience and your evaluation of it, what they tell you? Can you really, really explain how it is you separate how a candidate would present themselves and their experience versus how you assess them?
Well, the number one thing that I've found over the years is somebody's track record. A lot of people can tell you, I can do this. I've raised student achievement in a diverse school district. But what have they done in their current jobs, in their previous jobs? If raising student achievement, if that's something that is at the top of our ladder, then we want to know what they're currently doing, what have they done in their previous districts. It could be somebody else, that's raising that, in the district. So, the track record is the number one factor. I think in the interview process, after we do all the stakeholder input and we get all the information from K-12, we're going to use that information to formulate those interview questions. It doesn't do any good to go out and get all this information and then not ask questions about the input that we've received. And our background checks, we're not calling the references. I mean, we do, that's a starting point, but we want to talk to people that are not necessarily referenced. And we get that by often say, who might have a different opinion? And I can tell you, the names start rolling. And so when we present these candidates, we're going to tell you the good and the bad and the ugly on them. It better not be very much uglier, and they're not going to be in that pool. So the track record and our professional background of making sure that they've achieved the things that they've said that they had achieved. And I don't know what those are right now until we talk to you folks.
Very good, thank you.
Gary, if I could add a little bit to that. This is Jim Hager. I want to take just a moment. But we don't do a psychological profile on the individuals, but we do and have developed these 28 characteristics of highly effective leaders. This is through a lot of surveys, research that has been done for us personally, as well as from experts in the field. And we've developed those to say, and which of these 28 do you want to have as your characteristics for a good superintendent for your district? And that comes from the community involvement and the board's involvement. We also do about 4 different steps, though, along the way, that once we've identified candidates, we actually do, as associates, we do what we call a soft dive into things like all of their social media accounts. We look at all of the issues and see how they relate on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and all the others that are out there. And we collect that data. And then as associates, we also do a separate independent interview with them that has a set of formulated questions and then 2 or 3 questions that are unique to the individual school district. And each associate then interviews 2 or 3 of these candidates and makes assessment on how they responded. And then we collectively as a team, we don't make an individual decision, but we as a consortium of a team, and by the way, the team that's talking to you today is the team that is scheduled to do this. We're not like some where you've got good presenters and then a new team that comes in and does some of the other things. So this is who you're going to see participate with you if we're fortunate enough to get this selection. So to answer the last question, it's a composite that is multifaceted to get down that we really know the people that are occurring. Last but not least, once we've narrowed down through your processing and your decision making and you're at the finalists, that's when we really deep dive people. And as Gary said, we outsource that to a private company, and they take you through every way that they can to identify legitimate concerns or violations if they have any or they don't have any. And so we get a very good composite. So when we come before you and say, Ryan Ray has these characteristics and we have found no evidence of any other issues, and we recommend him or her for your consideration.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. My second question, which can just have a brief answer, is the role that you have in your process for community input. And this isn't the survey that would go out, but rather the selection process. Are you open to there being current staff members, community members as a part of this process?
Yeah, it's your process, and I'm open to that. But I will tell you that the candidates are going to be concerned about their own confidentiality. So we would have to talk about that because the more people that are involved, the more the outstanding candidates are going to say, I'm not going to go down that road, because they think the board should be making the decision. And input from the other staff members, have I done that? The answer is yes, but we have to, that's a very, very tight rope that we want to walk down. That line has, we have to have, we have to establish a process so when the candidates apply, they know what their expectation. The people that are involved in the process, if we are going to use staff members and so forth, they have to understand their role and what it is, and that they're not selecting the next superintendent because the next superintendent is selected by this board.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in on that. It may be, and that's open meeting law concerns as well, right? But it may be that from a broader standpoint, the broadest opportunity for input is input into the process and looking and making those determinations as to who we're looking for, those characteristics and so on from our standpoint, and then limiting perhaps as we get down to a certain point in the process at a finalist pool and so on. When it's a smaller piece, when it should be expected is going to be public, that creates an additional opportunity for some other. That may be a way to kind of get there, like with our crazy laws, and then protecting the confidentiality of potential candidates so that there's still input, because the community input we know is critically important, but that we still put ourselves in the best position. We'd have to look at
that's extremely important, because that's our first meeting to talk about the process and the steps, and we have to establish that, because we want you to put it out there. Here's our process, when we're going to start, when we're going to end. There's no secret to it. Everybody understands it, and we're going to stick to that, those steps along the way, and candidates will understand as well. So we'll do all that in the first meeting.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Trustee Smith, and thank you, Mr. Ray. Trustee Church?
Thank you, and thank you for not making me go first.
You bet.
Get the good questions in. First of all, I'm going to ask basically the same questions. This kind of relates to your page 14, if any of the staff want to look it up. But I'm going to ask some of the same questions I asked the previous presenter. But first, I'm going to ask, as it relates to 14, some free advice. I've got my pen out. How do you find in the past the transition of other than educational professionals, such as city managers, county managers, military generals and admirals, COOs from private companies? How do you find that those sometimes fit well as a superintendent? And as I've seen some of them, maybe they were on the board of trustees and then they transitioned. So can you comment on how you find that with that free advice?
Yeah. Well, you know what they say about free.
Yeah.
But all kidding aside, I have placed some of those candidates. I placed Jim McIntyre down at Knoxville, Tennessee, Knox County there. He was there for 10 or 12 years. He came out of the private sector, Children's Hospital, and did a nice job there. And I did the same thing with Tom Siegel, who was up at Boulder. He was superintendent there. He was a former Navy man, an admiral, I believe that was his rank. And I also, from the Anderson Consulting Group, the guy in Broward County, he was there 10, 11, 12 years there in Florida. They all were very successful. Anytime when you're talking double digits in the superintendent business, that's being successful. So the boards I worked with, they were open to that concept and were able to recruit. My experience has been some of those folks work out well because they have the leadership skill and they have the communication and people skills to be able to work well with others. Quite frankly, there are some traditional superintendents that don't have some of the skills they ought to have. And so whether they're hybrid or non-traditional or traditional, it's all about leadership and communication. So I've found some of those people to be somewhat successful.
And that's pretty much was my question. When I look at page 14, again, the views are mine, not the board's. Sure. But it doesn't resonate with me that you're looking at educational. I personally, just speaking personally, would like an expanded search that would include city managers, county managers, generals, COs, etc. The next question or comment, we're looking at maybe making that selection in early 2022. And then in June of 2022, we have 4 elected positions coming up from the board that may change some of the dynamics of the board, and then the November election, and then January they would take over. How do we sell this and notify fairly the applicants so that they understand that they have to dance to the tune of the board that may change, that they have to be flexible in their approach? In other words, if they say, well, I can't, we don't want somebody who's going to go, well, I'm not going to do that. And then they last literally 2 or 3 months. So can you address that?
Yeah, well, I not having sat down with you to establish a timeline, I personally think this search could be wrapped up end of March or first part of April, because we need to be on aggressive track, and we're an aggressive firm. And that's important. We're not going to leave out any steps, but at the same time, we're dedicated to move this along. And there is something about the early bird catches a worm, too. I think as far as board members turning over, and different board members turn over with superintendents all the time. The one that hires, the old saying is rare, the one that hires that fires. So I think the size of this school district, the diversity of this school district, I don't think the types of folks that we're going to recruit, a changeover of some board members is going to scare those people off. The community and the challenges of the school district are still going to remain the same.
And
Thank you, Mr.
Gary,
Ray.
if I could add real quickly onto that, Chris and I, Chris McDuffie and I have completed one search recently and in the middle of another one right now, where in the midst of one of the searches, there was a turnover of the board, and the one we're working on now, there's going to be 4 new out of 5 board members new come January 1st. And we've been able to, working with the board and the transparency, we had both the outgoing and the incoming. We got input from both categories, if you will, as to what the new superintendent qualities ought to be. And again, it was where we were seeking the input, and it wasn't a contentious kind of a point, even though the elections were a bit contentious. But we have experience in working in those certain kind of capacities, and to date we've been quite successful with that.
Yeah, I don't think that will scare away the types of folks we're going to be recruiting for this job.
I appreciate that. And what I'm going to ask is we're way over time on this, but we got a little extra. No, I want you to ask the questions. We just want to keep tight and responses tight. If we may, we have one more that we want to review, and then try to get back on schedule. Okay. If you will, let's go ahead, Mr. Trustee Mayberry, and then Vice President Manello. Go right in, because I have a family thing that just came up there.
Thank you, President Taylor, and yeah, no, I appreciate the time constraints, and I'll be really quick because I think you mostly touched on everything, but I just, for the sake of consistency and fairness, I just want to ask the same questions. It sounds like you think the timeline's attainable. You acknowledged that with, I think, one of the Trustee Church's questions. Just to piggyback on Trustee Smith, I appreciate absolutely her question. The stakeholder input engagement is critically important to us. I think there's an expectation that there'll be input to new candidates to the recruitment process. I know the open meeting law. I've been dealing with it for 30 years almost, so I know it can be a challenge. I mean, conversely, transparency in government is very important to Nevadans. But when it comes to executive recruitment, yeah, it's a challenge. It's a problem, and I wish the legislature would address that, because it's not only this organization, it's other organizations. The question I have for you, I think, those were comments, so thank you for enduring, for allowing me to say that. The question I have, I heard it briefly, but I'm just curious about your overall recruitment. Some firms that I've worked with have sort of a Rolodex, a list of people that they reach out to. They're kind of next in line, if you will. I'm curious about your response to that approach. Is it a bit more organic? Any thoughts on that?
Well, and my team might want to respond to that. We don't take any fees, and we don't owe any favors to any candidates. Candidates understand that out there. I mean, we work for you folks, and in our business, we have such a good, strong network. We're going to reach out to people that can assist us, along with our associates, to find the characteristics and traits for this particular job. We're not recycling candidates. We're not going to do a search over here and you're going to get somebody else's leftovers. There may be 1 or 2 people in there that didn't fit that profile but may fit another profile. Sure. And we owe you that obligation to recruit that person. Whether they want to come here or not is another story, but we owe it to you to try to recruit the very best and brightest people that are going to match the profile. Thank you.
Your team for coming.
Okay, right on time. Vice President Manetto.
All right, thank you. I just have a real simple question. How many, what's my question? How many other districts are you searching for right now in Nevada?
0.
Yep, 0 right now. 0. Yeah, right now. You never know 2 days. No, actually, we're pretty. Since I went back and after I sold my former business, we're pretty selective. On the jobs that we're looking at, and we can afford to do that. I like challenging position, places. I really do. The districts that have a lot of challenges, and particularly I like to work with districts that have a lot of diversity.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. I think that, if I'm looking to my colleagues, I think that covers everything from us. We certainly appreciate you and your team all coming in physically as well as virtually for that time. Mr. Hager, it's always good to see you again. And I'm sorry, did I cut you off, sir? You said likewise. Oh, likewise. Okay, great. Thank you. Just work on that in Nevada. And
no, I've got Nevada. It's one of my colleagues.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I blame you. No, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we have just one other presentation, and then we will be in touch.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Appreciate your being here again. Thank you so much. Okay, can we hang in for one more presentation before break, colleagues? Okay, let's do this. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor and the board. We have one more presentation. They've been patient with us and hung in there, and that is Ray and Associates joining us virtually. And I believe we're being joined by Ms. Karen Hall and Mr. Mike Collins, if they're on the line.
Okay. And Mike Collins, okay.
Greetings.
Oh, good.
Hello, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
It's our pleasure. There we go. Well, good evening. I know it's been arduous on your part. It's been a while, that you've been sitting there. We're going to try to be very respectful of your time. We're going to go through. So we're going to try to move our presentation much quicker than normal, as you had requested.
You can take your 30 minutes, sir. Mr. Collins, I'm sorry. We've allowed that, so please make the presentation.
We'll take our time, but okay. I will tell you that the thing that's most beneficial and advantageous are your questions and our conversation.
Okay.
So I will say, if there are questions we go along, please share that.
Okay. Thank you.
We have actually built this based on what we were told and so forth. And I want to hasten that Dr. Hall, who's one of our national search associates. We have regionals. We have over 40, and then we have 4 nationals. And Karen will introduce herself, and her comments will speak for themselves. But she also has something pressing that she actually has delayed. So I just want to be sensitive to the fact that time really did change for us. So so I really appreciate her being with us and hanging with us, as one would say.
Okay, thank you.
It's a pleasure to be with you. We welcome this opportunity. We're actually encouraged and excited about the opportunity. So we're happy to move along. I would like Karen to introduce herself. I'll briefly introduce mine, but the most important thing is to get started. And share some information. So Karen, if you don't mind, would you please share just a little bit about you, which is much longer than you'll share with us.
Well, good evening, everyone. It is an honor to spend some time with you. Yes, my name is Karen Hall, and I am coming from St. Louis, Missouri. I am a recently retired superintendent, 30 years in public education, and I have transitioned into higher education. I am an assistant professor at St. Louis University in the educational leadership program. I work with aspiring principals and superintendents. And then I also am a area supervisor for the Missouri Department of Education. I supervise approximately 9 school districts in the state in St. Louis County. And then also I have my own consulting firm that focuses on equity-focused leadership. So it is so good to be with you this evening.
Thank you. It's good to have you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm Mike Collins. I do have the privilege of being president of Ray and Associates. Prior to that, I spent 5 years as being a regional director, where I serviced all searches in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. I do come to you from Columbus, Ohio. I'm a 41-year business owner. I did spend 2 terms or 8 years in your seat. I was a 2-term elected to a city school board in Columbus, Ohio. And then I was asked by the state education associations across the state of Ohio to run for the State Board of Education. And I served 2 terms on the State Board of Education. Way back in the day, my first 11 years, and both my degrees were in education. I worked at the local level, the state level, and the national level before literally I stumbled over creating a company that I had for 33 years and sold that and now have another one. So, but my real focus and my time really is dedicated now to leading and basically moving forward in ways that didn't exist before Ray and Associates. So it's a pleasure to be with you. We're happy to share our experiences, but most importantly, we're happy to converse with you and begin to talk about what you want, you need, and how we deliver it. Karen's going to be kind enough to advance slides, and then she'll kind of lead and facilitate the question and answer period. So Karen, if we could go ahead and move ahead so we're not holding people up.
Can everyone see our presentation?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead, Dr. Hall.
Very good.
So this will be your team. It's very strategically selected. Obviously, it's Karen and I. Ann Schultz is our Rocky Mountain Regional Director. She comes to you as a former superintendent. She now leads she's in Denver, Colorado. She's actually in Cherry Creek, which you might have heard of. It's one of the top 3 school districts in the state of Colorado and one of the top 15 in the country. And she actually guides, because in Colorado, the school districts manage most of the charters, and she guides that charter, that charter experience. And she's been with the overall firm since 2013. Next is Jan Besley, who's like Karen, is one of our 4 national associates. She actually is in Arizona, but she's on this team for one very specific reason. She has spent over 16 years as a superintendent of districts where the Hispanic population was either just almost the majority or was the majority. And given your makeup, that insight and that benefit can only be of assistance. And she brings a multitude of experiences and the whole blending of those types of environments. And then Rob Haley comes to us from Central California, where like Jan, he had a very similar experience as a superintendent in environments where there were strong Hispanic populations. And then we will always be joined in places where there are strong Hispanic populations by Efron Martinez, who is our National Hispanic Search Associate. And he just brings not only a collection of wisdom in terms of his experiences, he also actually at times can help us with interpreters. I mean, we have a relationship with the national company for interpreters in everything we do, but he brings that firsthand experience. So this will be your team. This is who we are. As far as you're concerned, they won't change. If anything else, if it was necessary and we had a multitude of community groups you wanted to, we might bring in one more person. But otherwise, this is your team, and they're very strategically selected. Next slide, please. So I just want to be clear about one thing, and I don't want to get into, tit for tat and so forth. But please be reminded that the firm that was on before, all of those people had the vast majority of their experiences as Ray and Associates. And as a matter of fact, Ray and Associates was purchased and became fully operational under new ownership in January of 2017, which is when I became engaged. So I just want to clarify that most of those experiences came under a different banner. And also the entire operation and databases for everything that was discussed and that operates now exists in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, with the current ownership. We are also the only woman-owned firm in America. Okay, let's talk about the experience. This is the overall firm. Before we get there, Karen, let me just take 2 seconds if you don't mind. I'll go back real quick. Just let it sit. The firm is Gary established it in 45 years ago. it is and continues to be actually the largest firm in the country. And it has the largest pool of candidates, and we have the largest database. The good news is there are a number of continuing associates, and there are multitudes such as Karen, actually, and Jan and Robert, that are new associates. So we have 2 scores of associates around the country. And this group is very different. They're very similar to Karen in that they're more recently retired, and they carry a great deal of experience and also are currently engaged. We also, for the very first time in the beginning of November, announced a National Advisory Council that is made up of 15 national experts from around the country that provide direct guidance to us and direct relationships and relationship building to consultants and to candidates, which is the biggest part of that. The second part I will tell you is that in the last 18 months, we have placed 61 superintendents throughout the pandemic. The vast majority of those actually were done totally virtually, as everybody was. So we're glad to be back in terms of most of the time it's mixed. Some things can be done still virtually, and then we're there in person. And of those, 49% were persons of color, 38% of those people were women. And so as we get into our diversity in the next slide, if you would, Karen, we are definitely an organization that not only talks the talk, we walk the walk. It's very intentional. This is who we are, and Karen can address that later. So we are, as I said, the only woman-owned firm in the country. And then we have placed the largest number of women and people of color of anyone. And in any other references that were made were obviously made when those people were connected to Ray and Associates. Next slide, please. This is our statement. It's actually one of the first things I brought when I became president, is that we as a firm, I did author it. This is a statement, and it's our practice of inclusion, equity, and elimination of institutional racism. It definitely speaks to our behavior, our makeup, the candidates that we work with, and who we place and where we place. And we also see this as a means of trying to build a better sense of cohesiveness and relationship in communities where there currently are racial tensions for a whole host of reasons that we see across the country, but that can be, in essence, not only mitigated by a search process, but actually addressed in a fashion that it becomes a will of a community for who these candidates are, who might be selected, and an asset to your work as a board to build a cohesive environment reflective of your community. Thanks, Karen. Could you move on, please? Our pool of candidates. We anticipate bringing you 40 to 50 completed applications and another 20 to 30 that will not be completed. That typically is larger than most pools. Actually, most cases it's the largest, but in some cases not always. And what also has transpired and changed immensely, at least under my leadership, has been an entire culture and movement to this notion of candidate care, but mostly candidate not only cultivation, but candidate development, where associates like Karen are also working now to build a set of webinars that become training tools for not only wannabe candidates, but for those that are sitting in those seats that are now looking to move on. And in this now 21, 22, 22, 23 school year, now we'll begin to see those that are particularly sitting finally in a position where they are actually willing to start thinking about moving their families. So this whole preparation into this post-pandemic environment is something that we're very engaged in terms of actually having a real seat at the educational leadership table. And we are very, very excited about some of the work in this development. Next slide. Now let's talk about the search itself. You know, everybody tells it's your search. No, it's your search. So, and the individual board interviews will actually lead into the next slide as well, so I won't spend too much time. But we will individually interview you. Those interviews stay with whoever interviews you. But we will then produce a report that will share with you the themes and tenets that come out as you as a board in terms of how they affect the profile development and also what you really, in fact, are looking for in the next leader. And that'll also, in terms of the overall tenets and so forth, that'll be shared with the community. You asked about stakeholder groups. This is an expertise of ours. It's something that, in all honesty, most of us are now trained facilitators. And we will work with you to put together your stakeholder groups. Those typically in a district number anywhere from 10 to 12. And I will tell you, I've done 31 in the community. But they typically are reflective internally in terms of school staff at all levels, unions, associations, if appropriate, and particularly students, which is something that we engage in throughout the process. And then it will be those community groups, organizations that are either very impactful in your community, in your relationship as a school district, and then impactful to the overall operation of the district itself. We will ask you to select who do you think are most important. We will work with you to review that list, to ask questions about possible expansion, and also to work with you. Are there some cases where we could take leadership of those groups and actually put them together so it's a manageable process? This typically brings a bunch of your team in, and it typically takes us max 2.5 days to do this. We have just finished this in Broward County and Lee County in Florida. And those are two substantially very large districts. It was very manageable, and the participation was excellent. We will then engage you we will offer you a timeline, which, by the way, will meet your timeline. We're very familiar with what you hope to achieve, and it fits very well. We would envision completing this search somewhere between the end of March and the middle of April. I know you think you're behind. You're not that far behind. The fact that we're doing this now and you're going to make the selection before the holiday is critical. The minute you start this conversation and start interviewing in January, then you start to fall behind a little bit. So in this profile development, which is really the actual basis of what you're looking for and the hub of your actual initial community engagement process, that brings legitimacy to the relationship of you and your community in their participation. And keep in mind, the most important part of engagement is it needs to be legitimate. So the building of the profile is number one, what we just talked about, your individual board member interviews. Number two are these stakeholder meetings, which we will work with you on which groups, and then assist your people in scheduling those, because those invitations and scheduling needs to come from you. And we're happy to do it live. We're happy to do it digitally. In most cases, they're hybrid. There's a collection of groups that does it digitally because it enhances participation and attendance. And then we do some that are live because you believe that is in the best interest of your community. We obviously will do these in various languages. We'll actually have translators in those meetings. And then we will move into your online survey. I consider Jim Hager actually a friend. So it was great to see him. Actually, I'm glad he's feeling better. He had some health issues. So we've taken this idea of these characteristics of leadership. We've now engaged in a formal relationship with a significant university, and they've helped us develop this. So we have 31 of these characteristics. Everybody in your community will be seriously encouraged, and I'm talking about real numbers, to participate. It does two things. It provides another opportunity for those that participate in these focus groups or these stakeholder meetings, and it particularly gives those that don't attend an opportunity to still have legitimate input. They're asked to pick the 10 out of the 31 that they feel are most important. We will present you in a chart fashion and spreadsheet fashion the results of those coupled with your stakeholders, coupled with your interviews, is where your characteristics or profile characteristics will come from, and that will guide the search and guide the selection process. I think that covers that slide, Karen, so I appreciate it. recruitment. So recruitment really comes in basically 4 or 5 avenues. First of all, we'll work with you on the establishment of building an advertising portfolio, where you advertise, who you advertise with. Our senior vice president, Molly Schwartzoff, actually, we place more ads with these organizations in terms of actual dollar value than anybody else in the country. She has had relationships with these people for 6 to 7 years. So you will select it because this is something, it's one of the very few things that's not included in our fee. You'll see in our fee, everything is inclusive with the exception of advertising or our travel expenses. So one is advertising, which will be very strategically placed and very strategically timed in the application process. Then we will actually go to our associates, the 40 plus around the country, who you talk about having contact lists. Karen Hall has real contact lists in the middle of the country, and there are 40 others of her. And so they will be a great asset. Thirdly is we have the largest traffic, because the entire database of the entire Ray Associates history sits in Cedar Rapids in our home office. We average between 28,000 and 29,000 unique visits to our website every single month. And as personable as Karen is, they're not coming to say hi to Karen. They're absolutely coming because they know where these postings are. So that actual direct link, and we have over 8,000 direct contacts that register every single year that are considered a pool of candidates. But I want to hasten to add one thing. We don't just work with these 8,000 folks that are registered with us. Keep in mind that though we have that number, between 65 and 70% of the people we place are outside that list. So this really is an open search, but we can actually directly focus in on those that look like you, that have experiences in environments like you, that begin to fit your profile, and we will reach out to them. Typically, we reach out for each of the, significant searches to around 2,000 and the 8,000 because they really fit, and the others don't fit you. So we'll be very selective in our contact information. And then we'll move forward in terms of bringing these candidates together and beginning to build the pool. We have 2 guarantees. One's a 5-year guarantee, and the vernacular is we won't poach our placements. What that really means is we will not talk and tell anybody that we place about any other opportunities till they've been in that seat for at least 5 years. And secondly is a 2-year guarantee if it doesn't work out, and that's short of acts of God and health. The only other thing I'll add around the 2-year guarantee, in the history of the organization, there's actually been over 16,000 superintendents placed. There have been 17 that have had to use, in all those years, had to exercise the 2-year guarantee. None of those occurred under this administration in terms of having to exercise it. But the guarantee holds true, and it sits in our contracts. Next slide, please. So we talked about our pool. Here's the next part. We pull the pool together. We get these applicants. And now what happens is we begin to screen them based on your profile. Yes, we do interviews with each of them. Not all of them. We do those in that we shrink the pool, as your team will shrink the pool based on your profile. From those, we will then interview each of them with unique questions that'll be reflective of what the profile is looking for and what we learned from all the input that's there. From there, we will then also obviously talk to their references, obviously find others that aren't their references. It's very deliberate. It's a direct exercise. And then this group, it'll be our associates, they will also explore in depth, and they've been prepared for this, explore in depth all the social media related to each of these candidates, all the news media related to these candidates, and any other of those kind of social visible elements. That's part one of our background check and screening process. We do it in 2 parts. Then we will bring in these 8 to 12 candidates. Typically, actually, we'll bring you 10 to 12, probably not 14, unless the pool is really solid and so forth. You will then, and we all know about the open meetings rule. Let me share this with you. We're doing Florida, and I did Michigan. I mean, I did 11 searches in Michigan, including the state superintendent. Michigan, Florida, and Nevada are identical in terms of the requirements of those open meeting rules. And I have dealt with attorney generals in the other 2 states. So we're very, very familiar with the open meetings rules and what needs to be done, and yet what can be discussed in certain settings. So you will then see all this information. You will then see all the background information that we provide for you on these candidates. And in all honesty, we have an entirely significant video process that doesn't typically get done in states where there are open rules such as yours. Happy to do it, but they're typically not done. Okay, you will then select the ones you want to interview. You will interview them. We will take you through a consensus building process. First of all, on how to move from the 10 to 12 to those that 5 to 7 you're going to interview, and then take you through a consensus process to get to your 2 to 3 finalists. And it will include a forced prioritization system, which will then actually allow you to actually have a sense of a forced prioritization, so a number system to line up against your discussions as we facilitate your consensus building on who you want to move forward. Once we get to the 2 or 3 finalists, we engage a professional firm. We've been on contract with this firm for a number of years. They are completely thorough. Every one of your finalists will go through everything short of an FBI check. Everything else will be taken care of. It is part of our fee. It is not an extra charge. There aren't extra charges, remember, except advertising and travel. And the old expression is no surprise. We're getting there, Karen. I'll keep moving. So then we'll go through the selection process. When you get down to the finalists, we're going to recommend actually an engagement process to you that will bring these groups back together that you had on the profile setting. You'll probably shrink some of them because you're not going to do that many. We'll put groups together. They'll be representative, probably be a community group. We will ask actually those groups to submit questions. We will help for these finalist candidates. We'll help build those questions. We'll bring them to you because it's your search for your approval of those questions. You'll get to add your own if you want. And then we will facilitate those meetings with each of the finalists so they will share some information about themselves. And then for each group, address the questions that they prepared. And that goes all the way through. And we'll recommend a large community meeting. Keep in mind that on Zoom, I've done community meetings with 150 people in for this. So we're pretty familiar how this works. And then what will happen is that here we will put up in the SurveyMonkey format impression forms. So in each of those groups, they get to fill out impression forms about their interview experience in the large overall community group. And if you choose to stream it, well, you will stream it because it's Las Vegas. I'm sorry, it's Nevada. So as a result, it'll be public. And what will happen there is that anybody that watches it will have an opportunity to do these impression forms. The impression forms allows these people to talk about their impressions based on these items for each of the candidates and how they handled those questions in that process. We will bring you all the data, all the charts in terms of what happened. And we'll ask you to consider that seriously as you make your final decision as you move from your 2 to 3 finalists to your selection. So that's the process we go through. And we will provide you with questions as, suggested questions, and you'll add to them, and so forth. Finalizing it, obviously we'll facilitate your decision-making, making your final decision. We'll assist you in contract conversations with the candidate, but primarily that'll move forward with your legal counsel and the selected finalist legal counsel. We're just a pretty good buffer for some initial conversations as we move forward to kind of expedite and make this a comfortable environment as the contract conversation moves forward. We have a formal board self-assessment survey process that we'll ask you to do within a few months after the search. And then we have another process where we will come back to you every 6 months for 2 years if you choose, and engage you in basically a survey form of how things are going. We will also do it with the sitting superintendent and facilitate your conversation together. It's just that you need to invite us to do that, or the superintendent does. But we will make it available to you. It works exceedingly well. And then the last thing is if we're requested from you and or your new superintendent, we would be of assistance as part of the search process to have discussions about working with their new leadership team or helping them build a new leadership team. Next slide, please. You have this in the proposal. You have basically everything I've said in the proposal, and you read better than I speak, so I'm sorry if I took a little long. But these are comments, and why we really show this is because these are from a district of 2,400 to a district of 220,000. And as I said before, we're currently doing Lee County with 95,000. We're doing Broward County with 263,000 students, and we finished last summer. We just finished Round Rock, which is a suburb of Boston, with 50,000 students. So I'm not going to go through them all. You actually have these. We just want to show you some samples of comments and so forth. Again, I think I've gotten more in depth. I didn't know I would have this much time. Otherwise, we would have been at this summary sheet much quicker. Just quickly, we talked about our history and size and scope, our engagement process, which is one of our pillars, our absolute commitment to DEI and social justice, our leadership outreach, which is, to say extensive would be very modest. Our two-prong and in-depth background check, our whole leadership and performance segment of what we do, and then your selection assistance and our facilitation, and then our guarantees. Go ahead, Karen. And just a closing statement, paraphrasing George Bernard Shaw, one of my favorite quotes, by the way, ever. So, Madam President, that's our presentation. Thank you for hanging in there. Karen, really thank you because I want to get quiet. You should ask questions, and you really want to hear from Karen. That's all.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
Okay, Dr. Hall, were you going to say something? Are you ready for us to jump in with questions?
Let's jump in with questions.
Okay, that's what we'll do. I'll go first, and then I'll look to my colleagues for those who may have questions of their own. And thank you again for the two of you for being here to make the presentation. Here are my questions. Let's see. Can you give me an idea? Excuse me, not an idea. We share with us how many soup searches are you currently involved in?
Yes, thank you so much. So what we're going to do, I will, initially begin or directly volley to Mike, and Mike being the president currently, how many do we have active searches?
We have none in Nevada, but there are 12 ongoing at the moment.
Okay.
Some will be concluded within the next 2 months.
Okay.
But there are 12 ongoing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Also, you spoke about open meeting law concerns, Michigan and Florida. I'm not as familiar with Michigan, but I'm a little more familiar for some reason with Florida in terms of that. And so part of my questioning around your thoughts around, you mentioned bringing 8 to 10-ish, right, candidates to us, and then working with the board to narrow it down to some finalists. And so obviously with the open meeting law, those 8 to 10 that may come forward, then that means all that information becomes public. Will you share any concerns around having 8 to 10 to, I think your slides actually said 8 to 12 candidates that would come forward and not necessarily be finalists, but come forward for consideration because it would be very public?
Yes, correct. And that is an excellent question. And throughout our entire process, we are completely transparent with our candidates, so they are aware of the process, and many of them do their research beforehand. So they are aware of what is required of Nevada in hiring a superintendent. But we do take onus of informing all of our potential candidates, especially the ones that are seriously considered for the process, when we have conversations with them. So that is in the forefront of what we're doing when we're working with the candidates. Mike, is there anything additional that you would like to add?
No, we all know it creates probably a different hurdle for some. So it will affect some applying. We just have such confidence in the scope and depth of what we have reached to. And secondly, in this era of now, finally people that want to advance are in a situation where they're at least more comfortable to move. You might have caught the window that certainly didn't exist in the last 2 years because of the pandemic. So I'm kind of encouraged by that window, because what we're hearing now for the first time is those that are sitting that want to advance are really willing to take this seriously. And I can assure you in the last 2 years, they weren't moving their families anywhere. So, Madam President, I don't know if that's sufficient, but that's where we are now. We as Karen said, they'll know all the way along. Our relationship and candor is a trademark of ours with our candidates. It will affect some. I don't think it affects the overall depth and scope of the pool.
Right. And as Mike mentioned, we call it our candidate care in terms of how we work and respect and take care of all of our candidates. So again, we would be honest with them and make them very clear of what the process would look like for them.
Okay, thank you for that. I also, just another question or two for me. One is, you mentioned that you have, over the past 18 months, that you have placed, I'm looking for my note here, a whole bunch of superintendents. Where are they?
Yes, well, a couple, we have placed 61.
That's it, 60.
3 are deputies. I think there's 3, 3 assistants. So out of the 61, I think, low 50s has been actually superintendent. So let me clarify that, Madam President.
Okay.
61 is a number of placements.
Okay, so let's just say over 50 superintendents over the last, say, 18 months or so, and give us some numbers surrounding that. In that, how many have been districts our size?
Round Rock is close. I mean, none of them are exactly your size.
Well, I don't mean exactly. We understand that we're a larger district.
Yeah, I mean, in the large district world,
Yeah.
probably 4, and we're dealing with 3 right now, all of which are larger than you.
Okay. Thank you. And then my last question, and I'll yield to my colleagues, is from you mentioned your commitment to equity, to women, to people of color, getting them involved in the search process. And equity is something that's important to us as a board. One of the things that we're learning is that equity means a lot of different things to different people. So can you give us your definition from a firm standpoint of equity in education?
Absolutely. And thank you so much for asking that, because that's very true. I always make reference to what is actually happening versus what's on the poster or what's on the statement inside of the bylaws of an organization. So really it all begins with understanding and practicing equity within the organization. In Ray & Associates, how do the associates and leadership within the organization provide everyone the opportunity to have a voice in the conversation around the work, around the selection, around any concerns that we have in terms of diversity and inclusion and providing opportunities for all types of individuals that potentially have been marginalized in the past. So personally, I have chosen Ray & Associates because of their practices of being inclusive, of having my voice, my perspective, my racial and cultural identity seriously considered as we do our work in selection. So growing from that point and what we practice as an organization, we are very confident in our work in working with diverse groups of candidates and listening to communities and to boards to find the right fit, because we are practicing what we say we want to ensure for communities and for boards. So that is where it starts. It starts within the organization, and then from there, we are able to engage with the community. We're able, in terms of stakeholder groups is what I mean, to be explicit, and being able to provide boards with certain questions that we use within our interviewing process and how we began our first phase of identifying the slate of candidates for you. So we are aware, we find value in that. Our own understanding of DEI allows us to then actively find those who are a good fit and who have an understanding, and not only saying and appreciating it, like you said, what is your understanding of the definition? Everyone has a different definition, but truly, what have they done as a leader and how do they manage that? So that we do practice and we have an understanding and how to get that from our candidates so they can then do the work and not just say, well, this is what we know and this is what the meaning is, but really, what are the programs and the initiatives that you have implemented in your spaces that have been effective in order to close inequities for different groups of people? So that's what sets us apart from just having that statement. We believe in it because we practice ourselves, and then from there, we know how to engage with our candidates and to have a better understanding of their understanding of how they engage in their spaces.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hall. I'm going to just be mindful. We're over time here, so if we can stay as succinct as we can in our responses and questions, that will be appreciated, because there's so much that we can ask and that you can share. Unfortunately, time just doesn't allow that on this evening. So I see you're leaving in. Trustee Mayberry, we'll start on this side this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
You might be last, Trustee Church.
Thank you, President Taylor. And Mr. Collins, Dr. Hall, thank you very much for your time today. It's nice to see you. I'm just going to ask a few quick questions. Two of them really just kind of yes or no. Do you believe our timeline's attainable?
Yes, I do.
Pardon me, looking for my notes, pardon me. Curious, I think you did address this, but I want to stay consistent. I had asked the same candidates the same questions. Sounds like your search is an open search as opposed to a list of candidates that you regularly reach out to during the recruitment process. Would you agree with that?
Yes. And Mike, do you want to elaborate on that?
Okay.
Just very quickly, Trustee Mayberry, as I said before, we have this fabulous list, but when 2/3 of the people we place don't come from that list, it really is because outreach is number one, and then trying to bring you the best from either what we know or what we find is the most important part, which is why you would engage us.
Thank you. And finally, what's important to me, I think to all the trustees, to this community, is the stakeholder input and engagement process. You touched a little bit on that. Can you help us identify who do you think the stakeholders are in this process, and how willing are you to gather input internally, the staff here at the district, as well as externally?
Absolutely. Well, to start off, 100%. Our engagement process is actually one of our hallmarks in Ray & Associates, and one of my favorite things to do in terms of working with the community. So yes, we provide you with suggestions for different groups for you to begin to think, but it's really your search in your community, so you can always augment whatever suggestions that we provide.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I'd add.
Okay, thank you, Trustee. Mr. Collins?
I'm sorry, very quickly. The only thing I would add, and thanks, Karen, is that we will run the gamut with you internally, all levels of employees. I said students is a major factor. We do it all the time. We sometimes actually kind of argue with each other who gets to do the students because it's fun. And then we will then work with you hand in glove in terms of who you feel are the most important stakeholders and support groups and groups that you really need to have talk to us. And then make some suggestions, just to ask questions. Have you thought about, in your community, does this group have some sense of real input? Are they really good business partners for all the other things the district wants to do? It will definitely be a relationship building process.
I appreciate that, Mr. Collins. I'm going to move us on just a little bit more. I think we have a pretty good idea that is you're thorough on that, and you help us get through that process. And I think that was the question. So thank you so much. Vice President Manello, did you? No questions for this group. Thank you. I'll slide over. It looks like none there, so we'll go down to Trustee Church.
Yeah, and we are cut short on time, but I do want to be fair, as I've asked the other two folks, and this represents my views, not necessarily the board. How do you feel about reaching out to non-educational professionals, such as city managers, county managers, military generals and admirals, COOs from outside private industry? And then my second question I'll incorporate. We have an election coming up right after this election is going to be made, and we have 4 openings. The boards constantly may change. And how do we inform the candidates that there may be changes if that affects their decision making?
So just for clarification, Trustee Church, are you talking about alternative candidates? Is that what you're making reference to?
Yes, I'm biased, and I think that there may be, I'm a retired military officer, so I think there may be generals and admirals maybe that ran the Air Force Academy or ran Marine Corps Recruit Depot.
Absolutely.
That have awesome backgrounds.
So absolutely, and that is a common ask that we make. It's part of the interviewing process with all of the trustees to see what your interest in doing alternative leadership and in terms of leading your space, because you all know your space. So we're not biased. We're open. We want to make sure we serve. And so the second question was, I'm sorry, what was your second question?
Well, just the fact there may be some board changes with the election.
Oh.
If they, are they willing to, follow the direction of the board?
Well, I have to tell you, any candidate that is pursuing your district to be in that position is they're studying your district. So they're aware of when your trustees are going to have their tenure up and new board members will come along, because that's very important. You all are a team and you have to work together. So they're cognizant of that, and they're going through all of the news reports. They're studying you because they work closely with you. So there won't be a surprise. They'll be aware.
Trustee Church, very quickly, as when I sat in your seat, both at the city and state level, I interviewed people from private industry. We actually had a military person that was considered for the state superintendency. So I have practiced it. I will tell you that non-traditional candidates or hybrids where they might have had some education experience and some of those you defined are definitely in our wheelhouse, and we've placed them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. I think that answered your question, Trustee Church. Any other questions from the dais this time? Okay. There are no other questions here from the dais, so we're just going to thank you, Mr. Collins and Dr. Hall, for taking the time to weigh in and to I guess not just weigh in, but make a presentation and throw your hat in the ring for this very, very important decision that we have to make, that we get to make as trustees. Critical decision for our community.
Absolutely. Thank you.
If I also may say thank you, President Taylor. I will tell you, in looking at you all, President Taylor, your phrase of walk worthy, I'm going to borrow on many occasions. I do love it. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity. I didn't in the front end, but I want to congratulate you for some of your successes. I'm not going to get into them. You know what they are. But your increased graduation rate, your national merit rate, your AP placement rate, I just congratulate you on where you are. The thing is, you're giving somebody a heck of an opportunity to take something that's good and make it a whole lot better to great. And that's what will be attractive about your district. We look forward to helping you do that. Most importantly, to all of you, on behalf of Karen and I, and the full Ray and Associates team and family, happy Thanksgiving, and you know, may God keep you safe.
Thank you so much to both of you. We really, certainly, really appreciate that. Okay, we'll bring it back here to the dais. I think we have some public comment on this. No public comment on this one, JJ? Okay, so no public comment. So now it's time for us as a board. You know, there's a big agenda before us. That was a 2-hour. I know that was a 2-hour run. So if you needed to rest, to relieve yourself, I hope you did, because I want to get through this important piece, and then we'll have a break and get to some of those really big interest items as well. So bring it back here to the board, and our task, should we choose, I guess our timing, should we choose to accept it, to use Mission Impossible, is to select a firm that will assist us in this process. Of many decisions will need to happen once your firm is selected, as we heard the firm spoke about. You know, what does our community input process look like? All of those things, but those are not decisions to make here per se. The decision to make here is selecting a firm and then going forward from there. So I'm open for comments, questions, and then certainly we want to get to a motion at some point as well. Vice President Minetto?
Thank you, Madam President.
I'm sorry, can I do this? Thank you to all the firms. I know I thank you all firms. I know I thank you all individually, but just as a whole, to come out here publicly and put all your stuff out there and just say, hey, this is something we'd really like to do. It is, I know it's what you do, but it isn't easy to do. So I would be remiss if I didn't thank you for attending here in person. Katie, thank you. Ali, your work on the HR side for putting this together, thank you. And Emily, if you aren't under the influence because you're recovering, thank you for the work that you've done. And we just really appreciate it. All the help for those who are probably still listening virtually as well. I just want to again just say thank you as we move forward. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vice President Manello. I didn't want to neglect to do that.
Okay, thank
Please
you.
go
And
ahead.
yes, that's a good point. I'm just going to tell you my druthers, and that is the Bryan Group. They're local. And I like that they do psychological, is that the right word?
I think it's like
Kind of, looking into where you would fit it, who would fit best for us. I like that. And I think that they're a group that, it's their community, so I'm kind of sold out to them at the moment. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Minetto. Other comments? Trustee Smith?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Like Vice President Minetto, all the firms offer really amazing options. I will say that the Bryan Group also rises to the top for me. I appreciate the involvement in students and that they led with that. I am also very grateful for the way that they described their community input. As much as I appreciate that we guide the process, I like that they already have ideas on how to do that. That doesn't mean that we do not make any of the decisions, but I appreciate the well thought out process that they have followed and the ability to provide that guidance. And I'm also very moved by their excellent placement history and that all of their superintendents have stayed and been reviewed as being very successful after the fact. So the other firms also have benefits. Love to hear from my colleagues, but I share the interest in the Bryan Group.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
Ditto. Actually, I'll say a little bit more.
I was going to say, that's the shortest comment you ever.
A little humor. I thought the audience, he's done.
Please, go ahead.
I share the sentiment. They're unique. The other two, they're all three qualified. They are unique. I'm not sure if I saw exactly the cost from the Bryan Group, but if I did see, we'll probably save money on costs of hotels and flights and people coming back and forth from Iowa or wherever. So they're all three great, but I'm very excited with the unique approach of the Bryan Group. I would like to kind of narrow down what we're talking about in terms of cost. And I didn't see that they offer that same guarantee that the others do, but we could offer that as part of the package that they do. But yeah, I'm very leaning towards the Bryan Group.
Okay, we got your mic off at the end, but I think your point's made. I will say this just from a cost standpoint, the motion is up to $60,000. So that would I think we can in terms of the request, it would, and that would certainly, we would think it says not to exceed a total value of, and obviously them being local, and I think they pointed that out as well, that they would some of those travel costs from them, not from candidates per se, but from them, could be minimized if not eliminated.
But if I might, the other two had specific in the section $37,000. I didn't see if the Bryan Group did or not. I think the Bryan Group was actually cheaper. I'm getting a vision.
If they did, can you share where so that we can?
31.5 is my vision.
Is that the vision that you were assisted with by Trustee Church?
By Trustee Smith.
By Trustee Smith, assisted with that vision? I'm not sure if it qualifies for a vision by definition, but we'll go with it.
He's looking at it.
Okay, so we'll take it. Okay, so 31.5 is that. Was there any insight, any other vision in terms of the 2-year guarantee?
They did that.
They did that as well? Okay, that was on the record as well. Okay, thank you. Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you. Indeed, they're all very good. They're all very capable. But I have a little different perspective. JC Recruiting is the one that kind of rose to the top for me. I think what's really important. I'm sorry.
Just a second. JC Recruiting, he said.
JC Recruiting, yeah. I'm sorry.
They were the second group, am I correct? They were the second group, right? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, GC Recruiting.
Yeah,
that's the one that for me kind of.
GR?
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep saying, is it GR? Is that right?
GR.
It is GR. I apologize. Yes, GR.
That's why that's just like, who? What? I knew who you meant, but yeah, there was a second. Okay. Please go ahead, sir.
Gary Ray, that's right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's really important to me is the vetting of the candidates. I didn't really hear a lot of that from the Bryan Group. I did from GR Recruiting because I believe we got to get this right. We got to get this right. I also struck me as impressive with the GR Recruiting team was just the diversity, the extensive knowledge. I frankly like that there's a former superintendent on that team that knows the area well. But I don't disagree with my colleagues on the Bryan Group too. I appreciate the fact that they're local, that there's some added value there with the interest, given that they're in the county. So, as far as the cost, they're really all, frankly, very affordable. I'm actually a little surprised. I thought they would be closer to that $60,000 budget. And I'm skeptical that there will be travel. They won't go up. Yeah.
There will be additional travel expenses, I think, for any of them.
Is that it? Okay.
Based upon applicants, candidates that we would send in, we would bring in for any of those. So that number, if I remember correctly, because those costs you can't estimate yet because you don't know who you're bringing in. You can't. So I think some of them kind of gave a stab, but you're right. There may be a little flexibility there, a little fluctuation, I would say.
And as far as the input and engagement, I mean, I think the board will really have a lot of say into that with whomever we pick. But those are my thoughts. But I'm not. I support the majority. So thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to go next, Dr. Nicolette, and I'll finish up.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you. Right off the top, the cost, which is of course very important. Ultimately, it's not the most important. The successful result is the most important. Costs are right in there, so I think there's some equity there, if you will. I will say that at this point, I could be comfortable with any three of the options. I lean toward, I like that idea of the guided storytelling. I've been involved in many interviews through the years, and the ability for a candidate to tell their story, the highlights and the not so highlights, is extremely important. And I have a sense, although I have not experienced it myself, that the Bryan Group has their There are strategies in place to understand the storytelling, to make sense of it for data, to bring it back to us so it will make sense to us. And I do like that they're right here in Incline Village. Let me go back to GR recruiting. I would have to definitely agree with my colleague, Trustee Mayberry. I think they're very, very strong. One of the elements I looked for in all of the groups was bringing up the word student. That's extremely important to me. And the GR group, I believe, really covered that nicely. They have a strong track record, at least by their own admission. And then the last group, I think, again, let me just say, I feel really good because I don't think that we can go wrong here, and I'd like to thank our HR department for doing such a fabulous job on this to bring us, I think, very strong groups. So I like the video process, which was in 2 of the candidates, applicants, and again, I feel good. I don't think we can go wrong.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. My comments aren't going to be too much different than what we've heard. I think all 3 groups were solid, and again, really kudos to the HR team for getting some great applicants for us to consider. I would lean, just so I can get through it here a little bit. I would actually lean more towards the GR group, GR recruiting, I should say. From the feeling I got from them, and then a close second. So I wouldn't vote against them. A close second is the Bryan group for me. I think they both really wanted this opportunity, and I think that matters. If somebody really wants to be engaged in this and partner with us in this moving forward, I mean, I think that, and not that Ray and Associates didn't want it. I think that they did. I'm a little concerned that their plate is too full, and that they may not have the bandwidth. And in that vein, but again, the GR group, the GR recruiting. Really, they didn't have a lot of national searches. They have associates all over the country. I like their response to equity, probably the best for them. I mean, for us, and I like just the vast experience that they had being successful, and they've had some success in our state as well. But again, the Bryan group, I mean, there are many things I like about the Bryan group as well. One of the things I like, first, obviously they're local, and that's always just a little extra nod when somebody's local, right? Call me crazy, that's just a little bit of a local bias, and I think that's okay to have that. But I like that it is a completely different approach. I mean, I do like that, and this might be a good time for a completely different approach. I'm a little squeamish about it a little bit. Right, honestly, I'm a little squeamish about it, but yeah. So it's like, so that's like almost like good news, bad news. I'm a little squeamish, but at the same time, it's like, maybe so. So that's where I land, because I think they did a great job, and clearly, this is a search that's important to them as well, because they're in the community, and I know that matters. So. Those are the comments. We already didn't have any additional from public comments. So looking for the pleasure of the board in terms of a motion. If anybody would like to make one as we begin to try to move forward.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Trustee Church.
Let me get it ready here. I move that the Board of Trustees identifies the Bryan Group to support the superintendent search process and authorizes staff to enter into a contract not to exceed a total value of $60,000.
There is a motion on the floor that the Bryan Group is selected. Is there a second?
Second.
I have 2 seconds. We'll take Dr. Nicolette on this. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Right. The motion carries. Let the record show that it is 6-0. So congratulations to the Bryan Group. I can't thank again GR Recruiting, Ray and Associates in particular, GR Recruiting. Just because you're here, and I thought you did an amazing job, enough for your work, and so we will move forward and ask the HR team to just keep it on. We kind of have a schedule, and I know you share with Emily what our steps are, and again, thank you as well. Okay. All right, thanks very much. Okay, my goal was to get us to a break at 4:30. It was since it got a little late and couldn't before. So we will do this. I will say this for those, we have a couple of items that we know of high community interest, and we want to try to get to them as expeditiously as we can. So I'll be looking to, unless there's some consternation on behalf of my colleagues, agenda item 3.04 and 3.05 to move them up on the agenda. When we come back, we're going to take a 20-minute break. This is typically when we have our dinner break. We'll take a 20-minute break, and then we'll come back from here. Thank you, everybody. All right, everyone. I'm actually just about to go over that because there's going to be there'll be a couple other adjustments. But we're back in recess. Thank you for the dinner break for us. To make sure we're all on the same page and everyone can follow accordingly. We are going to. My understanding is the agenda item 3.02 should be rather quick. Typically, it is. So that being the case. Mark, you can thank me later. They'll take that one first. And then we will go to agenda item 3.04, which is regarding the bell schedule. And then we'll go to 3.05, which is regarding potential zoning changes. Okay, we know that's of high public interest, and we have some people here potentially that would like to hear and be a part of that discussion. And then we will take 3.07. In addition, we also have a trustee who has to leave at 6:30. 3.07 is a report, simply just a report on for the superintendent's task force. And then we will go to 3.06, which is the continuation item from a special meeting on October 25th. Matter of fact, I have something I'll distribute, and we probably want to make copies available for everybody on that just to look at as well. Actually, not myself. Dr. Nicolette and I will do that together. And then we'll go to agenda item 3.03, which is because that's more internal board stuff, and we won't have people hanging around waiting for that. And we'll be here anyway, so we'll take that one then. And then, unless there's big consternation from colleagues, we will pull the COVID item because there's no update at this time. And so we will pull that, and then we will go to agenda item number 4. Okay? A little bit of moving around, but that will get us going, and that's the way that we'll go. That's the way that we'll go forward. Hang on, and I'll let you know. I'm sure I did, but that's the task force. I probably didn't give it the agenda number, so let me tell you when that will be. We're going to do that 4th. Okay. All righty. So we'll jump right in at agenda item 3.02. This is discussion and possible action to adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolution 21-022, a resolution providing for 1, the issuance of general obligation limited tax medium-term bond, Series 202-2020B, in an aggregate amount not to exceed $3.4 million. This is for acquiring school buses and other support vehicles for the district. And 2, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bond. And 3, authorizing the superintendent or chief financial officer, who is before us, Mr. Mathers, of the district, to accept a binding bid for the bond. And Mr. Mathers, aforementioned CFO, is before us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So previously in September, you held a public hearing and approved a resolution that authorized staff to proceed with this transaction and start the process to issue medium-term obligations or bonds. Which we appreciated, and we did that. Again, this is a $3.4 million transaction that would primarily replace school buses, 14 of them, but also a number of support vehicles, police vehicles, and so forth. These are general obligations of the district. They carry the full faith and credit of the district, therefore, but these bonds are actually paid by our government services tax capital projects fund, not our general fund. So after approval of that resolution, again, we went to the Department of Taxation for their approval of the transaction, since state law provides for that process for bonds less than 10 years maturity. They have approved the issuance of the bonds, and we actually opened bids on these bonds this morning. We received bids from 9 banks and financial institutions, so that was nice to see that level of interest. The low bidder was Sterling Bank at an interest cost of 1.09%. So upon your approval of this resolution, we will notify Sterling Bank that we accept their bid, and then we would work towards closing that transaction by December 17th. Again, these carry a very low yield of 1.09%. These are 4-year bonds. So with this resolution, you're authorizing the superintendent and myself to execute all the documents to close the transaction. So appreciate your time, and I'm here for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Mather. What we'll do before we do questions, we'll take any public comment that there may be on this. If there is any, no public comment. Okay, Trustee Church.
Going first, quick question. Are we confident that we can use capital project funds for vehicles like police vehicles that aren't involved in the building of the schools? And does this involve WC1 money?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Church. Yes, Bond Counsel has reviewed the transaction. We've gone through the uses of these bonds, and yes, vehicles qualify as equipment that are authorized under NRS for this kind of transaction. This does not utilize any WC1 sales tax monies.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Good clarification. Any other questions? If not, we are looking for a motion if it is the pleasure of the board. Again, this is to buy school buses and other vehicles. Trustee Mayberry?
Sure. I'll make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 21-022, a resolution providing for the issuance of general obligation medium-term bond, Series 2021B, for acquiring school buses and other support vehicles for the district, and 2, providing with the form, terms, and conditions of the bond, and 3, authorizing the superintendent or chief financial officer of the district to accept a binding bid for the bond.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice President Manetto. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. We will do bonds and buy some buses. Thank you very much, Mr. Mather. Okay, next, as described, we're going to go to agenda item 3.04. And as staff for this agenda item was getting into position, I'm just going to remind everybody, staff included, please make sure that you're wearing your mask completely, covering your nose and your mouth. Periodically remind folks of that. So just want to remind everybody, okay, that is what we're going to ask you to do, because that is what's required by the governor's directive. So staff before us on 3.04, presentation and discussion and possible action regarding the potential impacts to before and after school programming, student activities, and athletics with the implementation of the option A, bell schedule, and to provide direction to changes to school start times. This is for possible action, and any changes, if given final approval by the board here today, just to be clear, any changes will not go into effect until the next school year, the 2022-23 school year. Turn it over to staff. Ms. Anderson.
Good evening, President Taylor, trustees, Dr. McNeil, Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. I have several colleagues that are going to be coming up and presenting with me, and of course they'll introduce themselves as they speak. Let me see if I can forward. Maybe. There we go. Thank you. So this evening we will go over what our previous trustees, action you took, do a quick little recap, go over the considerations that affect elementary, middle, and high school before and after school programming, give a summary of the considerations, and then provide the superintendent. She will provide her recommendation. So as you will remember, on October 26th, the Board of Trustees preliminary moved forward with option A with the listed start times. Again, as you mentioned, President Taylor, to begin in the 22-23 school year. And then an extensive communication plan to launch in spring of 2022, and to direct the superintendent to bring back additional information on after-school programming, athletics, and activities at this meeting. And a quick recap, this was, as you will see, the options that were presented, with option A showing the middle school starting at 8 a.m., high school at 8:30, elementary school at 9:30 or 10 a.m. with a cost neutral. You will remember Dr. Davidson presented to the trustees our survey responses. The survey was open for 3 weeks. We received 18,251 responses. Of those responses, 40% came from staff, 20% for families, 9% from students, and 5% from our Spanish-speaking families. And of those total responses, 29% selected option A. Option A, again, out of those 18,251 responses, was the preferred choice across all survey respondents. Option B was the second choice for family members, students, and staff. And the current schedule was the second choice for community members and respondents who took the survey in Spanish. And then as we are moving forward, or if we move forward, a comprehensive communication plan would be launched. And as you know, something of this magnitude, it would need to be comprehensive and extensive because it's a big adjustment for families. And so, of course, we would go through the communication plan, and we discussed that at the last board meeting. And then I will turn it over to OSO.
Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent for the record. And as you remember from the presentation previously, the proposal for option A is for elementary schools to have 2 set start times. The start time would be 9:30 a.m. with an end time of 3:30 p.m. And the other options for the elementaries will be 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And each elementary school would be slotted into one of these 2 choices.
All right. Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, Anne Marie Dixon, Area Superintendent. I'm going to go over some considerations for elementary school. When we think about before school starts, due to family work schedules, some students may need to arrive at school well before school starts. So that could be 2.5 to 3 hours prior to the start of the school day. With childcare, due to family work schedules, there may be more students in childcare, or students could be left home alone prior to the start of the school day. With weather delays, we could be looking at students not coming to school until noon. For nutrition, unless eating at home or at a before-school program, some students may not have access to a meal until the start of the school day, as well as lunch possibly being later in the day, depending on the number of lunch periods at a school. When we look at individualized education plans, or IEPs, or parent-teacher meetings, teachers currently stay after hours for those meetings. Option A may mean that teachers need to stay later in the day, maybe till 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. Additional costs, families could incur additional costs for private daycare due to that later start time. Arriving home later in the day in some cases. With transportation, rides home might be as late as 5:30, and we could have students that are walking home in the dark. And commute time. Students riding the bus could arrive to school late or arrive home later due to peak travel times. Turn it over to Mr. Joe Ernst.
Madam President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, Joe Ernst, Chief Accountability Officer. So what we wanted to talk with you a little bit about here were some of the before and after school programming considerations in relationship to elementary and middle school. As Ms. Dixon had brought up, there's some concerns here around staffing the morning programs, which may be difficult. Certainly there would be an extension of those hours. When you look at a 10 o'clock start time, you have really 7 to 10 o'clock. A number of these programs are staffed by college students, and certainly some of the flexibility they have with their scheduling ends up getting impacted by actually going to 10 o'clock, and they may not end up being available. So that's something to be considering in terms of their college class schedule. Staff shortages, anytime we have staff shortages, as we're all well aware of in the current labor markets, can lead to increased wages, and longer hours could potentially increase the cost to families for longer morning programming. Given a later start time, there's a potential increase in the number of students participating that might have that need participating in the morning elementary level programs. And what we could see is a possible decrease in the number of schools actually offering before school programs. From a team-up standpoint, currently we have 25 total team-up sites, 23 elementary schools, and 2 middle schools. The team-up programs that we offer, they're required to operate for 3 hours per day, including on our early release Wednesdays. They would need to offer, in this situation, perhaps, before and after school program to meet the grant requirements. So that's something that we'll want to keep in mind. And then again, this has potential impacts on overall supervision. There's some real intricacies that can be gone into just in terms of supervision when you have a team-up program in the morning, duty schedules, negotiated agreements, some things of that nature that would take some work in terms of fine-tuning and working those throughs. And then the actual tutoring hours could be impacted as well.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Taylor, members of the board, Superintendent McNeil. I'm Mike Paul, Area 3 Superintendent, and I have a few slides here on middle schools. And so as you can see, with option A, the proposed times here are shifting the middle schools to start at 8 a.m. and end at 2:30, so a slight shift in the middle school hours that we currently have. And in general, the implementation of option A is not really projected to have much of an impact on student clubs and activities for our middle schoolers as when they're meeting outside of the middle school hours. However, with field trips, there could be some implications on field trips with having a limited options for field trips with that shift. There could be some time where they're shortened. They might not have as much time during the day with the shift in the field trips with comparing those to the other school schedules that we might have to change the hours on those. The time might be taken away from some of their instructional time to adjust to the field trips that the middle schoolers might have to take. So that could impact field trips for our middle schoolers that we all know that they like to enjoy. Athletic considerations for middle schoolers, generally there will be limited impact to athletics. We would be adjusting start times, would move about 15 to 30 minutes forward for athletic events for our middle schoolers. The school pickup times and departure times for transportation would be adjusted by about 30 minutes. One thing to consider with those adjusted start times or times for the middle schoolers could be some delays in bringing them back to school or adjustments after the athletic events with a little more traffic that the buses would have to go through. So that could cause some delays in coming back to their schools with they're not used to going through. So that would be some minimal impacts on athletics, but there definitely is some there.
Madam President, Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent for the record again, and I'll be presenting about some high school, for option A. So all high schools would move to the start time of 8:30 with an end time of 3 p.m. and all high schools would be placed on that same start and end time. For student clubs and activities, implementation of option A schedule is not projected to impact student clubs and sponsored activities. They can still meet outside of school hours. Field trips would have the same type of impact that Mike Paul, my colleague, just said in regards to missed instructional time and impact on when they could return or how long they could be at the event. For high schools, many of them offer a zero period. A zero period is a period that starts at the beginning of the day. While it's not an activity, it is a class that's offered prior to the bell schedule starting. This would not impact zero period. They could still offer it. The difference would be the time of starting that period. And for high school athletics, in general, there's limited impact on high school athletics. Start times for games would be adjusted forward 15 to 30 minutes. School pickup times and departure times for transportation will adjust by approximately 30 minutes, and departure times from some games would likely occur during the 5 p.m. rush hour. Please be cognizant that that move, though, of adjusted time by 15 to 30 minutes will result in missed instructional time. Dr. McNeil?
Thank you very much. So in taking all of these considerations, the board had tasked our team to go and take a look at the impacts as far as after school, before school activities, different types of athletics, before and after school programming. You all have received a plethora of emails, both at your board emails as well as in public comment. You all gave preliminary approval for option A, and as I said, tasked us to come back with these types of impacts. And so taking a look at that, we met as a team, and so there you see my recommendation that I do believe that we should not move forward with this particular option for bells and changing the bell schedule at this point in time. I believe more analysis needs to take place. As your staff has presented, this is a great impact on the district. It's an impact on your families. It's an impact on staff. I think it would be best to take more analysis, get some different types of impact. I know that, or different types of feedback. I know that Trustee Smith had brought up the fact that elementary families were not adequately represented within the survey. So I think taking a look at some different types of surveys going forward. But my recommendation is that the Board of Trustees delay its decision to move forward with any types of changes to the bell schedule going into the 2022-2023. I want to commend our team for going out and getting the input. And I also want to thank the community, parents, staff members for emailing in their comments and concerns to the board. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Why don't we take public comment? I know we have plenty, and I know you'll read those names, and there may be some here tonight that came to give public comment, and then we'll have discussion here at the dais.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Okay, so I'm going to say I'm opposed for this bell schedule for elementary school basically because for elementary school you're moving from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m., which is not very accurate for family who work 9 to 5 or any assessment hour for family who pick up the kids. You have to pick up the kid from school to and from school 3:30 and to 4. So maybe remind me. So I heard many Huntsberger family made me clear to chapters they're opposed to moving the schedule from 9:30 to 10:30. So I think we should not to recommend this option A for elementary school. And I do have a concern of my neighborhood because my neighborhood we cannot afford to go on a daycare or after school program. That cannot afford before school or after school. So my start time for Smith Street is at 9 to 3. If you move from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. or 9:30 or 10 p.m., that will be greater impact for family in the New World area. a greater negative impact of family that costs a lot of money. Many family cannot afford it. And I want to start about the high school athletic program. I think that if you approve for the option A for the high school, I think what we should have to do is send it to email to NIAA about the situation, because it is very unacceptable for NIAA to miss the class time to go to a game. Like, for example, if a varsity game starts at 7, maybe you have to change to 7:30. If a softball starts like 3:30, you have to change it to 4 p.m. because if it don't change the athletic schedule, this student athlete will have a great impact of learning loss. And if we do know option A is the best option for the financially, because we have a hard time to find a bus driver. And I think that we need to send an email to Nevada State government to give them ways more to attract more drivers to hire, to get on the bus, to fill out the bus driver.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Casey McDermott.
Welcome, Mr. McDermott.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone for having us this evening. My name is Casey McDermott. My son is a 6-year-old at Hunsberger Elementary. I have to say that I strongly disagree with you guys, or not you guys, with everybody wanting to push the schedule from 9:30 to 10 o'clock. There are a couple different reasons. First, just kind of piggybacking off of some of the slides that were up there, the early care or the early attendance care and aftercare, it already is incredibly impacted at Hunsberger right now. It's very full. There are certain times, I'm very fortunate with my schedule that I don't necessarily need to drop my kids off early. But 9:30 is already a really late time. Most people start work either 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. When I do have to use it, out of the 50 spots, there's usually 1 or 2. So if we push this back another 30 minutes, I'm not sure how there's going to be ample space for all of the kids that actually need to use this service. With that being said, it leaves a lot of kids stranded. Not in agreement with that. Also, there's certainly been studies, especially this year with all the kids going back to school from COVID. U.S. News just put one out based on 20,000 kids, that there's no benefit to elementary kids starting late. There actually is a benefit to high school kids starting late. 10% of those kids started to see better sleep habits. 20% of them started to see less drowsiness throughout the day. So high schoolers also have the means of transportation. They're 16 years old, 17 years old, 18 years old. They can drive themselves to school. My 6-year-old cannot. So with that being said, I don't agree with high schoolers having to start late as well. I'm not saying I have a solution to this. I'm saying that option A I disagree with, and I think we can definitely come up with a better resolution. So I appreciate your guys' time. I hope you have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
Erin Anderson.
Welcome, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Erin Anderson. I'm a parent of a first grader and a preschooler. Thank you for pushing as far as the time back. I do think this will have a better impact on all students. Pushing start times 30 minutes also deprives all children of 2.5 hours each week, not only for the sports that were talked about, but music lessons, Girl Scouts, the list goes on. The 2.5 hours lost each week will have serious ramifications for all students. Firstly, extracurriculars lead to college admission. From football to 4-H, we will be making Washoe County students less competitive on the state and national level. Secondly, many kids rely on work experience to help provide for their families. This change will reduce their earning potential and necessary funds many families rely on. It's easy to push back and say that they can start the activities in the morning, but that would also force our kids to physically and mentally engage prior to starting their day at 10 a.m. This would also place an extremely unfair disadvantage to working and single parents. Thank you guys for taking the time and all the considerations that come into this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Megan Baruska.
Is it Baruska?
Baraska.
Baraska.
Hi.
Almost
Yes.
close. Ms. Baraska, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all. And I want to just pause and say thank you in these heated moments. It's hard to be an elected official. And so thank you for the service that you're doing. And I hope that with this decision, we can really put our kids at the center of it. And when I say our kids, I mean all kids. Our 5-year-olds in kindergarten up through our 12th graders. We want to be producing college-ready students, and I think that starts in kindergarten. Pushing our kids back to 10 a.m. start times is a disadvantage to them both academically, the science is behind it, and extracurricularly. How can we tell our kids that they cannot participate in after-school sports and in other enrichment activities and then be well-rounded adolescents who have extracurriculars and enrichment things that they can point to in their college applications? To be clear, I'm not opposed to adjusting our bell schedule, but I am opposed to adjusting our bell schedule in a way that only considers the sleep impacts of middle school and high school students. I applaud the district's work to get to this recommendation. I believe that a thorough investigation of the impacts to all students is what kind of service the school board trustees need to do for our students. The research shows, you look at schools across the U.S., 75 minutes later is what you tentatively approved with option A. We should be moving our elementary school students earlier, not later. It was covered also in the research. Releasing kids at 4 p.m. will mean that kids are walking between a quarter of a mile and a half mile home from bus stops in the dark during rush hour. This is why school bells do not let out as late as 4 p.m. Regarding the budget implications, there was no context given in the survey to the costs. I've helped elevate the public's awareness that $600 and some thousand is a mere 0.05% of the district's annual budget. I think that next time we do a survey, we need to make sure that middle schooler and high schoolers can't respond if our elementary school students don't have a way to respond on their own. I also think that we should be putting out the context for these costs. If we're going to approve a bond for $3.4 million for new buses, which again, I'm in support of, I think asking for $1 million to do an option that suits the needs of all students is perfectly reasonable. Again, I'm in favor of doing thorough research. I'm in favor of a common sense solution that addresses the needs of all of our students. And let's not make this decision in today's world where we're having a labor shortage across every single industry. Let's make a long-term decision when we're able to. Let's not force something through that only benefits a part of our students. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Baraska.
Macremont.
Is it Vermont?
Yep.
Welcome, Mr. Vermont.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I had prepared a list, but honestly, I saw the considerations for elementary, middle school, and high schoolers, and I mean, y'all did a better job laying out what could the potential detriments than I ever could have. And so, what came across to me in the considerations was that in an effort to alleviate what seems to be a sleep issue and a transportation issue, you're inviting a whole multitude of other considerations that are detrimental to the student outcomes. And that's really just quite stunning. And so, I really want to thank you for being thoughtful and delaying the decision here. I'd say that with the later start time, later end time for high schoolers, it would seem to exacerbate existing problems in the labor market and ability to pursue after-school activities. And then being made aware of a zero period seems to totally negate the fact that you'd have a later start period. It seems to suggest that more time for instruction and enrichment is the appropriate way to go. And then, I would say that I have no doubt that the transportation issue is real, but it does seem to be temporary. And I just question whether or not we need a permanent solution to a temporary situation. It just doesn't seem appropriate. I would say, I'm sure you all have read research, probably more than I have. The CDC did a study on student start times. At the risk of touching the third rail, it seems like CDC recommendations should be taken with a grain of salt, which I'm glad that you're layering in other considerations at this time. Then it brings me to my final point, which is just common sense as a parent of a second grader and a first grader. They are just not their best selves at 10 a.m. And to ask them to start, even after being in school at some sort of before school program for 2.5 hours, is just really inviting the wrong outcome. It's just too much to ask. And those are our early learners. That's where the foundations are laid, and I just don't think we're setting them up for success. Thank you, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vermont.
Amy Bentel.
Is it Bentel?
Bentel.
Bentel. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Amy Bentel. I reside in District D, and I'm represented by Trustee Smith and Nicolette. I work at Diedrichson as a second grade teacher in Trustee Minetto and Mayberry's districts. I emailed most of you on November 7th to present facts as to why young students should not begin school later in the morning. I'm happy to see that most of the points I've included in my email have been presented to you by the district. I agree with changing the bell schedule for middle and high school children to a later time. There is an insurmountable amount of research and evidence that backs this up as developmentally appropriate. I do not, however, believe that elementary students should start as late as proposed. In my letter, I asked you to consider these questions. Is there valid research and evidence that says a later start time for elementary school is more beneficial than an earlier start time? Are there other districts that implement a similar bell schedule that is proposed? What effort was put forth to make sure that all families, community stakeholders, and school staff knew of the survey presented? How many connected calls and email reminders to take the survey were sent to families after the initial email on September 20th? Please ask yourself this. Will the proposed later start for middle and high schoolers even be impactful if our young children are not well equipped entering secondary school because they did lose that valuable morning instruction in elementary school? Will this proposed change of bell schedule impact teacher retention? I know teachers that are considering early retirement or resignation if the elementary schedule changes, which will therefore contribute to the shortage of staff district-wide. And will this enormous change affect our entire community in a positive way? Because of the reasons given and questions asked at this time, I urge you to agree with Superintendent McNeil's recommendation to keep the bell schedule as it is. A bell schedule change is monumental and will need to take time to roll out in a more organized, structured fashion. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Ms. Bethel, and thank you for your service in the district.
The board received emails from Diane Spiegel, Alexandra Yarbrough, Laura and Eric Eccles, Billy Hendrickson, Nancy Flocini, Cassandra Fairchild, Kimberly Menard, Rich Arndt, Brian Landebrew, Tiona Faust, Jill Granfield, Tina Longfield, Becky Hepler, Tessa Diltz, Sarah Dawkins, Nanette Fuhrer, Rachel Haverly, Mariana Molina, Sophia Cardinal, Jenny Monroe, Joanne McGough, Cinnamon and Aaron Heidi, Kelsey Schaefer, Janine Nelson, Greg Jacques, Lori Willets, Nori Stadmeister, Greta Brown, Dr. Jennifer Mortensen, Cindy Anderson, and Mindy Lillyquist.
Thank you very much, JJ, and thank you, all of you, for your public comment. And staff, thank you for your work. Thank you for your work and bringing back this information to us. We really appreciate it. I see your light on, Trustee Smith, so we'll go right over here to you.
Thank you, President Taylor. As a board member, I'm thrilled to see this process in play. I'm very grateful to my colleagues for making, and the board in its entirety, but only doing a preliminary approval, which allowed for the opportunity for additional analysis, additional consideration, and additional feedback from the public. This shows that this process works. As a mom of a 5-year-old in kindergarten and an 11-year-old in 5th grade, I can tell you personally that this recommendation is the best choice for our community. And to be very clear and to echo many of the comments that we heard, I support a reconsideration of the bell schedules, but I do not support option A. When this item does come back to the board at some point, it is my hope that we will solve this problem rather than shift the problem to other student communities. So with that said, I'm sure that my colleagues may also want to weigh in. I don't want to tip my hand, but at some point I'll definitely be making a recommendation.
I think your hand is tipped. Just saying. Other trustee. I'll share my. Go ahead, trustee. Go ahead, trustee.
I was watching the lights, but I'll go ahead. First of all, thank you everybody for speaking. My humor, but you fell into our plan to get you to attend a board meeting, and I appreciate the comments. And just for the record, don't thank us for your right to speak. And I value public comment. I hear so much good from public comment. Yeah, A is DOA. I get so many. I mean, I don't think I got one email in favor of it, and believe me, there were dozens and dozens of emails. So we got to figure out a better way. I do want to, those of you that I did respond to, I have another Jeff humor pun that was in my email to you, and I said what's driving the bus is the lack of bus drivers. The Plan B would require 13 additional bus drivers. And staff or anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're currently down about 66 bus drivers. Math wasn't my best subject, but that would put us down 79 bus drivers. So I bring that up just so you're aware. We have to think outside the box. We have to solve it. Plan A is not an option in my mind either. I've heard, I mean, I'm just throwing things out, but I've had so many emails from citizens, and I'm not smart enough to know what we can and can't do. Somebody said that there's districts that pay the parents rather than bus drivers. So the parents can figure it out, that we pay them what we would have spent on bus drivers, and then, you know, you carpool, you make it work. Somebody said, or many of them said, can't you flip and have the high school start last, and the middle school start in the middle, and the elementary, you know, so flip Plan A. I don't know. But I'm open to any ideas. I know staff is going to work on it hard, but we've got to do it, and we've got to do a better job of recruiting. I'm not going to beat my shoe on the table anymore about that. I'll just bring it up. Somebody said, well, can you start at 7:30 in the morning? And that would be an earlier start by a half hour, but that would solve a half hour on the other end. Again, I don't know, but I trust staff's going to look at it in depth, and I just wanted to share my opinions with you. And again, thank you very, very much for coming and for your input.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Church. I'm going to go ahead and add my comments. First thing I'm going to say is that I know that, one, just again, thank you for everybody. Thank you for all the emails, and thank you for all the work, again, that staff did to bring this important information back to us. I feel compelled to say that what we're dealing with is a labor shortage, not a recruiting issue. I think it's important. We continually do. I think it's important that things that come from this table reflect that. I mean, one of our public commenters said it is a national labor shortage, and someone else said, hopefully it's a temporary issue. And I certainly hope it's a temporary issue, and I'm going to absolutely agree that in retrospect, we would be making, in my opinion, a long-term, and it couldn't really be permanent because you can always change it again, but really a long-term solution to what we hope will be a short-term problem. As I look and have read so many of the comments that came in, I was one of the ones that voted preliminarily to go forward with it. I reconsidered my vote as I listened to and as I actually read. Most of the time, it kind of had it in my mind getting here, and it's just reconfirmed after I read the staff report and presentation and heard you tonight. Is that really we thought we had 5 or 7 options that we sent out there, but we really didn't, because 5 of them we couldn't do. And so that really only left 2, because primarily, not as much, I agree, it's $1 million worth doing if it's going to make things better, but it's primarily a labor shortage, really. So I think that my recommendation for my colleagues is I'm going to just join Trustee Smith and Trustee Church and saying I think this is not the time to do this. I would like to see us wait until we're in a better position and we can really have some viable options, more than really 2 viable options, because we couldn't do more than that with the labor shortage, even if you put the money piece aside. So those are my comments on this. I'll ask my colleagues to support that. I see our student trustee leaning in.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a comment I wanted to add. I definitely agree with all the trustees and what you had said about not moving forward with this. Just a perspective from a high school student. When it comes to having 0 periods at Worcester and having those extracurriculars after school, we definitely work with carpooling with students. Those students that might not be able to get there, the coordinator of IB makes it known that maybe students sometimes can't get there. So we all, as students, work together to be able to carpool with one another and be able to make sure that we're all able to get to school. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's as maybe high school schedules might change, middle schools can work better with parents, as high schoolers can get other students to school together. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee Victoria. Other comments? If not, certainly looking for a motion, unless there are other comments. Okay, I see that light came on immediately. Okay. I wonder what this motion is going to be.
Yeah, I wonder. Although I do have a question for Council Rombardo, because with my motion, I have my own kind of homegrown version compared to what we have here. Because I would like to put in the motion that I would like to reverse the preliminary approval of Schedule A. The reason being is that the motion, the way that it's written, feels like there could still be a continuation of that, but I would like to signal to the public that we are fully reversing that preliminary approval, and then the motion will go from there. Is that okay?
Is that necessary, required, or okay, or what would be appropriate, Council?
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's reasonably foreseeable from the agenda item.
So there should be 2, or should that just be included in her motion? I think that's your question, right?
I'm planning on just including
it. It looks like he's giving you the green light, sorry.
Thank you. All right, then I move for item 3.04. I move that the Board of Trustees reverses the preliminary approval of the Schedule A option and delays the decision to move forward with changes to the school start times and directs the superintendent to conduct additional analysis on optimal learning times and impacts on all related student programming and activities.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, with discussion, Trustee Mayberry?
I know I'm the baby brother here, so forgive me. I'm just trying to learn and observe, and I don't want to speak up, but I find myself constantly wanting to speak
That's okay.
up. But I too appreciate the direction we're going. I want to say too, though, I hope we can do further analysis, because I certainly don't want to put the burden on the backs of our younger children. I mean, I totally believe that the 10 o'clock start time is way too late. But I will say, as a father of 2 young ladies that just graduated middle school is way too early. And there's a lot of developmental milestones. Sleep is one of them, and so I think that was the whole genesis of this topic.
It
right?
It was.
So I do hope that we continue to have this conversation and that things do improve with busing, et cetera. So I want to get that on the record. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that, and I think that was part of the intention, the additional analysis.
Okay. Thank you.
Move forward. So thank you. Any further discussion? Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. We have a motion on the floor from Trustee Smith, and we have a second from Dr. Nicolette, I believe. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right. The ayes have it. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you, staff. Next time, Coach Stallworth, don't say so much. We need to. Okay, we appreciate that. Thanks to all who came out, and thanks to all who shared their public comments. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go on. All right, we're going to ask those, if you would, we want to continue with the agenda, if you would, please. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're going to go to agenda item 3.05, discussion and possible action to approve the proposed attendance zone changes for Robert McQueen High School, Verdi Elementary School, Roy Gum Elementary School, B.D. Billinghurst Middle School, Darrell Swope Middle School, and Reno High School. This is effective for the 22-23 school year, as recommended by the Zoning Advisory Committee. And before us, I think, are we going to start with who we're starting with? We're going to start with our lead area superintendent, and we have our chair of our zoning committee. Before us, welcome, replacement here, welcome, and hi, Adam. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, Ms. Ford,
Madam
please.
President, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, Lead Area Superintendent Lauren Ford for the record, and I am the staff liaison for the Zoning Advisory Committee. With me here today is our newly elected chair, Christine Hull. We thank her for her work and being our chair, and also Adam Searcy, the great Adam Searcy. Does that help? Okay.
That makes up for it, thanks.
A little bit? Okay. The Zoning Advisory Committee is a 13-member district committee charged by the Board of Trustees to form recommendations for new enrollment zones and revisions to existing enrollment zones. So it was created and governed primarily by Admin Regulation 7107, alignment of school attendance zones, and secondarily by the Board Policy 7105, school capacity management and attendance zones, just to kind of acclimate you. Items that come into play when we look at rezoning, we look at programs. We have certain programs that are in different buildings. Some of those can be switched to different buildings depending on capacities. Transportation, we always look to try to do a zero cost if we possibly can. The board policy and admin reg that I just cited to you is part of our decisions. And grandfathered variances. For those of you on the board, if a student is about to roll up to the last grade at a particular school, those students are grandfathered and allowed to stay at the school if we do put a rezoning into place.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us tonight. As Lauren mentioned, my name is Christine Hull, and I am just honored to serve in this role as a lifelong educator as well as a parent and a graduate of Washoe County Schools. This is really, really important to me that our schools make sense, that we have vertical alignments, that teachers can work together. And so I think it's really important for us to use this guidance because it really truly helps us to make our decisions and base that on this really important regulation that this board has passed. So in our decision-making process, we look at keeping our subdivisions and our neighborhood units in the same attendance zone so that kids who live next door to each other go to school together. We, as best as possible, like students to go to their closest school. And we'd like to create compact attendance zones so there's not islands and weird lines. So Adam does a great job with his staff on looking at all possible geographic areas. And as a social studies teacher, I love looking at the maps. It gets me all excited. And we also, Adam's team does a fantastic job at looking at the growth in our area, which, as you all know, is pretty intense right now. The other thing that I'm incredibly passionate about is our feeder patterns. I really believe that an entire elementary school should stay together and go to a middle school together, and that middle school should go. And it's not just for student relationships, it's for our teachers too, because they can work very well together. And I believe that in the long term, we will see massive growth with our students if teachers from a high school can talk to the middle school teachers and talk to the elementary school teachers. I truly believe that vertical alignment makes a big difference. And then, as Lauren said, avoiding transportation burdens is, as you all just had that conversation, really important. We also have to follow equal protection clause under the U.S. Constitution. Again, like I said, I'm a social studies teacher, so I'm big on the Constitution, and this is really important in our diverse area. So we're pretty close to, we follow this to the law, and Neil is always with us to make sure we're on top of that.
So it's on. Okay. Zoning Advisory Committee, the September meeting we needed to cancel, but we held our meeting in October, November. We are canceling our December meeting due to another conflict, but we will be meeting from January through May. Typically, our meeting falls on spring break, and we don't have enough time to prep from one meeting to the next. So we usually cancel that March meeting, but we do have other items to be addressing in those other meetings. Our community outreach is quite extensive to engage our public. We do social media postings. We do our Blackboard Connect messages. Those are designed by my office, but they are also sent out by the principals of the school. Sorry, I'm reading. Verdi Elementary School, West 4th Street corridor area. Now we're going to get into some of the maps, and we're going to introduce the expert on that so he can talk you through the maps. Adam, you want the power?
Hey, good evening, everybody. Adam Searcy for the record. This is an area that we've talked about for some time. This, as opposed to some of our other rezoning recommendations, is not being driven by the construction of a new school or extreme overcrowding, but rather primarily driven by what we've perceived to be an irregular enrollment zoning boundary and arguably a safety issue. So this slide is an effort to highlight the entire enrollment zone of Verdi Elementary School. It's a little difficult without a pointer or cursor, but you can follow those dark blue lines and see that the Verdi Elementary School enrollment zone extends all the way up the West 4th Street corridor to McCarran Boulevard currently. And that was an area that we endeavored to try to improve in the 2017-2018 school year and really couldn't quite reach a conclusion at that time. And the main thing we'll talk about a little bit that has changed since then is the expansion of Swope Middle School, allowing for the 6th graders from GOM Elementary School to be elevated to middle school starting next school year in the 22-23 school year, creating additional space at GOM for us to reconsider this one. So this one's just really an orientation slide on the existing boundaries. For those of you who aren't maybe familiar with these types of maps, the dark blue lines represent the existing elementary school enrollment boundaries. The colors illustrate the existing middle school enrollment boundaries. So that lavender is Billinghurst, the green is Swope, for example. And then on the next slide, this is zooming in on that same far eastern extension of the Verdi enrollment zone. We see the dark kind of gold brown line representing the high school boundary line. That's Reno and McQueen. So this is existing conditions. And in this slide, if you really track, that neighborhood there that's really in question is zoned for Verdi, Billinghurst, and then Reno High School. So that creates what we often refer to as a split feeder, where you've got a whole bunch of kids going to Billinghurst, and then some of them splitting off and going to Reno High School, and the rest of them going to McQueen High School, which is something that we try to avoid to the greatest extent possible. All right, so these are, in addition to maps, I really like spreadsheets. I don't know how President Taylor feels about that, but we like our spreadsheets in capital projects, and this is what the enrollments and capacities and projections of these schools look like today without any rezoning changes. There's some vertical lines reflecting changes that are already known to be in the works, such as the elevation of 6th graders from GOM to Billinghurst. You can see their current enrollment and capacity percentage and their projected enrollment and capacity percentage next school year. That's inclusive of the 6th graders moving up, but not inclusive of any proposed rezone. So you can see that space or that extra space that's being created in GOM next school year. All right, so again, this is just to reset your bearings. These are existing conditions, and we're going to dive into our two options that were presented. Oftentimes, we'll present only the recommendation from the committee. Since there were only two options, we're going to present both of them to you as well as the final recommendation from the committee. But here's the existing conditions. Next slide is option A. So really what that does is it moves that elementary school boundary line to align with the high school boundary line. And you see that middle school color extend across the river all the way up to I-80. So now I'll flip back a slide. Existing conditions, proposed change. This will impact 52 students, approximately K-5 students at Verdi would be rezoned to GOM.
Can you go back one? I'm sorry. I wanted to see it on the larger one.
Yeah, so this is existing. All those kids are zoned for Verdi and Billinghurst. And in scenario 1, we would rezone that neighborhood to GOM and Swope.
Go back one more time. I'm sorry. Okay.
So rather than those kids traveling 9 miles out to Verdi, they'd be bused potentially to GOM, 1.3 miles, and rather than Billinghurst, they would stay with their classmates from GOM up to Swope. That's what the map looks like. Notable on option 1, you can see the approximate number of students that would be impacted at the elementary and middle school level, but notable in this option, there's no change to the high school boundary line. So we would be eliminating that split feeder, but no change, no impact at the high school level whatsoever. Okay, so this slide is the same option 1 illustrated, just zoomed out. So you can see how the Verdi enrollment zone becomes slightly more compact. They still have Mogul and Belli Ranch and that River Ranch neighborhood and whatnot, but that change is illustrated here from option 1. And these are the impacts, the projected enrollment impacts associated with this change. So those same approximate numbers of elementary schools students from Verdi to GOM and middle school students from Billinghurst to Swope are reflected in the projected enrollments on this table. As I highlighted previously, with the elevation of 6th graders out of GOM into Swope, the expansion of Swope, there's plenty of space in Swope to accommodate that. That creates space in GOM to accommodate the students we're proposing to rezone out of the Verdi zone into GOM. Coincidentally, they're almost exactly the same number of students. The 6th grade class coming out of GOM into Swope, approximately 55. We've got approximately 52 students proposed to be impacted by this rezone. So you can see the enrollment numbers are it's basically a neutral change to the total enrollment at GOM. So really kind of a win-win there. You can see the numbers on Verdi. It's a small school, so small changes in enrollment do have an outsized impact, but there is more growth in the Verdi zone than in the GOM zone, so creating a little extra space for the near-term enrollment growth is appropriate. And then, again, I want to emphasize this table includes the high schools. However, in option 1, there is no change, so those numbers are the same as the numbers we saw previously existing. Okay, so that's option 1. Now we're going to dive into option 2. This is just a reset. We like to shake that off and remember where we're starting from. These are existing conditions. Option 2. It looks very similar to option 1. We just took it all the way to the end of that 4th Street corridor. If you guys are familiar with that part of town, the river and 4th Street really kind of pinch up against I-80 right there, and you can sort of see all the development also gets pinched off. But that River Ranch area and all of that area, some of those older subdivisions up off of Leroy Street and Mesa Park are included here for kind of completeness. You can see the impact data. additional students at each level, we're expanding that same movement from Verdi to GOM, from Billinghurst to Swope. Now 82, 42 students respectively, elementary and middle. And in this move, we're also moving to high school. So not a lot of students, but we are making an adjustment in option 2 that affects the high school. Option 2 here again, just zoomed out, gives you a little better perspective of what this adjustment looks like graphically. And then option 2, impact data. So pretty much moving in the same direction, just a few more students. So you can see the numbers at GOM rising a little bit more than in option 1. The enrollments at Verdi decreasing a little bit more than in option 1. Same trend at the middle school level, and then at McQueen and Reno at the high school level, there's a movement from McQueen to Reno of just about a dozen students in option 2.
Okay.
We also often talk about the impacts to transportation with some of these various scenarios. It was definitely a topic of conversation with the committee at our 2 meetings focused on these options. And we tried to summarize the impacts on this slide here. Basically, if you receive transportation services currently, in either of the options, you would also receive transportation services. Noteworthy, the area north of 4th Street, south of I-80, that's being proposed to be impacted by both options, would technically be within the walk zone to GOM, but because there really is not a safe crossing or sidewalk along 4th Street, talking with staff, it was clear that transportation services would need to be provided to those neighborhoods. They're currently provided transportation to Verdi. They would be offered a bus to GOM. That was something that was important to the committee. The second bullet, some students currently within the walk zone technically to Billinghurst and McQueen would be provided transportation services if rezoned to Swope and Reno. You know, sometimes we do move students to a school that's a little bit further away from where they're currently zoned. That's just the nature of having to draw lines somewhere. But it's not what we've felt to be a negative impact. They would be provided transportation services, whether they choose to use them or not. From a transportation department standpoint, however, that could be absorbed within an existing route. So it's not something that would require them to add a route or a bus driver. They're already transporting students from nearby neighborhoods to Swope and to Reno High, and they could easily pick up the same neighborhood students and provide the transportation there. So that's really the summary of the information that was presented and the impacts, but I want to turn it back over to our committee chair to just share a little bit more context about the deliberation.
So in option 1, it impacts fewer students, which is something that we really look at. It also does not impact zoning for any students at the high school level, and we did hear from several community members as well as teachers and other staff members at Reno High that were concerned about changes at the high school level. And then it does result in more uniform enrollment balance, and I think we can all agree that we don't want some schools under-enrolled and some schools at over-enrollment. So it did give us more balance across all of the schools. So option 1 was definitely the favorite amongst the community, and we did hold, as Lauren mentioned, we did hold 2 meetings in Verdi, and we had a lot of community feedback, whether through our email or through live presentations. So in option 2, we are impacting quite a few more students, and like I said, this one impacts about 15 students moving from McQueen to Reno, and it does result in a less uniform enrollment across the impacted schools. So our recommendation was to go with option 1, based on the community feedback as well as everything that we saw, and looking at our guidance from Regulation 7107. We felt that this one was the one that followed that most closely. Did I miss anything? Oh, I need to go on one more slide, huh?
Okay, that's all right. That's just a recommended motion.
Hey, while you're making that transition, I just wanted to highlight, I'm sorry to
Yep.
interrupt,
No, you're
that the recommended effective date of this change, that because of the timing that we're at here today, and because of the opportunity associated with the expansion of SWOPE and the elevation of those sixth graders, the recommendation from staff to the committee and now from the committee to the board would be to cause these changes to go into effect next school year, 22-23.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for this. Is really comprehensive. This is my district, so I know the area well, and I'm very glad to see that transportation will be provided for that change. I know it isn't very many students, but there's just not a other safe way to get there. There's no sidewalk on 4th Street to do that, so I really appreciate it. So thank you very much. Or do you have any public comment on this? We do. Okay.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Good morning. So I think the board, zoning committee did follow the regulation, follow the listen to parent very well. And very clear to me that this option 1 makes sense the best, because option 1 can provide accreditation. Since that we have a bus shortage, we can offer a bus accreditation for a student who currently in accreditation to Third Island Middle School and in Berryhurst Middle School can be rezoned to Galt Middle School, which is a lot closer to this. And it can also go to Swope Middle School and then Reno High School, because their current zone for Reno High School, if they were in 8th grade at Berryhurst Middle School, but to go to high school, that's a little bit situation. It's a little situation because this group of students will spread up from Berryhurst to Reno High School. So rezone to Swope Middle School makes sense because all Swope Middle School will go to Reno High School. And then for option 2 is a little bit of complication because further of those or 4th Street, the western 4th Street corridor, the students are currently walk to Berryhurst and McQueen High School in the current zone for Third Island Middle School. That might seem like it's a little bit problematic to me, but it does not have a solution for them. But I think that we should wait it out until the new elementary school in Northwest Reno that can relieve overcrowded Third Island Middle School and provide them with a lot closer option for feeder McQueen Elementary School feeder school, other than moving out of to Galt, Swope, and Reno High School, because McQueen and Reno High School are rivalries. So that's the guys knows. So we want to make sure how to follow focal alignment as soon as possible, and we do know we need to fix the Northwest Reno focal alignment up to high school mostly on Creighton Middle School. Once we represent after Rear Wrangler and Middle School was solved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duran.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. I will bring this back here to the dais again as one of the trustees that represents this area. I think it's great work. I didn't get anyone saying, hey, don't go with that and so on, which I think is indicative of the work and the input and the adjustments that were made as a result of having good input from the community. So again, I thank you for that. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. I'd like to echo that. So congratulations to the Zoning Advisory Committee. I think that this is amazing work. And I think the fact that I heard nothing but support for this option really shows the value of this committee, the excellence of the work that's done, and the community input. So also this is my area in District D on the GOM and SWOPE side, and I am absolutely in full support of this and very grateful to your work, and then also to that of the work of the whole committee.
Fantastic. Since you're a trustee there, then I think you're going to be making a motion.
Let's do it. I'm on a tear. All right, item 3.05, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposed attendance zone changes for Robert McQueen High School, Verdi Elementary School, Roy Gom Elementary School, Billinghurst Middle School, Swope Middle School, and the Reno High School effective for the 2022-23 school year as recommended by the Zoning Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by, I'll go with Dr. Nicolette, since this whole thing is your area, so we're going to go with you. All right. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate.
So, sorry to interrupt, but this does not affect Reno High School. And in your motion, you stated Reno High School.
Well, that's because it was just.
Oh, is it in there? No.
Oh, no, because the high school changes didn't happen.
The high school changes did not
Right,
happen in
right.
option one, and you did say zoning changes to Reno High School. I just want to make sure that.
And McQueen High School, so let's take,
Yeah.
you take that as a friendly? To take out
See if
McQueen
you
High
see
School
right
and
up
Reno
here?
High School? Yeah, it was Reno High School and McQueen High School, good catch,
They
thank
do
you.
not,
Yeah,
they're
nope.
not affected.
Right, because we didn't go with option two, that was been, right. Okay, thank you for that, there's a friendly, you accept that friendly, Dr. Nicolette?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the motion is as read with the exception of eliminating changes as noted to Robert McQueen High School and the Reno High School because the board is not going forward with option two. Okay, thank you, Ms. Ford. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Again, thank you very much for the great work.
Nice job.
Man, I was trying to keep that on here. All right, thank you very much, and thanks to all of those who came out to share your comments. We appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Okay, we're going to go on to agenda item number right here, 3.07. This is presentation and update regarding the Superintendent's Task Force for supplemental materials based on Nevada academic content standards for K-5 English Language Arts, social justice curriculum, including the work completed by the Superintendent's Task Force as well as next steps. Although this is a non-action item, we will still allow for public comment in it because we know this is has a great community interest. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Parks, and we have our staff in front of us, and we have our new Equity and Diversity Officer in front of us as well. Dr. Parks.
Thank you, President Taylor, and good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Kristen McNeil. Yes, we are here for a short presentation on our Superintendent's Task Force. And as you pointed out, we have our guests here. Ms. Dina Chiaramella, she is our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and newly appointed Director of Equity and Diversity, Lanisha Battle. And our newest, Debbie Steers, is now our lead member of the Superintendent's Task Force. So they're going to guide you through a real quick update on the work so far, as well as the work we're going to be doing in the future. So take it away, ladies.
Who's up first?
That would be me, Lanisha Battle.
Ms. Battle, welcome to your first presentation to the Board of Trustees, and congratulations on your new position.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor,
You're
and
welcome.
thank you to the board. The Superintendent's Task Force, we are meeting once a month, monthly, on the third Thursday of each month for about an hour and a half for each session. Our task force is made up of 5 district representatives representing each of the districts represented here with our trustees, who are our parent guardian reps. And then we have 4 community members as well, 1 principal representative, the 2 directors, which would be Dina Chiaramella and myself, 2 elementary school teacher representatives, 1 middle school teacher representative, 1 high school teacher representative, and 2 student representatives all serve the 18 of us on that task force.
Okay. There you are,
Thank
Dina.
you. Takes a village. Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. Just to take you back to how we have the Superintendent's Task Force.
Dina, just give us your name for the record, please.
I'm sorry,
yes.
Dina Chiaramella, Director of
Thank
Elementary Curriculum and Instruction. So at the June 8th, 2021 board meeting, the trustees approved the following motion from Superintendent McNeil, that the Board of Trustees provide direction to the superintendent in alignment with the adopted action plan and in meeting the needs of our students, staff, and school communities, move forward with a measured approach to providing supplementary curriculum based on the Nevada academic context standards and involving stakeholders through the establishment of a task force, and to be brought back to the board in late fall of 2021 with an update on progress.
So where are we thus far? Sorry, where are we so far? We have met 3 times. We've established community agreements. Our first session was spent building communities, establishing those agreements of what we, or what was decided as working agreements for the group. We did ask for volunteers or suggestions for a task force lead, and we had a volunteer, Ms. Debbie Steers, who is here with us today.
Thank you.
We did begin discussions. We have begun discussions in the second session around our English language arts and social studies standards. We do know that our task force is made up of community members and parents and guardians and teachers and an administrator. So we wanted to make sure that we were all on common ground and getting an overall understanding of those standards and what we would be looking at for those supplementary materials, and making sure that they know that everything that we're going to be looking at will be related back to the Nevada academic content standards. The task force members learned how those standards are structured and how to navigate reading those standards, because like we said earlier, we do have parents who are not necessarily teachers and not as versed with the content standards as a teacher might be. So we did spend the second session in that area.
Task force members also learned and discussed how the English language arts standards are built in a progression, and that the social studies content theme standards can stand alone and do not rely on a systematic progression like the English language arts standards do. They also learned and discussed how social studies disciplinary skills standards follow an arc of inquiry, starting with questioning and culminating in having students taking action. And task force members heard a presentation this last week from the Equity and Diversity Department about cultural competency.
Our next steps in our task force would be to continue to build some common foundation around the opportunity myth. So we have our next task force meeting is scheduled for December 16th. Task force members were giving a quote-unquote homework assignment to do some reading on the opportunity myth, what students can show us about how school is letting them down and how to fix it, so that we can have some discussion around that text. And we will return to our standards discussion because, like we said, we want to make sure that everyone fully understands those Nevada academic content standards, and preparing for our next session with our task members.
And if I can just jump in on this slide too, the idea of the common foundation, that it's really important. The task force members won't be able to make strong suggestions on supplemental materials if they don't understand the standards and what is being asked of students at each grade level. So even though this may sound like we're going fairly slow and we haven't jumped into materials yet, we want to really make sure that our task force members are understanding what those standards are and how they're implemented at each grade level. So that's why we're really going slow, because we want to make sure we build a really strong common foundation for all task force members.
Also, we want to make sure that we review the benchmark advanced materials that have already been adopted, so that we don't get something that is overlapping with what we already have, and that they are clear on what that covers, so that when we go into supplementary materials, they'll know what we are looking for or what they should be looking for.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I want to add, first of all, thank you to all of you. Next time we know you're new, so you get a pass. You get a pass, Ms. Sears. I wanted to add a couple of things. One is I want to make sure it's really clear that the benchmark advanced materials are not the supplemental instructional materials that the board did not approve. That the board said we are not going to adopt. I want to make it very, very clear. That is the curriculum that had been previously adopted, had nothing to do with the social justice supplementary, the proposed supplementary materials. Thank you, the word materials. So I want to make it really, really clear. It's not being slid in or anything like that. Those are two completely different things. That's how benchmark was asked to do the supplemental part, because we were already using their curriculum. Okay, so make it very clear that is not the same thing. Secondly, I want to add that there are a couple of things that were part, the substantive things that were a part of the motion were certainly included in the slide. A couple of other things that were a part of the motion I think is important that we continue to repeat is that the agendas for the meetings of the task force are posted, as well as the notes from all the meetings. are posted so that the public can certainly follow along, see what's happening, all of that, all of those pieces, because I think that's important, and that's something that the board said was important. And then a really important piece, I actually pulled this up, is that the task force, also part of the motion, the task force not consider divisive or political materials that were proposed by Benchmark, as I said before, and I think that's an important part as well. So those things have not changed. Those things have not changed, and I think it's really important to note that. And then we just continue. We know that the foundation is important, because so that recommendations can be made that are in alignment with the Nevada academic content standards. We don't want recommendations that are going to get us out of alignment, because then we can't do them, right? So I understand this part is important, and so thank you for that work. But I just wanted to make sure it was an important note that those things that the board said were important as we move forward and as we accepted the superintendent's recommendation, that those things were still in place, and that is know that those things are still in place. I think that's critical. Okay, other questions, comments? Well, before we do this, I know, hang on, we'll have some trustee church, so don't lose your thought. Let's go to public comment.
Terry Bartle.
Welcome, Ms. Bartle.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you, Task Force, for the work that you're doing. Virginia's newly elected Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears recently said in an interview, quote, "I beg to differ that CRT is not taught. It is part of the curriculum. It is weaved in and out of the curriculum." I'm going to demonstrate that right now. Representative Virginia Fox from North Carolina is the ranking member on the House Education and Labor Committee. She says, quote, "For instance, in a class in Nevada that used CRT ideas, students are told the most important way to think about themselves was through the identity groups they belong to, including race and gender," close quote. CRT by definition is racist. It tells children they are the color of their skin and that their life is ruled through the filter of pigmentation. The supplementary materials section referred to in item 3.07 of the agenda can be traced to CRT being covertly inserted into the curriculum. With a little digging, I was able to trace the social studies track directly to CRT and an extreme racist who is actually teaching our teachers how to teach. I will illustrate. The supplementary materials are based on the Nevada Academic Content Standards. The Nevada Academic Content Standards for Social Studies take direction from the National Council for Social Studies. In partnership with the Library of Congress, the National Council for the Social Studies is putting on the 101st National Council for Social Studies in January of 2022. Presenter Philip Nell, who is a professor of English at the Kansas State University, is presenting How to Break Up with Your Favorite Racist Children's Books. Professor Neal's introductory states, "In this talk, I argue that confronting this fact is the best way to dismantle the white supremacist delusion of cancel culture." He is referring to us, parents and good citizens. He is calling us all white supremacists, even parents of color that disagree with CRT. This is the professor that started the defamation of Dr. Seuss and is going after Harry Potter. He's canceling. Teaching a well-rounded version of American history that shows the good and the bad of the past is necessary. Truth is essential. Erasing the past or formulating a new past to fit an agenda is not acceptable. Children need to learn skills in school so they can have an equal chance in a capitalist society. Teaching victimization is not acceptable. Turning America into a socialist communist country is not acceptable. I hope the board and the task force and the audience will take the time to go to the 101st National Council for the Social Studies website and look at what they're teaching, the curricula at that seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartell.
Debbie Hudgens.
Ms. Hudgens? Okay.
Valerie Fiannaca.
Welcome, Ms. Fiannaca.
Thank you. This task force should never have been formed. That being said, I helped choose it. The rubric was so narrow, there was really no avenue for diversity on this committee. And that's quite ironic. The community has told you in no uncertain terms they do not want this, and yet you persist. Your arrogance in this regard is stunning. We even managed to seat an activist teacher on this task force, even with blind choosing, who has vowed online, I've seen it with my own eyes, to teach CRT regardless of laws passed in our state or what this board instructs them to do, our own teachers in this district. As a board, I beg you to root out this vile teaching and restore our schools to classical liberal arts education. You've got to do it. People have told you you need to do it over and over.
Thank you, Ms. Fiannaca.
The board received an email from Dinah Mayer, John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
Your turn. I agree with what Mrs. Fiannaca said. Remember, these are private meetings. This started out with social justice and critical race theory. You guys prefer to call it social justice. I get that. Everybody who spoke almost was against it. You went ahead with it anyway. What I heard these people just say is talk about common ground, common foundation. Where's the diversity of thought? I didn't hear that. Also, I heard them say how schools are letting down students. Here's what I see. My oldest graduated in 2016, went to an Ivy League school. My babies will graduate in 2023. I've seen the education diminish in 7 years. It's mostly because of too much social and emotional learning, comprehensive sex ed, social justice, critical race theory, BLM, LGBTQ, and not enough improving education. Your job is to improve education, not to tell the kids how to think. Get away from this. Listen to Ms. Fiannaca, please. I know one of the student reps on the committee was all about BLM and LGBTQ. A while back, you heard Spencer come in here and say on the first day of school, his history teacher, U.S. history teacher, said she was going to focus on BLM and LGBTQ. He dropped school the next day. How many people like that are on the committee? My guess is none. We had a kid from Galena High who's still trying to form a conservative group. I don't think he's been able to do that. He's called me, his mom has called me. How many kids like that are on the committee? My guess is none. We had a Sparks Middle School teacher that told her kids the first day she divorced her husband so she could marry a woman and she's a proud lesbian. Middle school teacher. How many kids who don't like that kind of talk are on the committee? How many teachers who don't like that kind of talk are on the committee? It's a disgrace, and you guys know it. Pine Middle School. That was the one where the principal went in and supposedly took down the LGBTQ flag, and the teacher cried in front of the class. How many kids that thought that was offensive are on this committee? How many teachers like that are on this committee? Focus on improving education, not indoctrinating children. That's your job, and I'm appalled.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Okay, so it seems like there's a lot of not a lot of parents, but there are a few people who are opposed to task force. But I'm gonna say I'm gonna comment out my positive view. So I do not support or suppose CRT. So I'll let you know. So CRT is taught by graduate school. Only 4% of high school in the United States are taught by CET. And I do not support CRT in this Watts County School District as it is. So I think that we have to create diversity in the Watts County School District, regardless of race, gender, national origin, religious color, immigration status, or any political ideology. So we know the hear about policy in class have frequently more common than past. and we want to make sure like we have to get unified. We have to get like talk to a student who have different view to them or different lifestyle to them, and then have a diversity. Like I think the task force will be good, but I think that we could taught in high school. Talked about we have 14. This is 14th Amendment, so the 14th Amendment of Constitution. So I said like all members, so all the people were equal. So regardless of political ideology, I think that's very more common to this place. Many people in workplace got fired for a political view. I think I need to be taught in school that your opinion, that maybe your opinion, you don't have to do it. So I give my opinion. So I think we should like have a good discussion on how we do it. Try to make sure all teacher had to not to make a political affiliation and focus on the students, regardless of conservative, liberal, progressive, or libertarian, or moderate, or whatever. So just have to keep in mind. I do support diversity of application, and not propose CRT, but I do oppose CRT, but I do support diversity.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any questions, comments for the task force other than those that were already shared? Trustee Church?
Thank you. One question, and then I'll launch into some comments. At what point does the public get to do their input?
I mean, say again, at what point, what?
What point does the public get to do their input? Do they get to attend any and all meetings and do like public comment? Is there any mechanism for public input? I don't know why my mic's cutting in and out. I'm not touching it. Is there any mechanism for the public to give input? Can they attend the meetings? Can they write the board? Are they noticed about how to write the board? Can I write the board, et cetera?
Thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. Parks?
So, thank you for your question, Trustee Church. I'll let the train pass real quick. Yeah. So, the task force is designed, as we said, to look at the academic content standards and then possible supplemental materials. And it's my understanding, and Dr. McNeil might be able to add to this as well, that if there are recommendations for supplementary materials, then at that point, those recommendations would come to the board, and the public comment as well as insights could be shared at the board meeting. But we were intentional that with our task force, we are keeping it under the superintendent, so therefore there's no public comment at that meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. This may help you too, Trustee Church. You may recall we actually had a conversation about that when the task force was passed, and the board at that time decided to have it be a superintendent's task force, which does certainly mean that it isn't an open meeting and so on, but that the notes would be published and that the agendas would be published and that any recommendations that come forth then absolutely have the opportunity for public input, questions, comments, all of that. And that was the board. We had a very active conversation about that, and that's the way the board decided.
And I'll just quickly add, if I may, Dr. Parks, those agendas, they are all up to date currently. I just checked today, as well as the notes and the meeting. The task force has met 3 times, 3 times at this point in time, and those are posted on the website. Thank you.
Well, the fact that it's a superintendent's task force, I called it a board, I apologize, does that preclude or make it improper or illegal that the public input would be sought?
And then maybe legal someone can chime in, but typically, whether even when it was the reopening schools task force and so on, those have typically been internal. And again, the board had an active conversation about that, and decided to do it in the way that it has been set up.
Okay, now I'll launch into my, I don't recall the board ever specifically saying that we would not going to allow public comment. I don't recall, and I guess we'd have to review that video. But let me launch into then to my comments. I voted no on the superintendent's task force. I'm glad I voted no. Over 83% of the community input in a scientific survey were opposed to the so-called ELA standards that were being taught. Mrs. Fianca, and I know I'm not pronouncing that right. Fianca. If I indicated or heard right, she was actually on the committee that made the selections of people, and that's one reason I voted no. It seems like the selection criteria was so narrow as to be a self-fulfilling prophecy of who was going to be on there, and that the task force appears to be not representative of the community, appears to be biased. Ms. Fianca indicated that she had information she saw with her own eyes, that a certain teacher task force member had stated to the effect that she would support CRT at all costs, regardless of the laws. That individual is the same person that has allegedly filed, well, not allegedly, it's public record, filed an online failed petition for the recall of Trustee Church, indicating a biased individual. I would suggest that if Ms. Fianca or any other person could show where that member actually indicated a completely off the rails support of CRT regardless of any input, that individual should be asked or forced to remove themselves from the task force. Completely biased, if that's true, would have no business being on that task force if they can't at least be open-minded to this. I still believe there's the option for public comment, but I will take about 30 more seconds. I ate too much, and that's important because I was sick to my stomach when I read this. I want to read what I believe I'm seeing. At the June 8th, 2021 board meeting, trustees approved the following motion. And JJ, can you scroll up on that? Because it's very important. I was there. I was the no vote on that motion. That is not the motion we made. And Dr. Taylor alluded to that. That is not the motion that we made. If that was intentionally done, I'm appalled. If it was accidentally done, it needs to be corrected for the record so somebody reading this doesn't think that. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but I'm going to read the final sentence of that. Include a total of 5 elementary school parents, 1 from each regular trustee district, that the agendas and minutes of the superintendent task force be posted for community review, that the superintendent's task force not consider divisive or political materials proposed by Benchmark, and that the final recommendation on the curriculum be presented to the Board of Trustees for approval. That's not what we voted on, what you put there. That is unacceptable to me as a trustee. I pride myself in integrity, honesty, transparency, and that's not what I'm seeing up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. And I think what is really very important that, as I said, I think it's really important that what comes from the dais is something that is of truth. And that's why I did mention that that was not all of the motion and read some of those other pieces. The materials, the slide can absolutely be updated. That's not a problem. I think what they were intending to do was do a summary. But if that's not the case, it's okay. Let's put the whole motion out there. That's okay. It's no problem. It's no problem. It can be corrected. It's not, I mean, regardless of what's on that slide, it doesn't change the motion, right? And that's why I read some of those other things, because I think those other parts are really important. And I think as a trustee, that's why I went out of the way to pull it up and say what it was, because I think as a trustee, it's important that what the board agrees upon is what it is that's enacted. So that's not a problem. It can be updated. I don't think there's anything nefarious, because just because something's on the slide doesn't make it a motion. But we do want it to be correct, so we can update that. Not a problem.
And I'll just clear the record as well, too. That's the superintendent's recommendation. It's not the motion. It was actually the superintendent's recommendation, so I want to make that very clear. The motion was created to add those additional steps. Thank you.
Oh, so there was really a typo on there then. At the board meeting said the superintendent's recommendation, but we didn't approve the following motion. So the recommendation is accurate, right? That is the recommend, and it says the trustees approve the following motion. So that part shouldn't be on there. That's a typo. That was the recommendation. Once again, that doesn't mean something nefarious was going on. It just means a mistake was made. I think it's important that we allow for that, and I don't think that's why I went out of my way to pull this up on my computer and say this was the full motion, because I think that's important. Okay, so let's just correct the top of that slide, and then because that was superintendent's recommendation. Either way you go, it's fine. Either way it goes, because the motion, the board action is what matters. The board action is still the board action, and I do think it's important that that's accurate. Dr. Nicolette?
And I think that's good that we clarified that, because that was the recommendation, and I remember very clearly former Andrew Cadell making the motion and being very pointed in that he did not want it to be divisive, and he wanted the work to come back in the fall. And so, yes, and I can see where that was very easily made as a mistake. This stuff gets recommendations, motions, friendly amendments. It gets very convoluted sometimes. And I will continue by saying thank you for your work. I will say that I was a little heart hurt when we first got this going, because this is a touchy subject, if you will, and we know how it rose up. And I just want to thank the group for taking this on. What do we have? 18 members. That's pretty darn stellar. I think they're a very diverse group, and I think you have a lot of work, a lot of homework ahead of you. And just so I could prepare, so I could maybe get a lesson ahead of you, I did read the article Opportunity Myth, and I will say that I was terribly taken back by the student voices in that article. Very, very impressive. And it's definitely a strong, worthy read. And I would also like to just maybe plant a seed in that we get some of those thoughts from our students, because we've got some fabulous students that we can tap into to further our information. Also, I've spent quite a bit of time in the schools, and one of the things I ask for is to sit in on ELA instruction and the books they're reading and the conversation the students are having from first grade through well, at this point, 8th grade. And I have learned a lot. And the discussions that the teachers are having with their students and the assignments that they're working on, I believe are very worthy. They're historical, they're civic-minded, and they're very a look into human condition, and I think they're very strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I will add as well, in terms of the task force, I mean, it's quite a challenge to put something like that together. I think on the one hand, we want diverse opinions and perspectives, because that's what makes something great. It does, on the other hand, if you try to screen for those diverse opinions and so on, and then as you're screening and looking for certain groups of people, and so that's a tough line to be. And I do think, as the superintendent laid it out this way, and we have a selection member, I guess I should say, who's in public comment, Ms. Fianaka, and our chair. It was done blindly. It was an absolute blind process, and certainly people have opinions and views, and what's really important is if those opinions and views interfere with how they interact as a task force member. And then there is an area of concern. But I think that we all have our biases, just because we're human. You know, we're human, but we can't let those biases get in the way of the work that we need to be done in the way that's representative of everybody in the district. So what I'm hoping is, because the task force selection was blind, right, that it lands in a place that's where it's blind, right, and that we continue to watch and pay attention to the notes and to the agenda items, and then be ready to chime in as recommendations come our way. So I appreciate the work of the task force. It's hard work. You know, it's under magnifying glass. It's tough work. And we have people who are volunteers in the community to be a part of this thing, which is it's tough work, but it's important work. So we appreciate it, and hopefully everybody will work together and get to a place where we as a community can say, okay, this is how we meet the Nevada Academic Content Standards requirements. Because that's really what this is about, is those some requirements we have. And this is the way that we as a community have said we want to meet those standards. Superintendent?
Thank you very much, President Taylor, and I just want to thank the team and the task force for all of their work. I will say that this takes a lot of courage, and it takes a lot of dedication, and it takes a lot of love for our students, and I want to thank our chair for stepping up to the plate. I want to thank Dina and Lanisha for coming and making this presentation. It's not easy, and I know that you have the highest integrity, and that you're doing this all for the right reasons for our students and our families and our staff. So thank you very much for your dedication and integrity to the process.
Okay, thank you very much. No other comments? Okay. Thank you so much to all of you. We appreciate it. We'll continue to watch the work. We'll continue to watch the work. Okay, next on our agenda, we'll keep pushing. Next on our agenda is agenda item 3.06. We are all over the board, you guys, so I apologize for that. But we knew there were people that had some interest. We wanted to get to those early. Well, we wanted to get to those early as much as we could. Agenda item 3.06, discussion and possible action to continue the discussion as it relates to how the trustees can compromise to work better as a team by the hiring of Deb Darby and/or Randy Manor to conduct professional development and ongoing coaching for the Board of Trustees. This is for possible action, and it says I'm the presenter, but it really should have been myself and Dr. Nicolette. We have worked together just from a background standpoint. This was the motion that the board passed as a result of going through all that we went through on this special meeting on October 25th. The motion that was passed, so hey, let's see if we can find a way to compromise to work better as a team. And after having many discussions and whatnot, and back and forth with some of the various trustees, getting input, talking to people, so on and so forth, it was passed. This was passed out to everybody. Now I don't know where mine is, and I know there's some copies that are made available for the public. I'm going to grab yours that I gave because I think I gave mine away. This is a recommendation that's coming forward. You want to begin to talk about the kind of the recommendation and how the work that we've done with Mr. Randy Manor. We did include, as you may see, the recommendation to include Deb Darby in this work. We had a couple of trustees that attended a trustee session from the State Association. I think you did too, right, Trustee Church? Didn't you mention her? Yeah. Oh, 4 of us. Oh, not just 1 or 2. We have 4 trustees, but at least 2 that I heard of, 2 mentioned Deb Darby and her work, and I had a chance to have a great conversation with her. We reached out and asked for some further information and haven't heard back as of yet, so this doesn't exclude her or preclude her from being involved in work as we move forward at all, but we thought it was really important, Dr. Nicolette and I, to let this continual thing is out there kind of hanging, and let's move forward with it. So I'll look to you, and then we can go forward and take board questions and go from there.
Well, I've had a lot of time to think about what compromise means, and I have recently read a book that was very small, thank goodness, about the absurdity of compromise. And when I started reading it, I thought, oh man, this is just going to be like counterintuitive to what I think compromise is. It ended up changing my thinking about compromise, and I'll make it very quick, is compromise, if you think about in the past when you've made a compromise, it kind of means you give something up. And you sometimes walk away not feeling so good, sometimes you walk away feeling angry and like you lost, and so this book kind of helped reframe my thinking about compromise and thinking about it as creating common ground. And I know that at our meeting when I looked over at Trustee Church and I said, you know, what does compromise mean to you? And at the time, none of us really could talk about it. And so what I think I'd like us to really think about is, what are our common grounds? Why are we up here? Why are we doing the work that we're charged to do, elected to do, or appointed to do? And I thought to myself, I don't believe that I am capable of helping us move through this challenge, because our work is so important. We're so diverse, and we're so skilled and talented that I don't believe that I have the skills to do that. So both President Taylor and I talked about how can we make this happen. And she found Randy Manor, and we had a conversation with him via Zoom, and he helped me start thinking about how he could, through his services, help move us through this time. And we talked about many things, about the new challenges and the times, and how people like ourselves who really want to do good work can sometimes get slowed down by our own personal interests. I certainly have them myself. So I guess I'm going to recommend that we bring someone in who can help us work through these challenges that I believe slow us down in moving forward. And when I say moving forward, I mean the academic progress for our students, each and every student, the support and the resources that our staff, all of our staff need, and how we can better work with our community to create some common ground. Because even in, and I'm going to venture to say, even in some of the hard public comments that, you know, kind of hit you close to home, there's always a seed to listen to. And it's very important that we as a team, 7 trustees, are able to identify those seeds and work together so we make the good things happen for our students. And that's why we're here, is for our students. And we all know that. So I just kind of a plea to us to, let's give this a chance. And Mr. Manor may be the person or may not be the person, but I'm strongly recommending that in order for us to move forward and compromise and find some common ground, that we enlist the help of a professional.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Now I'll add, in landing on, actually, Randy Manor is a former 2-star general in the Air Force. I think that's impressive. I think that speaks to his integrity, his honor. He's worked with a lot of corporations as well as some nonprofits. He's worked nationally with the National Education Association, and his expertise is boards or teams working together and moving forward in the work. The thing that I spend a lot of time speaking with actually the board leadership team about is, you know, after we got beyond the special meeting on October 25th is, okay, now, as the president and us as leaders, we got to find a way for us to move forward. The best way, I think, is to get somebody to help us do that. And this is what he excels in. He has a good, you see his bio before you. Diane and I had a really extensive conversation with him about kind of where we are, how the most important thing is for us to find a way to move forward together. I'll talk about the importance that we have an upcoming superintendent search, and so it's critical for us to be able to work better together. And I believe by hiring someone to help us is the best way to get there. And so I'm going to go beyond the recommendation to say someone. I'm going to go to the recommendation of hiring, of engaging in conversation with Mr. Manor, former General Manor, and to help us engage in this work, because it's so important. There's so much at stake for us to try to get there together. So at this point, I think we have some public comment, and then I'd love to hear some of your feedback from the board.
Valerie Fianaka.
Welcome, Ms. Fianaka.
Leg went to sleep.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to preface this with saying I am ordinarily a very cheery person, and thank you, Diane, for your comment. I appreciated that. Tonight I'm not very cheery, though. I totally disagree with you, however, on hiring someone. The clients of Mr. Randy Meyer, actually, let me step back a minute. He might be perfect for y'all since you're such a left-leaning organization. And Jeff, they're gonna hire this person to beat you over the head. Don't make any mistake about it. Clients include the National Education Association, BlackRock, Homeland Security, Microsoft, some of the most left-leaning organizations on the face of the planet. So he's really good at beating up people. We have a board president who owns a company that trains companies on a national level in team building. Do we need to hire someone for team building? Does anyone besides me see the irony in this? Irony. Further, 4 seats are up for re-election next year with potentially 4 new board trustees. In my opinion, this is a colossal waste of money. Colossal.
Thank you, Ms. Fiannaca. Mr. Ippolito, I see you're bringing the comment card forward.
My name is John Ippolito. Trustee Nicolette, thank you very much for your comments. That was really good. Ms. Fiannaca, I hope you're wrong about Randy. I've never seen him. I don't know who he is. But what I was thinking about was Jeff sees things a certain way, and long before this censure and all this other stuff was discussed, I told you guys you were treating him like he's a leper. And that's what you're doing. That's what you're just today changing the rules 20 minutes before the meeting. That's not okay, Angie, and you know it, okay? The problem is mostly coming from you guys' side. But I was reflecting on this Kyle Rittenhouse trial. And during the break, I watched the Fox News Tucker Carlson interview Kyle Rittenhouse. Yesterday, I watched MSNBC talking about the case, the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And I'm concerned that in our schools, because I see it with my kids, I see it with their teachers, the kids are only getting the MSNBC side of everything in school. And you guys, it's your responsibility to make sure that that doesn't happen. But that's what I'm seeing in the schools. That's what I'm seeing from the high school social studies teacher. That's what I'm seeing from the middle school principal. That's what I'm seeing from the elementary school principal, and I'm talking about Incline.
Will you bring it to the agenda item, please, sir?
Jeff Church sees things differently than you do. No expert is going to get him to see things the way you do, Angie. Quit trying to do that. You have to value what we're saying, too. There's a lot more people that come in here on Jeff's side than on your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito. Other comments here from the board? There's a recommendation before the board motion was to continue the conversation.
I've got lots of conversation.
Sure. Trustee Church?
Thank you. For anybody that's watching this that doesn't know, because the agenda item's not very clear, this is a continuation of my censure item. My censure is not on the agenda tonight. This is on compromise. If you remember my comments at the recent board policy meeting, I'm extremely hopeful and happy with the direction the board has been going. Anybody that watches the videos of any of these meetings, I may be the 6-1 vote, the 5-1 vote, but the meetings are professional. Nobody has ever said my demeanor is not professional. I do take people to task on things like the last thing, but the meetings are professional. I support the vote where I lose 6-1 or 5-1. That's democracy in action. I'm really hopeful about moving forward. That was a little bit dashed today by some of the earlier issues, as Mr. Ippolito alluded to, but I'm still hopeful, but I'm not overly hopeful. The censure meeting was packed to capacity and beyond overflow capacity, almost 100% in my favor of support. I counted, I think, 37 names that were called at about 12:30 in the morning for public comment who had left the meeting and were disenfranchised. My feedback from my fellow trustees is there's no appetite on my part or on the trustees' part in general to go forward with the censure. They had that opportunity October 25th. It was not passed, and here we are today seeking compromise. I want compromise. I want resolution. One of the key words in my mind is resolution. I think that's very important. Mr. Ippolito and Ms. Fiannaca kind of hit it on the head with my frustration, though. Myself and others heard Deb Darby speak. and she was not in any way supportive of me or, oh, the fix is in. She's a true professional. I believe she lives in Nevada. As was explained to me, she works part-time for the Nevada Association of School Boards, and that her cost might even be covered by our being members of the Nevada Association of School Boards. I left that meeting with Ms. Darby. It wasn't a meeting, it was a presentation where I was in the audience, very hopeful that she would be an ideal person locally to come in. I don't know anything about Mr. Meyer other than as an Air Force officer he outranks me, but he's apparently from Virginia. I agree, the colossal waste of money to bring him in as opposed to using Deb Darby. Again, this is about the censure of me, Jeff Church, Trustee Jeff Church. I cannot promise, not knowing about this, not having a very good feeling.
Madam President, can I have a privilege here for a point of clarification?
Sure.
This is not about censure. It is not about censure in any way, shape, or form. This is about moving forward so that we can come together as a group, as individuals, as a collective, to work together. This has nothing to do with censure.
For the record, this is a continuation of the censure agenda item, even though I'm not being censured.
No, it is not.
Could we
The
ask
motion was about compromise. Censure wasn't even in the motion. It was about finding a way to compromise.
If I may, let me restate what I believe the motion was captured in today's agenda item. Continue the discussion as it relates to how the trustees can compromise to work better together as a team.
And that, I can take a few minutes and pull up the agenda item of October 25th. The agenda item was the possible censure of Trustee Jeff Church.
Sure.
This is a continuation of that.
This was to continue the discussion. What was voted on.
Okay.
It was just a continuation of the discussion on how the trustees can compromise to work better as a team.
I think it's semantics, so I'll move forward. I cannot support that Mr. Randy Manor. I cannot support that. I can't even guarantee I would attend. I don't feel that's in the best interest of the board. I don't feel it's financially viable. If we want a resolution, if we want to move forward, then why don't we go with Deb Darby, the local, possibly free or reduced salary because she's part of the NSAB or NSSB. I want resolution. I'm feeling a little tense tonight. I'm feeling frustrated. I came in here really in a good mood, and I'm feeling very frustrated, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If we want resolution, I'm the key player here that's subject to this previous motion for censure. I'm the uncle that maybe lives in the attic. I've used that term, and a lot of people don't like it, but Mr. Eppolito's right. My views may be contrary to other board members, but they're good views, they're legal views, they're polite views. They represent a good portion of the constituency. We can argue whether it's majority or minority, but I bring something to the table. And if, as Mr. Eppolito said, if the purpose of this is to beat me down, it's a waste of time. If the purpose is resolution, moving forward, and again, our board members or board meetings are almost always polite and respectful, and if I lose, I lose. But I just can't support Randy Manor, and I urge you not to, but I can absolutely support, get behind, promise 100% effort behind Ms. Deb Darby.
Well, let me say this, and I see that Trustee Smith, I will, actually, go ahead, Trustee Smith. You go first.
Thanks, President Taylor. And I say this with great respect. I do not view this as a you thing, as you're saying, an I thing. There is only a we thing. We are a board of trustees. We are a group. We need to move together forward. Absolutely. This is not a continuation of that item. It's very, very clear in the wording that this is a conversation about compromise. So for a little bit of backstory here, we did see Deb Darby. There were several of us that attended that session. She was outstanding. I don't want to speak for any of my colleagues, but it did feel like there was a universal respect and appreciation for the content that she shared and a gravitation towards her. So I am very, very in favor of us trying to work with her. Now, with that said, only 4 of us were at that meeting. We have 3 other colleagues, and they also have another professional. I personally do not see an issue with another professional being considered. This isn't necessarily a guarantee that we will engage with both of them. It's just to have them under an approval to move forward with them. And I also want to say this for the record. Just because he has some clients that are perceived to fall on a certain spectrum does not actually mean that this gentleman conducts himself professionally in any way. That is a huge assumption, And it appears that he is a very professional and capable person. So I am very open to us having more than one level of assistance here. But I do share Trustee Church's feelings about definitely having Deb Darby come in or trying to bring her in. But I am not opposed to Mr. Manor because of assumptions made about who he has worked for in the past. So I just want to reframe that. There are multiple ways that we could go about solving this, and personally, I'm not opposed to having a couple different viewpoints here. And I also do not personally want to see you change any of the different perspectives that you bring. You and I talk about this on a regular basis. You bring a perspective that is certainly my blind spot. And so in us working together as a board of 7 different perspectives, that's how we can see as much of the 360 degrees as possible. So I want to be very, very clear in my intention and my statement towards you.
I will say this as well, that I'm sorry that you see this as a you thing. The agenda item says a we thing. We worked on this together, Dr. Nicolette and myself. It isn't, let's bring somebody in to work with Jeff. That's not it. It's so that we can work better together as a team. I'm sorry you see it as an affront to you. This isn't about changing your views. This isn't about none of it has, and clearly you feel that way, and I'm sorry you feel that way. In terms of Deb Darby, that was not disregarded. I had a great conversation. Matter of fact, I talked to the executive director of the state association first, had a great conversation with her about Deb Darby, and then I had a great conversation with Deb Darby. And then we reached out to her to have a conversation with Diane and myself, and she has not been responsive. Maybe she's out of town, maybe she's traveling. I don't know. I truly don't know. So it wasn't disregarded. It wasn't just thrown away. It wasn't that at all. Obviously, it's something to be said for people that feel good about somebody. And my reaching out is, who can we get that can help us move forward? This is a challenging situation that we're in, and we need to find a way to move forward. I don't want to go another year without finding a way to come together. There's too much at stake. We have some big decisions to make in the year. We don't. And no, I wouldn't conduct it. It's me. I'm in it. I need to be an attendee like everybody else. I need to be a part of it and to work on it and get better like everybody else. And to keep it so that it is very, very outside of me. I don't know him. I've never met him before him being recommended to me or anything. He's not my friend. He's not my cousin. We've never worked together or anything like that. It is, how do we find a way to compromise, keeping compromise, so we can work better together as a team. And I'm sorry, Jeff, Trustee Church, that you think this is about you. It isn't. It's about us. It's about us. Okay.
I have one question.
Trustee Church?
Can anybody address the cost of the two? I'm not touching. Can anybody address the cost of the 2 alternates?
Of the 2 that we're considering?
Yes, Darby and...
Yes, in terms of conversation, it is not free. That's why I spoke with Deb Oliver from the State Association. It is not free at all. The State Association it has worked with her, and so we get a discounted rate. Her rate is $2,100 a day. Okay, Mr. Manor, his regular rate is $500 an hour. He'll work with us for $200 an hour. Now, if we engage any of them for like a full day training or anything like that's a little different. Like just as when we work with Mr. Alsbury, he's $250 an hour. We do an all day training. That's a little different rate. That's a little different. But from a cost standpoint, in terms of because as you'll see from the agenda item, it's us working together as we move forward. But there will be. I have to be honest. There will be a cost. I mean, But I think it's important enough for us to say, you know what, professional development is important. None of us have gone to much. I mean, I was out of the country. You guys just went to Incline. So it's not like we don't have professional development dollars available. We do. We didn't because the superintendent is retiring. We had that set aside and budgeted and so on. That comes out of a similar pot of money that we're not using. So it's the same type of thing. I think that we are at a place where we need some help to get over this hump. We need some help to get there, right? What that there is. There's not we need some help so we can all think alike. Not we need some help so we can change somebody's views. That has never been said, right? And I know you feel that way, Trustee Church. Never been said. Not the intention. I can't be supportive of diversity if I don't think different thoughts or different thinking, different perspectives, different ideas. I can't. But we need some help to get there. And in my perspective, as the president of the board, whether I'm president for 2 more minutes or 20 more minutes, whatever the case may be, when we made the decision as a board, yes, I voted against it. Doesn't matter. We made a decision as a board. And we gotta continue this discussion and see what we can do to work better as a team. My job is, okay, you know what? How do we make that happen? Period. That's how we got here. So I began to make some phone calls to say, hey, we got to get there. How do we make that happen? We need some help.
Quick question on the compensation. Could you repeat that? And what about travel costs, hotel costs, et cetera?
Well, what would occur? He is $200 per hour if we're having individual sessions, and that could be Zoom, depending. Now, if we do an all day, when we first began, I think with either of these, again, we haven't had a follow-up conversation with Deb Darby because we haven't been able to have that, right? And there's no indictment on Deb. I think very highly of her, and because I don't know her, but because you two did. I didn't hear from anybody else, but you two did, right? So of course I reached out and called and had a great conversation with her. I don't have nothing negative to say about her at all. But in terms, I'm sorry. Yeah, but in terms of ongoing, what I got from Deb Oliver is $2,100 a day. She lives in California, is my understanding. So if we did just like when we bring Tom Malsbury in for board governance, then we pay travel. We pay expenses, sure we do. And ongoing work, and I think that ongoing would be important for some of this, for any or all of us, then that's when the hourly rate, but that can be done virtually as well. So.
One more comment in support of moving forward, especially with Deb Darby, but moving forward, I don't remember exactly, but to the best of my knowledge, 3 of the trustees have never attended Dr. Ellsbury's, did you?
Well, she did the board intro, kind of, if you will.
But none of us have ever had that full, whatever we want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
So there would be an extreme benefit to the community by bringing in the new trustees to having that full complement of team building.
I mean, that's a part of it. That was part of the recommendation of Mr. Manor, the former general. Is that whatever we do, begin with that, with an all-day type of thing, and it depends on all day, half day, full day, whatever. But again, there's a cost that goes along with it. Again, we haven't done much professional development, in particular this year, so budgetarily, it wouldn't extend what we've already approved in terms of the evaluation, which you won't do because that's our work as well, and then our own individual pieces because we aren't going to the national conference, and the Council of Great City Schools was virtual. And the state conference was just an incline. So it isn't a fiscal thing in terms of what's allocated, what we could pull from all of our pieces. To me, it's a matter of, do we want to do something? Do we think we need some help to move forward so that we can continue this effort? Everyone says that we want to be on board. We want to work better together as a team. Not that we want to think alike or be alike or act alike, but we want to be on board. And then what it means we're going to have to, is one thing to talk about it. It's something else for us to do it. And my request is, let's do it. And we just haven't been able. It's the holidays. Maybe that's why we haven't connected with Deb. I don't know. Again, I had a great conversation with her. Doesn't preclude that at all. But I think we need to get to work. We have a big year ahead and some big decisions to make. Certainly, Vice President Manello, I'm sorry, your light's on. I'm just looking at you like, I don't know what else to say.
Thank you, Madam President. And, Trustee Church, I understand frustration because I think we've all felt frustrated at different times over maybe even silly things for me. But I think this is a really good way to go just to get this somehow, hopefully to land us in a place where we can work together. And it's like we've said, we're not, we don't all think alike. We're all different people. But there's got to be a community. Our community has to be a group of people that work together for the sake of the kids. And I would be hopeful that Mr. Manor would be the one if we can use him. Thank you.
And I do think it's important that we all commit that we're going to go. I mean, if this is something we're going to do as a board, it's something we commit to do as a board. And if it's like, you know what, we don't like this guy, whatever, then as a board we have to let's get to a place, let's figure out something. But we need some help moving forward. We can't stay where we are. That is not an option, in my opinion. So again, looking for what's the pleasure of the board in terms of this? Trustee Smith?
I will make a motion for item 3.06. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the hiring of Deb Darby and Randy Manor to assist with professional development and ongoing coaching for the Board of Trustees.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Friendly amendment
Wait, let's get a second first, so we
Sorry,
can't discuss till we
sorry.
get a second.
Thank you.
Let's get a second first. From someone, anybody want a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Then we can have discussion. Go ahead.
Or, just in case, money, time, one says, so if we say and, then that we're kind of stuck with and. So,
So I might be open to that, but I want it to be really clear that my intention here in making the motion is that we would take every action possible to see if Ms. Darby would like to engage with us, so that it wouldn't be our decision to not engage. I would very much like for us to explore every avenue to have her as an option. Should she choose to not work with us, obviously we can't force her to, but I want to be really clear that it would only be if for some reason she cannot work for us. So I do want to be very clear about my intention with that. So I'll move to the and or if that is a mutual understanding.
does that cover it? Because I absolutely agree with you. We want to keep both doors open.
I think I don't think
It's a record.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know this what the agenda item says, and or for that very reason. The agenda item says that, so that is, the intention is not to exclude anybody in that. Trustee Church?
Discussion?
Yes, absolutely.
I can't support that. I can support Deb Darby, and in her absence, Randy Manor, in her non-availability, Randy Manor. But the and/or just scares me that it's somebody who makes the decision of and/or.
Okay, further discussion?
Well, if we leave it and, then Ms. Darby still has the option to not be employed with us, but the and does convey the fact that we are going to purposefully try to retain her services. If she chooses to not work with us, that's outside of our control, but the and does show that we would definitely move forward with trying to engage with her professionally. I don't see that the and blocks us from anything besides promising that we are going to try to engage with her.
Well, the and kind of says that we are.
Well,
right?
we are going to. I mean, she may choose to not work with us. We can't control what she does. But yes, the and says that we definitively will try to engage with her, yes.
Okay, other comments?
I guess
Dr.
part of
Nicolette,
my
then?
discussion would be, so you said it once, Trustee Church, and are you committed to, if Randy Manner says, yes, I will do this, you will not participate.
I can't confirm or deny right now until I think about it, but my first thought is why and? Are we going to hire both of them and have two of them come in? They don't work together. They're not partners. And means Deb and Randy, not Deb or Randy.
Well, don't ask me, it's her motion. She said and.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm bringing in my opinion and answering the question. I can't support that. I support Deb Darby, and if not available, I think it's a great compromise on my part, if not available, than Randy, but I don't see why we need both.
I like and/or. But at the same, go ahead, Vice President Nicolette. I'm sorry,
Thank you,
Minetto. I'm
Madam
sorry.
President.
I'm we're getting frustrated.
It's okay.
I am not opposed to that wording at all. Would you agree to then work, if we can't get Ms. Darby with Mr. Manor, if within whatever amount of time she just can't do it, would you be willing to work with him?
Yes, as I expressed, yes, and that's a compromise on my part.
I'll be
Compromise being the word.
okay. I'll be honest. That doesn't feel like a compromise. It feels like a hostage situation. To be very honest, it feels like if I don't get what I want, I'm not coming. I just want to be very honest. That's what it sounds like to me. I mean, I think that again, I didn't know either of them. I don't have a dog in the fight or race or whatever the heck the thing is at all. I'm just trying to find a way, how do we move forward so we can work together as a team? I'm not tripping off let's go, how do we go forward and make sure we get back to I'm not doing all that. That's a compromise. What I'm doing is say, how do we move forward? And what I'm hearing, and maybe I'm not hearing it correctly, Trustee Church, but what I'm hearing is that you're saying, if it ain't my girl, I ain't going. That's what I'm hearing. And I don't think we're trying to move away from that. I think all of us are trying to move away from that and say, how do we move forward together? It's nothing that you or Trustee Smith has shared with Dr. Nicolette in terms of, hey, we think, I went to the session, I think it was great. None of that has been disregarded. I had 2 phone calls about them. Okay, great. Hey, I talked to my colleagues, said that this is great. Great conversation. That's not being disregarded. There's no disrespect happening or anything like that, but I feel like a hostage. I just want to be honest. If I don't get my way, I'm not going. I don't think that's the way we want to move forward. I'm disappointed. I'm frustrated as all heck because we're trying to do this thing together, and here's my line in the sand. If I don't get my way, I can't commit to going. I might go. I might not. That doesn't feel good.
Well, then obviously you didn't hear what I just said. I agree. I compromise that if Ms. Darby's not available, I would participate with Mr. Manor. But I want to reiterate what you said just a few minutes ago, maybe 5 minutes ago. Whatever we need needs to have full board support. Now, I'm maybe not quoting that word for word, but just a few minutes ago you said whatever decision we reach needs full board support.
I said participation.
Participation.
That's exactly what I said, participation. And I did hear what you said, that you would only entertain this other option if you can't get your way. That's what I'm hearing. And if that's not the case, you're not going. So I heard you very clearly. I said whatever we do, we need full board participation. And that's us deciding, you know what, this is important enough that we're going to commit to doing this thing together. And maybe we just can't get there.
We can get there. No. We are going to get there. We have 63,000 reasons why we are all going to get there. And I know that we can because you are incredibly committed to this. You have done research. You have spoken to people. You have put an untold amount of work. And I appreciate your leadership through this.
I didn't just look to this person somebody recommended to me. It's like, okay, great. That's why it's so dang frustrating. And then it's still, but hey, if it doesn't go exactly where I wanted to go, I can't commit to being there. We got to be better than that.
No, that's not appropriate. We are...
Okay, please, no shouting out, please. Thank you.
No shouting.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Jeff, Trustee Church, sorry. Sometimes Trustee Church and I, we sit next to each other and we also talk, so I apologize for that breach in protocol, but we often refer to each other with our first names. Anyways, going back to what I was going to say, of course, we didn't get the opportunity to meet Mr. Manor the way that some of our other colleagues did not get the opportunity to hear from Ms. Darby. I will tell you, in the corporate world, and I'm sure this was also true in all of your professional development in the military and then also with the police force, that it is not only acceptable, but it is advised that you have training and professional development from different perspectives, different types of people, different backgrounds. And that is a good thing here. If you only ever go to one type of person, which, we of course know that we're interested in Ms. Darby, it is always better to have some additional support. I doubt that they would be talking about exactly the same things, so I view this as having two different professionals bring to us different tools in the toolbox for going about reaching this ability to compromise and work together. And personally, I'm all for all the professional development that we can have. I'm fine with leaving it "and" because it does clearly say that we will engage with both people. Hopefully they will both work out. But I want to understand the hesitation. I know that Mr. Manor isn't who we saw, but more opportunities to learn are always a good thing here. And again, this is very, very standard in any corporate environment. This would be a very, very normal way of approaching professional development in most businesses.
Trustee Church? Thank you,
Yeah,
Trustee Smith.
to address
Trustee
that,
Church?
I agreed with Trustee Minetto that I'm completely willing to commit to meeting with Mr. Manor if Ms. Darby is not available. I don't see the need for and/or. I see Ms. Darby, who is relatively local, works with the Nevada Association of School Boards. She's not out of Virginia or somewhere. And that said, I want to try to ask you to put yourself in my shoes. As part of this process, on April 28th, I voted against the motion to warn me about censure material. I have various good reasons for voting against that, not being not a team player, but for various reasons. That was used against me in my censure. I can see it tonight. Jeff Church voted against the November 23rd motion to hire consultants for team building. I can see it coming in my next censure. I'm beat like a dog, and I'm not putting up with it. I'm committed to doing this. I don't know what more I can do. And many people, and I'm going to be very frank here, I'm going to be diplomatic but frank, trustees have come along and said, this issue between you and Angie, that's the quote, and Dr. Taylor, President Taylor, has got to stop. That's the way it's perceived by many members of the trustees or the community. And it doesn't have to stop. We can go on forever. I'm an elected official, and maybe it comes to the point where you got to go, Jeff's going to be the 6-1 vote, and we just got to live with it. So to say this can't go on forever, it can go on for the next 3.5 years, or 3 years and 1 month. But that's not the commitment that I've made. The commitment I've made is to proceed with compromise. I'm not hearing it tonight. With compromise and resolution and working together as a team, as I think we do professionally when you watch these meetings generally. And all I'm asking is that we don't take two. We don't let Dr. Taylor pick which of the two. We make a decision that we're going to go with the local NSBA individual, Deb Darby, and if that fails, I'm committed with Mr. Manor. I think that's real simple.
Well, I would say this, and I appreciate your comments, Trustee Church, I do. And I want to say this. When I say this, we can't continue as we are, I absolutely mean that. And you said being used against you, quote unquote, in your next century. This is completely separate and away from that at all. This is just how we're moving forward together. And I think that honestly, I mean, obviously, we got this thing. We're both going to be here for the next 3 years, right? And so it's better for the district, for the people that we serve. It's better for the community if we find a way to do that a little bit better, right? I think it is. And so that it wouldn't be let Dr. Angie pick, It's not Dr. Angie picking. That's why I asked Dr. Nicolette to be involved as well. I did that intentionally because it shouldn't just be me. And if Vice President Minetto wasn't on vacation, it would have been the leadership team picking, because that's what happens. That's what happens. So I did it intentionally to not let it be me. I understand, because you know what? If it was me, I'd be a little hesitant about something. Well, this is what Trustee Church wants to do. I'll be a little hesitant. I understand that, and I absolutely agree with that. That doesn't offend me. I understand where we are. But that's exactly what I did. But your perspective on it is that I picked, and that's not the case. It isn't at all. I am doing everything I can to say, hey, I understand we got to get to a better place. But no matter what that is, you think that there's something nefarious in it, and that I'm trying to set you up, and that I'm trying to be up to, and that is truly not the case. Dr. Nicolette?
I think it's pretty clear to me that we should, I'm not sure how we want to, I guess we remove the motion on the table, but
no, it's still there right now.
I think that I'm going to suggest in my effort that we first contact Deb Darby, and then we revisit who else we might get. And to that, I'm going to add, I don't know how I'm ever going to get there if you can't trust what is being put before us. And it is not meant to beat you up. It is meant to have us work together as an individual that comes together as a group. And that's my only intent. And if my compromise is to say, let's not do Randy Manor, I would do that. And then cross my fingers that Deb Darby, the only one you seem to really want to work with us, who I've never seen, that's fine, I trust your judgment, then I can live with that. Because we have already spent way too much time on this. And I think of what else we could be talking about.
I will say this. I've just got to be honest. I think that it's what I said before. If I don't get my way, I'm not going to do that. That's what it feels like to me. I just got to be honest. And that's disappointing. At some point, we got to get by that. Trustee Church?
Well, I'm not quite sure I interpret what Dr. Nicolette said, but one of the options, we're missing two valuable members of the team, so we could research this further and table it. And I don't know what else I can say that you're not hearing what I'm saying, in my opinion, because I'm saying I'm committed to moving forward, but Deb Darby's my first choice, not and/or, and that absent her availability, I am totally 100% committed to moving forward and meeting in resolution with Mr. Manor.
No, I'm hearing that, Trustee Church, but in that, what I'm hearing is that the only way you're committed to moving forward is if you get your way. And your way is, I want Deb Darby. So that is what I'm hearing. And maybe that's not what you're saying. But what I think you just said is, I'm 100% committed to move forward if we do it my way. And when we vote on something as a board, and it might be 5-2, 6-1, 3-4, whatever, then we all jump on board and go forward together. So that is what I'm hearing, and that's the frustrating piece for me. And apparently that's what you're saying. I'm committed to moving forward if we go my way. If we don't go my way, I'm not committed to moving forward. I might move forward, but I'm not committing to it.
So, Trustee Church, about Mr. Manor, can you help me understand where the hesitation is with Mr. Manor?
Let me jump in. That might help. Okay, let me just jump in. Perhaps I can offer this to you, Trustee Church. Trustee Church, would you like to have a conversation with Mr. Manor? And then maybe in a conversation with him, you might get to a point where you say, hey, you know what, I'm willing to consider that as well.
this is a hard thing to process on a moment's notice, but my basic answer is yes. What I think I'm hearing is that we would table this, which might be a good thing to invite back our two other missing trustees, more time for tempers to calm down or if there are any tempers to calm down, more time to sleep on it, look at it, etc. So tabling it might be a great option if we don't want to move forward with the idea of Miss Deb Darby as the number one choice. And by the way, I think I can say I'm hearing from Trustee Smith that she prefers Deb Darby, and I think I heard from Trustee Minetto that she prefers Deb Darby, and I may be wrong on that. But so this isn't Jeff Church saying I want Deb Darby. I think I'm hearing kind of a overall yeah, she sounds like a really good option. But yeah, if we want to table it, I think that's maybe a great idea also.
Well, what I think actually Trustee Minetto didn't say that. Trustee Smith said that. But what no one said except for you is that if we don't go with that first, I can't give it my support. And that's the case. So that is a little different in terms of that. So back to it. Are you going?
Yes, and I do want to be clear for the record that I highly endorse Ms. Darby because I saw her, but I am also fully supportive of Mr. Manor. I have no reservations there.
So it is a little different, right? It is a little different. And that's why I offer to you that what does it take for you? I mean, again, I have to be honest. This feels like a hostage situation. I got to be honest. But in the interest of, because if we don't get full support, it's not going to happen, and therefore we're going to stay stuck. So in the interest of that, if you need to talk to Mr. Manor first, I can arrange for you to do that, and then we bring this thing back.
Yeah, I would agree to that.
Okay, then we'll pull it, and that's what we'll do. The item was pulled. Next item on the agenda. Oh. We have a motion on the floor. Will you withdraw your motion? Thank you, Council. Okay, the second. Okay, the item was pulled. That's what we'll do. What do we have? One more agenda item?
Yes, 3.03.
3.03. Thank you. Presentation and discussion to provide the Board of Trustees with an overview of public bodies of the Washoe County School District, including support staff, mission, and membership, as well as meeting schedules. Dr. McNeil?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. So this is a request by Vice President Minetto and Clerk Nicolette.
In addition, I may say, it's kind of piggybacked onto a request that came right after that from Trustee Smith and Trustee Church. Their request was specific to the Policy Committee. So we kind of put them together, and let's remember, I wanted to make sure and just note that for the record as well.
So I'm sure that all of you have had the opportunity. JJ, can you please load the document, attachment A, that you all have been able to review the document. Again, this is for presentation and discussion amongst the board. But there you see your document. It has the public bodies of the Board of Trustees. And I'm just going to briefly, I'm not going to go through the entire document because we would be here for hours. But you have your 13 board committees, and this is based off of Board Policy 9100, Public Bodies. And there you see, and I want to thank Vanjie Russell for doing an outstanding job along with her staff for putting this document together. There you see each one of the committees. It allows you to see who the staff liaison is, the recording secretary, who the attorney is, the liaison chief that would be over the particular public body. You'll also see a mission statement when the meetings are. You'll see who the current membership is, and the important part of that section is when the term ends, who the members are. And so this is just presented to the board for your discussion because the item was on different public bodies that are assigned for the board. And you have 13 of them. And so with that, open it up for discussion.
So do we have any public comment on this one, JJ? No public comment on committee, so we'll bring it here to the board. This is a list of all of the 13 committees that the Board of Trustees has, membership and all the information surrounding it, as requested. And so Trustee Minetto and Trustee Nicolette, you're the ones who requested. Anything in particular you'd like to jump in on? Or I know it's something that we anticipated something forthcoming. Or some other, at least some other areas of concern from Trustee Church and Trustee Smith. Trustee Nicolette?
Oh, I just want to comment that I find it a little ironic, and I really am smiling under here. I wanted to bring this forward because we have new board members. And fortunately, one is here. And so I guess I would look, Beth, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Clerk Nicolette. I'm fairly well versed in a lot of these committees based on my history, but I will say I certainly don't want to speak for Trustee Church. Just to offer a little bit of insight, the agendized item that we'll have at some point in the future about the policy committee centers around the use of the board's time in that first stage of review. So we understand that we have a requirement for that second stage coming to the board, going out to public comment, and then also the third review. Our interest in that was to see if it would be possible to have staff do some research on how other public bodies and maybe the historical view of our own board has handled that first stage of policy review, to see if there would be an opportunity to create a committee from that or find another way to possibly consider moving forward with that first level of review. That's where our interest mainly lied on the policy committee. However, I don't really have too many questions about the other committees, to be honest. My other two new colleagues may, however. I do believe that I have an unusual historical knowledge of the board's committees, so I do not want my lack of questions to reflect their own lack of questions.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
I'll cut to the chase. Yeah, we're missing our two most important members.
Important?
Pardon?
Most important?
Yes, I'm sorry, but there's the brand new ones that don't know about all this stuff.
That's the point, yes. Understand.
You know, so I'm that's what I mean in that sense. No insults
Understandable.
to anybody. So we started our meeting today at noon. Many of us started our pre-meetings at 11 or before. So we've been here 7.5 hours. The community's been very good too. In view of what was just said, that we're missing two of our important, maybe not most important members, why don't we table this?
What's right? This is discussion. This is a discussion. So it doesn't seem like there's no action. It's a discussion. So if you would like something to come back from an action standpoint, that might be more of perhaps something else that you'd like to do, or maybe there's further discussion you'd like to have.
Well, I've got lots of discussion. So I mean, I could take quite a while. I probably need a potty break, but I could take quite a while just on the number two board, not number two meaning board policy committee, to be clear, after my comment about potty break. Number two, the board policy committee, but I just would really love to have those other two members present, but I can go either way.
What's the pleasure of the board? Dr. Trustee Vice President?
You got to be careful about what's the pleasure of the board. This isn't an action item.
Okay.
So this is your discretion as the chair. It's a discussion item. So you can either, by the NRS, can pull this or reschedule it for the next meeting, or you can just proceed, and it is what it is. I mean, so it's your call. You can't pull the board on this.
Okay, understandable. Okay, thank you, Council. Vice President Minetto?
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's a matter of just discussion and presentation, and the two that we thought maybe we could focus on aren't here. But they've got this, and they can read it too, and probably have. So they've got the information, which is the point. Am I right?
I would say yes, and a big thank you to Vanjie for putting all this together.
Oh, boy. And I want a hard copy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Trustee Smith?
Yeah, I agree. I think that our two colleagues that are missing, they're not here. For example, before this information was all out, Trustee Church and I have already, reached out about wanting to have a more in-depth conversation about the policy committee. So the absence of Trustee Mayberry and Rodriguez would never stop them from reading through the packet and then also moving forward with any agendized items for additional conversation. So with that said, I'm totally fine with us just discussing this now.
Okay, and I would also thank you to all the trustees. I would also say if the anticipation is towards moving towards further action, then we all know how to get stuff on the agenda, and that's certainly always available. Trustee Church?
Then I'll proceed with discussion, if that's okay.
Sure, absolutely, sir. Go right ahead.
Alrighty, so starting with the Board Policy Committee, just for the public's information, the Board Policy Committee is actually one and the same as the board that's constituted here. And then we meet as the Board Policy Committee. We go over policies, sometimes with a fine-tooth comb. It comes, make sure I have this right, it comes back to us as it did today under those consent agenda items that were pulled, goes out for public comment, and comes back to us.
Goes out for 13 days and comes. It doesn't necessarily have to happen. Sometimes it isn't always consecutive meetings, but yes, that's the process.
Yeah. As a trustee, and many of our trustees have other occupations, I don't find that a productive use for our time since it comes back twice to us. At a bare minimum, I'd like the trustee to have the authority to delegate that to somebody from the community that they feel is highly qualified for that, or set it up in any other manner as other committees are set up. But my understanding is we didn't always do it that way. I don't know of other agencies that do it that way, the way we do it currently. So that's my comment, and I would love to see it as an action item, but that is my comment on the Board Policy Committee. I think it's not an effective use of our time. The policies could reach to the sky. They do. I mean, if you printed them, they reach, probably 4 or 5 feet tall, and I just find it frustrating to go to the policy meetings approximately once a month and go through them one by one by one. I just don't think it's a productive use of our time. And then I'll stop here and then talk about other stuff if people want to discuss that.
Okay. The comment I can just give you offhand, Trustee Church, is, and I haven't been here forever, although sometimes it feels like it. I didn't know it. I don't know it to have ever been done differently than the Board Policy Committee is comprised of members of the Board of Trustees. So maybe that predates me. I'll look to you, Superintendent McNeil.
Since it seems like I have been here forever. So the Board Policy Committee, and I'm going to have to go back in my memory banks, it didn't always have the 7 trustees. It was basically if you had 3 or 4 trustees attend the board policy meeting, and then that's why then the board policy gets forwarded to the entire board, because there may be a very good reason why the full board was not seated at the Board Policy Committee.
I do remember that.
Right?
I do remember that.
And then just importantly, we need to make sure that the board understands that you can't delegate certain authorities to another community member as elected officials.
Just to be clear on that, first of all, the reason why it was always the public, so the way it was being done before in the past, because trustees would rotate in and out, that was an open meeting law problem because you don't have a set committee. So that's why it became the entire board, which is required. The second part is your policy specifically says that you, and NRS 241, somewhere in the middle there, NRS 241 specifically says you can't delegate authority to somebody else to sit on a board. So the only way you can do it is to change the policy.
So to be clear, the policy could be changed to make this a community committee, not a board committee.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh,
as it's currently written, no,
right.
But the policy could be changed.
The policy could be changed.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Other comments on the Board Policy Committee? Vice President Manello?
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I think since this is the Board Policy Committee, I think we're the ones who need to be doing it, making it, creating it, having it go. That's just because the buck stops here anyway, so we might as well. I just think it's our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Manello.
I want to caution the board that there's 2 people that have requested this item come forward, and it's coming forward for action. At this point, you're deliberating about an item that is not on an agenda, and so I'm going to ask that the conversation cease specifically to the public, to the Board Policy Committee.
Okay, so what I would, on that note, then, what I would suggest, if it's the desire of any trustees, right, and we need 2 of them to have a further conversation specific to the board policy committee, to that deliberation, to an action, then it would have to be its own action item. Okay, so it doesn't mean it can't happen, it just means it can't happen right now under this action, under this agenda item.
Right.
Correct?
Correct. And we've talked about this, and I've trained on this before. NRS 241010 says that all actions and deliberations must be done in public and they must be noticed. You have not noticed specific discussions about specific items. This was a general topic about what we do and how we do it. So be very, very careful about starting conversations on what you think policy or these committees these public bodies should do, because you're starting to create deliberations. Deliberations is the discussion amongst yourselves leading to action. So you have started that and you need to stop.
That makes sense, Council. Thank you. Okay, so you have what would need to happen to continue that conversation. Okay, Trustee Church, your mic was on and off.
Yeah, just moving on other discussion, 100% discussion. I'd love to have a discussion about the different committees and or what committees might be needed. And now I feel very hampered that we can't, because it's a discussion item, that we would run into other issues with what committees may be needed, that it might become deliberation. But I'd love to have a discussion and or future deliberation on, do we need all these committees? What does each committee do in terms of, can they be consolidated? And what committees don't we have?
Okay. Other comments? Okay. All right. Then we will go. We will move on from this. Is there anything else you want to have on this, on that? No. This. Okay. All right. Then we will move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 4. And we get down to board reports. We'll start with board. We'll go with board reports. Vice President Manello, we'll start this way and just work our way around. Got 3 minutes, ma'am. Here you go.
All right, I'll go fast. These last few weeks have seemed to be about 2 months long. But I did get up to South Lake Tahoe to the NASB conference, and it was really good. Enjoyed it. I was there with Trustee Church and Trustee Smith and Trustee Rodriguez, and I was really blessed. I was on the 14th floor and had a beautiful view too.
All right.
But learned lots and lots of things. Mr. Mathers was there, teaching us a lot about numbers and how they work. And I don't know. I think it was good, and I really, really enjoyed Deb Darby, as you two did too, and I know Trustee Rodriguez probably did too. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nicolette?
Certainly many highlights, but I think the one that comes to mind first is attending the Swope Middle School Veterans Day celebration. That was just so much fun. The kids played, they sang, the band played. They were just absolutely wonderful. It was just a lot of fun, and what I took away from it, other than the fun and the pride, were the kids had this genuine appreciation and respect for veterans, and you could see it in their artwork. You could hear it in individual students spoke. It was just a wonderful, wonderful event, and it was an honor to attend. I participated as the Washoe County School Board representative in the Debt Management Commission. It was a rather easy meeting because there's no debt coming before us to decide on, and to refer to Mr. Mathers as an expert. Thank goodness he is available, because debt management, I mean, I feel pretty capable. My husband and I paid up our house, so we were able to debt manage, but you know, when you're talking 7, 8 zeros, it's a little different. So it's wonderful that our chief is there Mr. Mathers is there to help me. And just to let you know, in the Debt Management Commission, there are not only Washoe County School District, but then Washoe County, Reno City Council, Reno Sparks Council. So there's a lot of experts and a lot of wonderful conversation. I attended the Hearst Middle School Passport to CTE programs. What I found really fun were the kids kind of following in their parents to learn about all the programs, and the parents, I think, actually had the most fun. They really enjoyed being there and learning about the wonderful programs, the Career and Tech Ed and Signature programs. I visited 8 schools and sat in on 2 of the professional learning communities, one math, one science. Again, I'm learning a lot about that. And let me see here. That's about it. Still having a good time.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, President Taylor. So in the theme of the week with Thanksgiving, I am going to dedicate most of my time to talking about all the great things that I'm grateful for with the district. So every day, an untold number of amazing things happen within the Washoe County School District, and there is much to be grateful for. I'm grateful for Marcelle Boyer, a second grade teacher at Roy Gom Elementary School. Her years of dedication in the classroom led to her being named the Innovator Educator of the Year by the Nevada Association of School Boards. Our teachers and support professionals are the foundation of our district's purpose, and I am thankful for every single one of them. I'm grateful for Scott Lee and our incredible transportation team, who quite literally make tens of thousands of miracles happen every day. I'm grateful for Charlie Hoppy and the resourceful housekeeping and custodian team. Our building custodians often work quietly in the background throughout the day and some at night to keep our schools clean, safe, and welcoming for our students and staff. And the pandemic has shown just how important they are. I'm grateful for Shirley Kakuski and the nutrition services team, because we can't fill kids' minds when their stomachs are empty. The millions of reliable meals nutrition services prepares each year are an invaluable part of our students' ability to learn. I'm grateful for Chief Trevino and our brave police officers who put their lives on the line every day to protect and serve our district and the children in our care. I'm grateful for Chief General Counsel Neo Rombardo and our legal team who work tirelessly to represent and defend our district, which is an often underrepresented but hugely critical job. And finally, I'm grateful for our students. They come to school to learn and grow and be a little better every day. We are so lucky to serve them and to contribute on their path to adulthood. Thank you to everyone at this dais, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone here and listening. And outside of that, I will share that there were a few activities that I did participate in. Just yesterday, I visited Bernice Matthews Elementary School, which was a fantastic experience. I also participated in one of the Passport to Academies in CTE education at Vaughn Middle School. And then I also participated in the Nevada Association of School Boards Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
Thank
Yeah,
you
it
so
was very
much.
creative.
So many things to be grateful for, yes. I also attended the Nevada Association of School Board 3-day training, regrettably on Veterans Day, so I missed some of my Veterans Day events as a retired military officer, but wonderful conference, made some good connections. Also, I revisited the 3 incline schools. I visited all the schools in my district since I've come on board, and some of the schools outside of my district. I attended the junior ROTC competition. It was a drill competition at DeMonte Ranch High School involving all the school district ROTC. I can tell you it was awesome. The marching and drill skills puts the active duty force to shame. The precision, I was just in awe. Incredible. And by the way, Trustee Mayberry attended as well for part of the event. I want to bring to your attention that some new clubs have been forming. We have a new Bible study club forming, and I don't remember, I think it's Westergaard Elementary. And then there's apparently a new club forming on some type of free speech conversations at Galena. Many people aren't aware that we have these clubs on campus. There's numerous clubs, everything from chess club to you name it, and I hope to become more involved in those in the future. I've also attended a number of internal training or conferences or meetings, I don't know what you want to call them, with staff here at the school district, and had some really good discussion, some of it robust, some of it talking about our recruiting efforts. And, I appreciate being able to voice my opinion. I also attended the PLC meeting, one of the PLC meetings. I also want to express my gratitude that I think the board is moving in spite of what you might have heard, 20 minutes ago. I really, really think we're moving in the right direction. I've asked those people that listen to me to feel free to criticize actions of the board, as is their free speech right, but I ask them not to criticize the board members personally or individually. And that leads to my final thing, is I'm really grateful to all the community members that fill our inboxes with public comment and come and speak on public comment. Pro, con, I don't care. I learn so much. It's actually my favorite part of the board meetings because you get some great input. So again, I appreciate all those people that speak up at public comment, and I think it's just such an important part of our overall makeup as a board serving the public. We're represented to represent you. We work for you, the public, and so I really, really appreciate that. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith, you were leaning in? Oh, I thought you were leaning in. Okay. Oh, yeah. Nope. Short and sweet. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I don't have anything to add. A lot of great things were said. So we're going to go to our student report.
Thank you, Madam President. Right now, Student Voice is just continuing to work on the recruitment, different ways in which we can do that, and recruiting students from middle schools and high schools in the district. And we're also working on our presentation that we're going to present to the board in the upcoming month or two. If I'm not wrong, it's in January. And then we're working on our board policy that has to do with Student Voice. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Something else to be grateful for, right? Our Student Advisory Council. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. I had 2 great visits to Billinghurst. I want to thank Principal Maddock for embarrassing me a lot. They did a beautiful presentation for myself as I walked into the gym, and it was filled with kids, so that was just beautiful, and I loved it. Went over and visited with Principal Harper over at Innovations, and we all want to wish Principal Harper much luck in her new endeavors. I was at the EDOM board meeting and has a presentation. We had 330 seniors sign their intent for our Tesla manufacturing program, which was great. I want to congratulate all of our student athletes across the district and all of the games and all the championships, whether it was football, soccer, volleyball. Everybody just did a great job in golf as well, too. I was able to get over to the unveiling of former President Mark Johnson's portrait. So if you haven't had an opportunity to see that, it is quite outstanding. It was beautiful, wonderful event. I want to thank all of our staff for all of the passport events. I also want to do a shout out to Marissa McClish for all of her huge efforts around keeping our students and staff safe on vaccination pods. A big thank you to Jen Crane, who was actually able to help President Taylor on the weekend, and that was very nice. Want to do a shout out to Pete Etchart, who received our administrator can't think of the name of the award, but it was a big award, Student Achievement Award, our COO. And then the Northern Nevada Food Bank, who received the award for Friend of Education. And then just a huge thank you to our leadership team and our 8,000 staff members who do everything that they do for our students and families every single day. I wish everybody a very happy and healthy and safe Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. We also had a couple of teachers that got awarded up at the...
Yes.
That's right. Ticker, that's right. Over at GUM. That's why you're over there, GUM. Okay, thank you very much. We're down to agenda item 5.01, public comment, JJ.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome back, Mr. Duran.
Okay, so I'm going to say happy Thanksgiving, everybody. So it's not going away any moment, so I'm going to say now the COVID, now FDA approved for COVID vaccine for age of 5 to 11 to get the vaccines. I'm gonna imagine for parents who have a child of Washington School District get vaccinated, because if you don't get vaccinated sooner, this board meeting will decide to remove mask mandate or social distance at the school. So get the vaccine as soon as possible. So, and for the board trustee, I think the December 14th meeting talk about. I need information about how many students who are fully vaccinated. If a higher percent are fully vaccinated, if a Washington County health district said like, okay, I think this group of high school students, all the high school students should remove mask mandate, and by beginning January. Not too sure, but I'm gonna say like, do not put the mandatory on student on vaccine because many people still a little bit difficult. They're not anti-vax, they're a little difficult, but you need to take the time, maybe provide information for them. If the vaccine were effective for the kid, if they let their parent decide if they want to get vaccine or not, but that's a better choice. But I do note the Nevada system of higher education are putting mandatory all students and staff to get vaccinated by end of semester or disenrollment from a college. That's real simple. And I'll have a little bit curse side about board member who attend FBA while wearing masks. So I feel like you like violate of governor emergency that definitely say like all the visual who are under 12 years old or older, or all of it, including full vaccinated, have to wear a mask. Well, I'm not sure the NPA looking in California if maybe California doesn't have no mask mandate. So if we're a state of Nevada, you have to follow the laws. So state of Nevada, I'll let you know, or maybe in Nevada system said or have a vaccine passport, to all of the individuals who had a vaccine or had to wear a mask. So who knows? So I'd like to say happy Thanksgiving, and I want to meet Jeff Church one-on-one meeting on them. And I do know the we district of Nevada are also no.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Nicholas Meyer.
Welcome, Mr. Meyer.
Nicholas Meyer for the record. First, to Superintendent Kristen McNeil. It takes a lot of arrogance to put together a social justice task force that 83% of the community is against. This task force is a source of great conflict in the community on this very board. Second, to the board's issue of working together as a team. This board has a blind spot. You're dealing with fundamental philosophical issues and differences that are oil and water. There's not going to be compromise and there's not going to be cooperation until many of you board members are turned out. Finally, this is a message from Dr. Fred Simon to the board. I, Dr. Fred Simon, have filed a lawsuit against Angie Taylor in the 2nd District Court of Nevada for the violation of my free speech rights under the Nevada open meeting laws. Ms. Taylor, you have become intolerable because of your disdain for the basic citizen and parents with honest concerns. Your behavior is un-American and violates the Constitution, the law of the land. You have now set in motion a vast body of citizenry dedicated to removing you. We have the money and the candidates and will turn this board over. First a lawsuit, then more to come, based on the violation of the ethics you swear to. You've made the school board your vehicle for political ideology, not an entity for true education. It is you, Kristen McNeil, and other members of this school board who are the intellectual terrorists harming vulnerable young minds by advocating for harmful masks, sexual education, and CRT for the purpose of control. The parents of this county and I will not stop until this board and you, Ms. Taylor, are turned out.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Kathy Reyes.
Welcome, Ms. Reyes.
Thank you. Good evening, Kathy Reyes for the record. And to the men and women in blue and plain clothes, we thank you. Thank you for your support and being here. Okay, just a little bit of a background for me where I'm going with what I've got to say here is I trained and worked dogs for 21 years. And one of the things with the dogs is you keep it simple. And we always had a saying, keep it simple, stupid. And when you get frustrated, it's time out. That's it, time out. Walk away from the dog, because the dogs only want to do is please you. And as simple as you can keep it, and as positive as you can keep it, you're going to be a successful dog handler. That's probably my only talent. Now, going back to what took place just about 20 minutes ago, who sets the decorum that would be Trustee President Taylor? It is the perception of the majority of the community that is actively involved with these meetings that Trustee Church is singled out. If you get frustrated, maybe you need to take a break. You set the tempo of the meeting. That makes me considering that how everybody else behaves towards Jeff's church is because you set the tempo. You made repeated remarks that you were frustrated. You're the leader. You're the president. If you get frustrated, maybe you need to get up and walk out. Maybe you need a recess. Going back to that, you're going to spend funds to get along, to go along. You weren't selected. That wasn't one of the requirements when you ran for this position or put in for this position that you were best friends. That wasn't a requirement. You speak on behalf of your community. To come here to sing Kumbaya, hold hands, swap recipes, and party together wasn't one of the requirements. You speak for the community. You're going to waste funds to get along? No. Stuff is presented. You review it. You do your homework. You ask the questions that you're in doubt about. It's investigated. Then you vote. It either passes or it doesn't. But for you guys to sing Kumbaya and get along, that's not a prerequisite. You don't need that. Now for the rest of you, you're not even considering the kids, the students. What could you spend that $60,000 on? And as far as your and or, when I see and, I'm assuming you're going to include both of them. Again, extra funds. How about just a simple or, drop the and? Have this lady or that guy, not and. Just have or. We either have her, we'll check with her and see if she's willing to come in for these classes, or, sorry, thank you. Happy
Ms.
Thanksgiving
Reyes.
to everybody. May it be happy and safe.
Debbie Hudgens.
Welcome, Ms. Hudgens.
Thank you. Debbie Hudgens for the record. I had a couple of other comments I wanted to make, but I had to leave for a little bit and miss that opportunity. But I'm going to take this time now to just kind of piggyback on what Kathy Reyes said. You seemed surprised that Jeff Church would think this team building would be about him. When I watched an animated discourse for 20 minutes about why he should be censored, it was, and the only thing I got from the whole 20 minutes was he didn't play nice, when all he was doing was trying to stand up for his constituency. So why wouldn't he think? He's already been accused of not playing nice, so why wouldn't he think a session to learn how to play nice wouldn't be about him? Of course he would. And that's what we think. Because it did happen right after he was censured. And the whole thing made no sense. I didn't get, out of the 20-minute presentation, the only thing I got was that he wasn't loyal. That's all I heard. So I'm just here to support Jeff, and I feel like that it is a waste of time. Just like Kathy said, a waste of time and money. You guys have all the tools and everything you need. I'm sure you know how to get along. And I think Jeff actually wants to get along. I know he does. I'll take my remaining time to I wanted to talk a little bit about the social justice that you brought up earlier. I don't think that teaching children to recognize differences is something that we should put time and effort into. The curriculum should be very transparent. Parents should be able to approve or disapprove of anything their children are taught. I think they should be able to have full transparency of what's going on. The kids I know, K through 5, they don't see any differences. They run, play, they're best friends. But yet, we think we have to teach them social justice when they get it already. They could probably teach us.
Thank you, Ms. Hudgens.
The board received emails from Will Harper, Tim Weber, Brian Urbis, and Anita Weber.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you for all that stayed to give your public comments. Our meeting is now adjourned. Our next meeting is on December 14th. Remembering that meeting is at 2 o'clock, but we'll start at 12 o'clock because there's a policy committee meeting. Speaking of policy committee meeting at noon on that day on the 14th, and the board meeting will start at 2. Thank you, everybody, and happy Thanksgiving.